Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voice of the Collar Nation radio show and YouTube channel. Hello, hello, hello. I'm the Collar Genesis, your humble host, guiding you through the next couple of hours in some interesting conversation, stimulating debate. Now, when you got titles like Life's Gamble, one of my series, General Michael Langley's military career, you know things are going to get hot tonight. You know it's going to get heated. You know it's going to get explosive tonight. So stop what you're doing, like, share, and subscribe. Tell a friend, tell someone, tell a coworker, tell anybody that the College Genesis is on and this is where you want to be. Now you know you want to do it. You know it's the right thing to do. You know the right thing to do is to tell people about the College Genesis and tell them to like, share, and subscribe too. You know what's the right thing to do. And so I shouldn't have to tell you, if you can't do anything else, like, share, and subscribe and tell a friend, let's spread the word around. It's the right thing to do, folks. So, yeah, tonight's topic is going to be interesting. We're talking about life's gamble. And to me, this topic is near to me because everything is life's gamble. We take everything and get, and like I said, I have respect for people who put everything on the line and take their destiny into their own. That's why I'm drawn to the story of Liberia. I love when people take their destiny into their own hands and go into eventually into the unknown and just said and deal with whatever comes. If it makes them or breaks them, they took their destiny into their own hands. And in that moment, in that decision, they're free. You know, if you're in bondage, let me tell you something about a lot of you Pan Africanists, right? A lot of you are in bondage because a lot of stuff that you say don't make any logical sense. And so the bottom line is Pan Africanism becoming bondage. It's becoming actual bondage where people are bound to a sacred cow called Pan Africanism and all this kind of black radicalism. And I look at people, somebody like Michael Langley. The guy seems like a, decorated man in the military and stuff like that. And he did everything society tells him to do. He rose up to the ranks of the military. Spent what 30 years in the military, something. I don't know what his career is. I gotta look at. So basically, I should have been more prepared for this, but but I'm just doing this off the top freestyle, off the top of my head. So excuse me if I don't have all the facts with me tonight. I'll just research on my phone as I go along. But he took life's gamble. He went into the military at a young age and rose up to the ranks and whatnot. And now he sits on one of the most powerful military bodies in the world. That's his story. That was his decision. That was his life's gamble. And it paid off because he got what he wanted. Now you got people saying that somehow he did not do the right thing. Look, when you make a decision, no matter what it is, whether you want to quit school and pursue a music career, and become a famous rapper or a famous DJ. You're putting it all online. I remember the story of Bruce was talking about that one time. Bruce was funny. He was hilarious, right? He's a big guy, a big comedian, whatever. He said one time, he said he had a chance to go on the road, right? But he had that good job at the bakery, right? He said his whole family, his mother, grandma, everybody, don't you quit that good job, whatnot? He said, no, he always wanted to dream to be in show business and a comedian, but his family was telling him, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. He said his mother and his aunt and everybody, they used to have prayer meetings. Lord, don't let him quit that good job, that good job. That good job could be your ball and chains. So, but he said he did it. He went out there and started doing a comedy. He got paid for it. Then he started getting bigger gigs. So everything the risks he took in life gamble paid off. It paid off. And then he became a worldwide superstar. Now, had he listened to his family, right, he would have still had that good job. And I'm going to give you many examples of this, right, in history, right? He could have had that good job, and he could be right now ready to retire, getting a pension. But he took life's gamble, and he became a famous comedian. Hosting things like I think he was on Def Comedy Jams, and he was in several big things. He's like doing his thing, and every time he see another big person in the crowd, he say first cousin, first cousin, first cousin. So the camera was shining on the guy and whatnot. You know. Hayward McCullough said, when it comes to black and white, the black people are just the help. By the way, I am black veteran 12 year. I quit because I got tired of kissing ass. Well, I don't know. That's what you want to do. That's fine. Some of us got. I'm in a position where I got white people under me in my organization. So I'm not kissing ass. Like I said, I got into the insurance business 18 years ago, and it's paid off. Took the first 10 years, I wasn't doing shit. I was struggling, but now it's paid off. So I took life's gamble. I got my insurance license and took a new career, But I took life's gamble, So anyway, when you take life's gamble, and like I said, there's always, I always respect people that do that, that basically take life's gamble and basically say, I'm going to go for my dreams, my passion, and wherever it takes me, whether it breaks me, wherever I have my dream, and you have to respect people like that, that take their destiny into their own hands, I don't respect the people who just basically, I respect them, when people do what they gotta do. But those people that basically stay mediocre, who don't take any chances, don't do anything. Like I said, I'm taking a big chance where I'm trying to build the BAIO and the Call Nation. I'm taking life's gamble. I believe that this road to the Afghanistan that I believe in is my life's gamble. Whether I make it or not. That's what people don't seem to understand. When a person decides to take life's gamble, they're not thinking about failure. They're not thinking about how you think they look or whatever like that. That's not even across their mind. All they know is they have something burning in them that they really want to do and a passion. And no matter what you do to try to thwart them, it's not going to work. That's real people, So now how much people try to come up there who think they're going to discourage me and, oh, Carl, it can't be done. You haven't done nothing with that, I'm on the path to doing what I'm doing, and the bottom line is this, whether I do it or not, I must spend the rest of my life trying to do this, and I'll go, if I don't succeed, I'll go to my grave being satisfied that I gave it everything I got, that's life's gamble. And sometimes you got to put yourself at risk, in danger, to achieve what you want to believe, what's in your heart, your dreams, your vision, and turn those into a reality. The whole idea is the bridge between. There's an old saying. It says, discipline is the bridge between that connects a thought or an idea and an accomplishment, an achievement. So in other words, if you're disciplining yourself, I said I'm very disciplined, right? It takes discipline to come here on this platform every night, my only means of communication, and do 6-hour shows almost every night of the week and everything. That's discipline, That shows my commitment to this movement, That's discipline. If you can't recognize that's discipline, I don't know what to tell you, because nobody else does shows like this, long 6-hour shows in the night and whatnot, and still get up in the morning and still do his thing, and I'm able to speak to my people and speak to my ancestors and whatnot, and do my ancestors proud on the work I do. That's discipline. Some people just simply don't have a discipline. My way of reaching people is I use humor, I use entertainment, I use education, I use history, I use culture, I use sarcasm, I use satire, I use all these gifts God gave me to reach people and I touch people's lives. In the end, I'm building a bridge, the discipline, the bridge between what I believe should happen and the reality of making it happen. That's let me say it again. Discipline is the bridge that carries you over from an idea or a thought to reality or an accomplishment. If you do not have discipline, that means you don't have a foundation, I follow anyone who's dipping in vanilla yelling pro-black. That's funny. A lot of people talk pro-black, but they're not really pro-black, talk pro-black, but they're not really pro-black, I do think that black people should, in this movement right here, I believe if you're going to be a black nationalist, you got to be dating inside your race, whatever like that. That's just being hip, it'd be hypocritical if you don't. Now, if you basically go outside your race, then hey, just be a normal brother that says, "Hey, I'm just doing my thing," whatever like that. And then your job is to stay out of these politics and everything because you have a biased opinion. If you have a biased opinion, right, that means you believe in interracial marriage and everything, or homosexual or whatever like that. You should not try to infiltrate these organizations and stuff. That's what I'm adamant about. Look, I know a lot of brothers I'm cool with that do other interracial marriage and stuff like that. I got friends that do that, but the bottom line, I know who to bring this to. That's another thing. I only want to be around in this movement. It's about like-minded people. You know, and the bottom line is this: what I'm finding now is even when I'm around so-called like-minded people, I say to myself, like, damn, some of those people, sometimes I think some of those people that I see in interracial marriage will be excellent people. They're good business people. But, man, I got to stick to this movement, and do what I got to do. So, but I want some of these Pan-Africanists and Black nationalists to start stepping up and contributing to this movement, right? Just basically talking stuff like, oh yeah, Black to the power, Black woman queen, Black queens forever, all that stuff like that sounds good, right? But we need people that's going to step up and really contribute to this movement, I mean, the rhetoric and the verbiage sound nice, but we need really people that's going to step up in this movement and do something, and contribute, So we got 160 subscribers left till we hit 1,000 subscribers, folks. 160 subscribers left. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. If you haven't told anybody, please subscribe. We're on the subscriber thing. We got to hit that 100. I want to, by the end of June, we should hit that 1,000 subscribers, and then this channel will take off, and this channel can be used to fund our operations and our business and what we're doing in overseas and a new Pan-African movement. Give the Collar Nation a chance, support the Collar Nation. You guys supported all these other platforms that got you nothing. You guys supported Umar Johnson's buffoonery and lifestyle, Give the Collar Genesis, the Collar Nation a chance, see what we do, see what we do with that contribution, so I'm counting on people and stuff like that to come through if they're really serious about this movement. If they're not serious about it, then there's nothing I can do about it, so it is what it is, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for people who are going to contribute, not just financially, but basically saying, Collar, I took the time to study this when I said we need to have our own stock exchange. So far, that's been 2 months ago. So far, no one's got back to me and said, Colin, I found this thing where you could use to learn about this, whatever like that. We need all kinds of things. I said, we need more government grants, to do projects overseas and whatnot. Has anybody said, I'm going to get I'm going to personally invest in the government grant books and see if I can help College Genesis and do my own research and everything and see if I can email him and tell him some things I found out and stuff like that, it is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is, folks. So we're gonna rock tonight, man. So like I said, tonight's show, Life's Gamble. What is your gamble? What is your life gamble? What are you taking the risk? I want to know that. What are you putting on the line? What are you doing outside the norm? Are you doing the safe thing? You got a job 9 to 5 and everything like that? Or are you down with this movement? You're ready to go on this tour with us next year. Life's gamble is this. Why don't you guys save your money and come on this tour with us next year and be part of this movement that we're building in Liberia? That's life's gamble, That's life's gamble. It shows me that you're serious about this movement, Shows me that you're ready for a revolution. You're ready for something new. You're serious, And you may not know everything like that, but you have faith, and you want to believe in something. And I'm giving it to you. I'm giving you something to believe in. So take life's gamble. And when I say, look, I want to commit to what college is doing and Bomani's doing and stuff like that, I think they're doing on the right track. So let me support these brothers, Let's support these bros. Let's when people's talking slander about us and whatnot, please defend us online. Join us and be part. Don't just sit back and withdraw from the world. Be engaged. Be part of the world. Don't be a coward. I can't stand a coward. Coward six pack. I ain't gonna say nothing because blah 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 blah. You know the right thing to do. The Bomani and I are the real thing, that we're basically the kings of this Pan-African Black national space. So get behind us and help us with our mission and stuff like that. We're really doing good work. And so this is what we're talking about tonight. Take life's gamble, take that risk, and build something and join something, be part of something, make a difference, So we're going to talk about that tonight, Yeah, last night's show was really explosive. Everybody, they had the young guy in Golo on last night. And I was basically, going over some of the stuff from last night. And I realized, like I told him, I said, the reason why you're so angry and bitter, anytime somebody lashes out at their own people, I realize a couple of things. That person's life is not in order. That person don't have his stuff together. He's not happy because he's not making the money he wants. He doesn't have the woman in his life he wants. And so therefore, these people, that's another thing that's dangerous about these movements, right? A lot of times, people who are Pan-Africans, and unfortunately, they always hate Black people who somehow made it work in this system. They just feel, oh, you're a white man. So they try to discredit these people like General Langley. He's a sellout. He's a coon. What's so coon about him? He's a man that went into the military, and basically, the military people don't make their own policy. They just follow orders. He's following the orders from his command, which is a civilian government that makes the decision on the policies and like the law. That's what it is. And he rose through the ranks and everything like that. So why are so many Black people? Right now, the way people are talking about this man in the Pan-African, including myself, I misjudged him and everything. After I listened to him a little bit and whatnot, I don't think he's an evil man that people think he is. I said he was, but I don't think so anymore. He's a man that basically is in his reality. He's somebody that says, okay, a young man went into the Marines. The Marines gave him a life, and gave him a belief, it's a purpose in life and whatnot, and made his life whatnot. Why would anybody be against that? Well, he shouldn't be in the white man's. Well, do you have an alternative for him? Is there an African that he can join as an African American and join and be part of a African military operation somewhere? No, that's going to pay him a well salary, maybe not as much as America. Is it an alternative to what he has in America as a 4-star general? No, it is not. So why get mad at him for just basically taking life's gamble and joining the Marines and see where it got him? Look where it got him as a 4-star general. So we're going to talk about that tonight. Why do we judge people for taking their life into their hands and building everything? Because and also another thing is this. I think Black America wants a messiah. They don't care about Chahore. They don't care about Burkina Faso. I don't believe that, They just know they have somebody to rally around, a symbol, a messiah, that they could basically cash all their problems in and say, oh, if you don't support this, this idol, this symbol, whatever like that, or what they're talking about, you must be a traitor, you must be a sellout, you must be a coon, or whatnot. And that's unfortunate because we can't have the real honest to God discussion about the future of Africa and the future of countries like Burkina Faso. Because look, I've always known it. I've said this for years. And I'm not just saying this, right? I said there's too many Black Americans, right, for years have propped up African bad behavior because we see everything, any criticism of Africa as racism. Any sort of criticism of Africa, we deem it as the white man attacking our motherland, and Africans play on this. That's why they have no interest in you. And the reason why you do this is because you're fundamentally a landless people. And when you're a landless people, right, you're always going to be at the mercy of people who have land. And so basically we feel like we got to do the bidding of people who have land and whatnot. They don't have any intentions of sharing it with you, whatever like that. But they'll say, "Oh, this is your homeland." No, they're only trying to prop up themselves. They know there's a lot of stuff that they do in these countries. I've seen it with my own eyes in Liberia, where they take money and they're supposed to be meant for the people, and the United States government says, "Wait a minute here, we gave you such $1 million, and that's all, and half of it's missing. What's going on?" And then what happens is the so-called Africans will go and say, "We're racism. They're attacking us because they're racist." Blah blah, and they'll get the stupid same illiterate black people, mainly expats. Yeah, man, hands off our government. The white man's this. Blah 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 blah. He's trying to racism. Oh yeah, man. The reason why they're attacking him because he had a plan to make gold back. He was gonna do all this. He was gonna do all this. And then when he gets taken out or removed, and then sitting around talking about, well, he was going to bring black Americans over, blah, 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 all that bullshit, that we fall for every time. None of these people give a goddamn about us or basically work it out for us and like that. But we buy into that because we want to believe that there's people over there love us, and Africa is the motherland, all stuff like that, And I wish Africa was, but these people over here, there, that's running the continent don't give a shit about us, nor do they give a shit about their own people. So this is what we're talking about tonight, folks. We're gonna have a serious topic tonight. I'm gonna open up a chat room early tonight because I don't want to be on here all night. So we're gonna get the party started. The party started. So we're gonna get the party started and talk about certain things tonight. People were mad at me when I played the Bushmen eating, where the Negroes eating fucking dead rats and whatnot. It's just like savages. Like I tell you, I had a dream like months ago of Zongo and Michael Langley sitting in a tree, gnawing on a friggin' a bushmeat beak bone, but probably like I don't know. It's like here they're both on the thing with their erect teeth out there, because someone got some sharp teeth. Like Ola said, African teeth are real sharp. Like calcium, so they can make it bite through bones and shit like that, So I had a dream months ago. It just brought back those dreams of Zongo and Michael Wallace on the end of a big giant ham bone looking bone, just gnawing on it, sitting in a tree, gnawing on it, appetizers, just gnawing on that shit, And I'm like, man, you got to step it up, man, but yeah, the Africans got beautiful teeth. They're strong as hell, man. They bite you, you finish, man. Fucking, you're finished. You say African, like, what the hell you know? You know kung fu? No, I know Tifu. They take a bite out of your ass, man. You're fucking finished, You are damn finished, They'll let Zongo and Michael Wale bite you and shit, You're gonna be fucking finished, man. You're gonna take a big chunk out of your ass, But yeah, man. So we had a good time last night. That was a good show, man. Good show, man. Everybody, it was a full panel, man. It's like everybody was on. What I'm gonna start doing is, I don't know how to do this because I'll be having people, I'll be having a full panel, and then they'll say somebody else trying to get in, somebody else trying in, and so something got to give, man, about the amount of people I have on and when people can't get on, and some people just gotta drop. Look, I gotta start dropping people down to give other people a chance to come up when so I have to do something innovative because I don't think it's fair that some people they get on, they stay on all night and whatnot, and then others can't get their point across. Maybe they want to say something, important. So we gotta look at that situation too, So folks, we are gonna have a good show tonight. Like, share, and subscribe. Tell a friend. The Collar Genesis is here. He's a Collar Rumble. He called me Reverend Collar, on Sunday nights, it should be Reverend Collar because I do a sermon. Last night I had my Sunday night sermon, Dynas pays for that 20-man panel. My maximum is 10, I ain't having 20 people up here, 20 Negroes shouting at each other, and that's just a clusterfuck. You can't go back and listen to that. I'm going to start limiting my panels to like 5 people, start limiting 5 people at a time up on the panel. I'm going to start limiting 5 people on time. That's it. I can't do it no more. I can't do it. 50 my people up here arguing with me and shit like that all night. And we come up, man. Let's have a discussion. My favorite person to call in is Mufasa. Why? Because Mufasa never agrees with anything I say, but he respects me. He really has respect for me because he was one of my very first listeners almost 18 years ago. I've known him since he was a young guy, real young guy. 18 years. He's been listening to College Channel. We've been networking for 18 years, and he's respectful. He talks. He disagrees with me, but disagrees respectfully. And I admire him about that. I want people to challenge me and disagree with me. That's what keeps me on my toes, right? But you could do it without being disrespectful. You got to, at some point in time, you got to respect certain people. Hey, Mufasa, you never agree on anything I say. Oh, it is. You never agree with anything I say, but it's all good though. We agree on a lot of stuff, but you never call when you agree on something. You just always call when you don't agree and whatnot, and that's a whole lot, man. I could always count on Mufasa calling in, no, caller, blah 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 blah, because actually does his research, whatever. Yeah, so like that's pretty funny. Well, he's always engaging me and stuff like that, on this platform, And I like people that engage me in a debate. I love a good debate, whatever like that, I love a good debate. Like we could debate each other, but like I said, we got people like Zongo who's just outright disrespectful, and stuff like that. I can't deal with that shit, I'm not gonna deal with it, I'm not gonna deal with somebody calling me stupid when I on my own platform, If you think I'm stupid and whatnot, you got a serious thing coming to you, I mean, people know I'm not stupid, and basically, but it's just an insult. If you can't hurt me, if you're powerless, you can't hurt me. So you want to insult me. There always is an old saying, if you got to insult somebody, you already lost an argument. If you got to resort to insults, you've already lost the debate, that means you lost and everything like that. And the only thing you have is insults and everything like that. So you can't pivot and make your state. You can't articulate yourself, or you can't make what you're saying work, whatever like that. Or you can't prove anything. So you resort to ad hominem attacks and insults, And the bottom line is, I am not going to go for that anymore. I'm not going to tolerate it. I'm not going to pretend I tolerate it and everything like that. So just be warned, anybody calls in the show from now on and whatnot, I am not tolerating ad hominem attacks and some personal attacks and stuff like that. I'm not tolerating that, So if you hate me, that's fine, but you can always go on somebody else's platform and express that, Eddie Thorne says, let me put Mufasa's, put all these chats up here. Please don't have 20 man-pound. No, I'm not gonna. Yeah, I agree. All right. Eddie Thorne says Michael Langley has accomplished a lot to me. Yeah, he did. That's something to behold, a 4-star general. That's something to behold, Unfortunately, right, for Traore and the Black world and whatnot, we have never built anything in Africa. That's why I said Afghanistan is so important, right? Imagine if we had diplomatic ties of a government working with Burkina Faso, acting as mediator in our own way. Because the bottom line is Ghana can't mediate that, Nigeria's not going to mediate. All these countries are second-rate countries. They can't mediate that. But a Black America can mediate. But the thing is, we can't mediate that because we don't have a republic. We're the only people 45 million strong that are dumb enough to live in a country that we don't have a nation state of our own. Every group of people on the planet should have a nation state that does their bidding, and that like the state of Israel does the bidding and is the voice of the Jewish people all over the world. Can you understand why I believe that we need an Afghanistan? Do you understand what the College Genesis is talking about? Why I do these shows? Why I'm so passionate what I'm doing? Because I'm just telling you, people start saying, something, you're absolutely right. So all your huffing and puffing, it means absolutely nothing. You all you're standing with Chahori, right? You have no government. You have no nation state, you know? Well, the Kurds are a sad people. You know, I talked to a Kurdish guy one time years ago. The Kurds are a sad people. That's the whole thing. Let's talk about all the landless people in the world. You got the gypsies, right? You have the Kurds. There's another stateless, landless people, you know? You got the African American. You have who else? Who else in the world? You know, there's a few others I can't think on the top of my head. These are landless people who are wandering the earth with no government, no anything. You know, the Kurds are one of the saddest stories of a landless people. You know, oh yeah, the Biafrans in Nigeria. You know, the Amazonians. You know, of Cameroon. You know, these are all landless, stateless people. You know, who have an identity and a culture, but they don't have a land to protect themselves. You know, if you don't have a land, you don't exist in this world. You know, there's no such thing as African Americans. There's no such thing as Black America because it's not a land. If you can't point to them a territory on the map, you don't exist. You know, that's why they call me the college genesis, the geopolitical pundit. So the bottom line, I studied geopolitics. I know the only way Black America and the slave descendants are going to come up is by having a nation state of their own. And preferably it has to be on the continent of the ancestral continent or somewhere in the world, you know? No, the Igbos basically, it's not just Igbos, it's Biafrans. Biafrans are a separate culture. They say their culture goes back like 1,500 years. And they don't want to be amalgamated to this British experiment called Nigeria. They have a legitimate case for a nation state, a republic, a nation called Biafra. And I support it 100%. Like Amazonia, the English-speaking people in eastern Nigeria, Cameroon region, the English-speaking people. They're completely a different culture and way of life than the French-speaking people that dominate the government. Why shouldn't they not have control over sovereignty or autonomy over that territory? You know? Oh, another landless, stateless people are the Afrikaners or the Boers of South Africa, you know? So the bottom line is this is, I believe, in the coming years is going to be the age of the landless people coming out. Although people who feel stateless are going to come out and make a case for this, because the bottom line is the United Nations, all these global institutions are not for nation. Now, South Sudan basically fought. South Sudan fought and basically, man, please stop bringing up Liberia. Liberia was a sad case because the thing about African Americans was we didn't become the majority in Liberia. That's what I'm saying. We were misled by bourgeois leaders to stay in America and be at the feet of the white man. You know, majority of Black people wanted to get out of America, and they would have went to Liberia, but we were misled by leadership. That's what's probably having Black America today. We have people that mislead us and you know what's funny is Dr. Arcana has Andrew Young on her ADDI thing. Andrew Young has been one of the spearhead people destroying Black nationalist movement, Black power movements for generations. So how is Dr. Arcana, just because he was with Martin Luther King, Andrew Young is a fucking race traitor. What are you talking about? Andrew Young? That's who Dr. Arcana is with? Andrew Young? Are you kidding me? He opposed the Soul City project in Eastern North Carolina. You know? It is what it is. So it is what it is, folks. You know, it's what we're talking about tonight. Since we don't have a nation state, we're forced to be Americans, you know? And that's why you have General Langley. General Langley should have been born in Liberia, right? And he would probably be a 5-star general, you know, commanding the Liberian army right now and basically we should have operations bringing peace to the Congo. He should be part of a Liberian army, you know, in peacekeeping force head in Liberia, in the Congo and throughout the continent of Africa. But no, he was born in the United States. And the consequences of that is a brilliant military man like that is working for white people, white America, and the interests of white America. Do you understand where I'm coming from, folks? Do you understand why they call me the college genesis? the chief host of the Voice of the College Nation radio show, the culture critic and geopolitical pundit. There's a reason why they call me these things, you know? United Continental, United States of Africa, USD. I don't know about that. Bottom line, the Congo, that would be nice, but the tribalism in the Congo and tribalism in Africa, when people say this when people don't see themselves as part of a nation and they're all tribalized and they're basically at their lowest level of culture and civilization, they can never realize a nation state is the highest ideal among people. It's the highest thing, other than dying and going to heaven. Becoming a republic or a nation state and having a piece of land that you absolutely control over, that you define yourself by, is the highest ideal among civilized people. If you do not have land or state over your own, you do not exist. And so this is what we're talking about tonight. So I would love somebody to debate me on how the hell are you going to get any place if you don't have a nation state of your own. If you don't have a government, you don't have cities and municipal centers and whatnot. You don't have your own treasury department. So you don't have your own treasury department. You don't have your own currency. You don't have your own military. You don't have all these things that define the republic. You don't have sovereignty. You can't raise tariffs. You don't have the protection of tariff walls if you want to put them up. You have no power of taxation. All those things that basically fundamental for people to thrive and live and whatnot are denied to you when you do not have a nation state that you control. The reason why you're suffering in America is because you do not have control over your reality in this country, your thing. You'll never have that inside America. Two races of people cannot exist in the same space. We need our own space. So it is what it is. And the white man is not going to give up any part of America. So you get that out of your head, we have advantages, we have disadvantages, Whatever advantage we have a lot of disadvantages. But in fact, the white people, Black African Americans do not have power over their reality. White people basically have all the power over a powerful. Imagine you have power over 45, 50 million people, and basically you control everything they consume, everything they think, everything they read, everything that goes into their system, everything that goes into their minds, everything like that. Tell me how we're benefiting from that. No. White people take way more than we benefit from. Trust me. $1.5 trillion Black America generates. 90%, 99% of that goes back to white people in the white system. That's just reality, You can dress that up all you want, but that's just reality. As long as we live in America, the white man system, we're subject to his tax code, we're subject to his laws, his infrastructure, everything it is right here. And he gives us a little bit of leeway that we got running water, and we got all these things like that, electricity, constant electricity, things that a lot of countries struggle with, we take for granted, So it is what it is, folks, So, yeah, so that's what it is. We never took life's gamble. We never said, look, we're going to have a nation of our own. We tried to during the garbage period, right? We said, look, they sabotaged that. We should have rebirthed the Garvey movement and went for it. That's life's gamble. But somehow the white man gave us comfort. We started getting jobs and Gary and Pittsburgh and everything. We forgot about the idea of building a nation of our own, man. We got jobs. We was able to buy houses or whatnot. You were able to get that cute light-skinned lady down the road to be your wife and everything like that. So the bottom line, it is what it is. Families that have been in U.S. Marines since the 1960s, they are Black women who serve with distinction. I am asking, please don't restrict. Look, I never said that. Well, you listen, you must have just turned into the show. I have not disrespecting the Marines. I'm actually praising Langley, tonight. Dusty, bro, don't sit there. I know I said some bad things about him before, but I think about it, God had to deal with me and say, look, yeah, this man is not doing anything. And I'm a fair person, what I don't go along to get along. I know everybody's out there talking about Daniel's this, he's a traitor, a coon, whatever like that. But you got to understand something about me, Dusty brother. I don't stick my finger out the window and see which way the wind is blowing. You know, I have my own mind, everything like that. And I know people are gonna come at me tonight. And how collar? How you like General Langley? How you defending General Langley? I'm gonna explain to you why. You know, because one, I don't listen to the fucking. I don't. I'm not walking lockstep for these idiots that online don't know shit about anything. You know, and he never said anything bad about Chahori. That's what the media jumped on. Social media, they put words into the man's mouth. You know, so it is what it is. So we're gonna talk about that tonight. You know. With that, let me see if I can get somebody on the line. I'm ready to start talking. I'm ready to rumble. You know, and here's the link in the chat room. You know, we're talking about life's gamble tonight. So yes, like I said, never assume, Dusty brother, because when you assume, like, it says assume is ASSUME. Assume means you make an ass out of you and me. You know, when you assume, you make an ass out of you and me. Assume. You never assume. You never assume. People really don't know where I'm going to come from. There, I'm consistent on a lot of stuff like that, but you never know what direction I'm going to take. And like I said, me being a fair person, a fair-minded person, I'm intelligent to realize that. Look, let me get Ibrahim on. What's up, bro? Long time no here.
Yeah, what's up? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, nothing much is up. Just wanted to say hello again and check up on you. I've been hearing some good stuff that you've been talking about. It's nice to see the channel growing, more and more people coming. Very
Oh
pleased with
yeah. Like I said, when you tell the truth, you tell it like it is. The channel will grow. If you got
that.
nothing to say, your channel's not going to grow. Simple as that. You say hey, if you got talent and you say things that is right, whatnot. It's not easy doing a show like this. You got to have the person. I knew I had what it takes to do YouTube. I should have been doing this for all along, but I was just basically like, no, I'll let all these people, these millennials, do YouTube. I didn't want to do it. So after all this time, after I do that tour to Liberia, right, I realized that I have to get online. I have to get online. I have to come out here and basically do this thing. I have to do this. That's I can't. I've been on YouTube now, going on. In June will be a year. June. Well, I had this channel for 11 years, but as far I started doing live shows like a year ago.
Yeah,
You
it's
know.
very much appreciated, Carla. We really need it. I mean, there's a lot of problems, with people, uh, especially black people. A lot of my friends are, obviously. So, it's yeah, and we constantly talk about these shitty little conspiracies these white nations like try to commit and continue stealing stuff from these.
I don't know. This is where I disagree. I when people say stealing, it's almost like you say Africans are stupid. I think Africans know exactly what they're getting into, right? And a lot of them are greedy, they're short sighted, and they have willful ignorance. And so I don't think Westerners are stealing. If you basically have a deal and you say this is what you're going to get paid for, and you stand in the agreement, that's on you. That's what you have a sovereign state for.
Yeah, the
Every
corruption.
customer deal you
Yeah,
see in Africa, they can say no, we don't want you here, and they can turn it down. They don't
yeah,
have to have anything in there, so it's not stealing. It's the fact that Africans do not have don't negotiate in good faith. So I don't want to leave. I personally don't use that term stealing. They're
yeah,
taking advantage of exploit. I would say exploiting. Not stealing.
right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exploiting. Yeah, but one of these guys from Ivory Coast came on here a few months ago and said what I was thinking at the same time of what you're saying, which is they get people these high-level people who are ruling these countries to be corrupt, and threaten their families if they don't play along, and of course set up terrorism, invade the country, whatever else have you, just
Yeah.
like they did with Lumumba. So it's in a way it's a bunch of very nefarious kinds of actions that they pull off, But
As long
anyway,
as Africa is in that desperate state of poverty, and Warrior Class, my book, you get it on Amazon, Journey to the Promised Land. You
okay,
get it on Amazon. You go on
I'll do that.
Amazon, 1999. Very easy.
I'll I'll do that. Yeah.
No, it was
Yes.
somebody in the chat room asked that.
Okay.
Somebody in the
Yeah.
chat room. That's it.
Yeah. So I wanted to mention also, now that we're on the topic, what do you think about setting up some kind of city state? Like a
Well,
quasi.
that's what an Afghanistan is, a city state.
Okay. Great.
But the
Okay.
city state has to be autonomous.
Yeah.
And people will
But
say, "Oh, you want a sovereign nation state?" Yeah, eventually, right. But I will settle for an autonomous, as long as there's a municipality where people who are slave descendants are the majority, and they control, because they're going to write the constitution, the laws. It's going to reflect the culture and the things. Because I'm like this. I look at I said, you heard Mike Olawale last night. Oh, he was basically defending a white man in Nigeria and stuff like that. So in other words, basically what it tells me is we have two different ways of seeing the world. Black people who are slave descendants see the world a certain way. And when you see a world a certain way, your constitution is going to reflect that. That's what it is. The conflict when you have in these countries is you have one group of people who write the constitution, right? And you have a completely different nation, ethnic group living in the same so-called borders. And they're saying, well, this goes against my values. I hadn't agree to that, whatever like that. And that's where the conflict comes in at. And that's
Mhm.
all over. With most of these countries, they were put together by Europeans. And
All of
basically
them were.
all of them put together Europeans, and they overlap groups of people who had nothing in common with each other, no language, separate belief systems. Because Europeans didn't take into account of different belief systems and languages and stuff like that. They just put them all together. And then when one group of people dominates, right, they tend to favor their own people, the laws, and everything. Like I said, we have 3 different languages in a country. Look, the one who basically gets in power and says, we're going to make Hausa the official language for everybody, right? The language of instruction, the language of the military, the language of, like, even when you do things like instructions on how to build a house, right? If you say, okay, the instructions have to be in Hausa, but what about all the Igbos and Yorubas who can't speak that language? See, they're asked out, right? And
Yeah.
so, but the thing is, they're naturally going to say, you know something? Why, if we can't, if why don't I have my own territory? We can have our own language and stuff like that. Well, we could, like, that's what happens. Or people,
They purposefully put these different
they did that.
ethnicity.
They
Yeah.
did that, especially in Uganda and Kenya. They actually over the border of Kenya and Uganda overlap 2 major kingdoms. To
Yeah.
do that, so they could displace people on it. So you got people with same people with a Kenyan nationality, and the same people were basically with a Ugandan nationality, and they're divided. They did that on purpose, so they could never unite as one force. That's how
Right.
they keep Africans divided. They overlap territories of people that are in conflict with each other.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah. I met someone who's Angolan, or I think no, it was West Congolese, and he said that he has family in Angola because Western DRC is actually Angolan. He says,
Yeah, the
you know.
north. My ancestors came from the northern Angola, southern Congo. That's where my ancestors came from.
Mm,
And that was all one kingdom and territory at one time. That straddled the
okay.
Congo River. So,
Yeah.
but the Portuguese and the French divided, and the Belgium divided the territory up and split these people in half.
Right. Yeah. They do that everywhere. Literally everywhere that they went to, that's how it's been. Look at West Papua, you know?
Right.
Yeah. You know what's going on in West Papua? These people who look like Australian Aboriginals,
Right.
in the island of Papua on the western
Oh
half
yeah,
is
they're genociding them.
yeah. Well, yeah, they do a bunch of things, and they they're still in like the hunter gatherer stage as well. A lot of
Yeah.
them, you know, but a lot of that is also to do with pride. Of course, there's plenty of them that are armed with not just bows and arrows. They have guns, of course, and when the Indonesian army comes to try to wipe them out for these minerals, a lot of the times they win. And it's the same kind of situation going on, I think, as you mentioned, with Kurds. You know, surrounded by Arabs and
Yeah,
Turks
the
and
Kurds are the saddest
Persians.
situation. That's out of all the people who are landless, they're the saddest.
Yeah.
They were used by superpower. At least when you talk about Biafra or Amazonian, they were not they were not caught up in some geopolitical war, which what I'm saying.
Mhm.
The Kurds basically the Turks are pro-Americans because Americans basically support Turkey over the Kurds. No one wants to see a Kurdistan. From what I'm hearing, they're saying the Kurdish people are so vicious, and so cutthroat that if they ever had a nation state, the whole region will be in peril. That's what I said. So they won't give the Kurds a chance.
Yeah, well, Turkey is in NATO. That's why.
Yeah,
You
and
know.
so the bottom line, so they're gonna back that up, and then
Yeah.
Iraq had part of the Kurdish territory. Iran got part of it. Syria got part of it. And whatnot.
Mhm.
All these people agree on one thing: Kurds will never have a state. You know, like the Palestinians. They'll never have a state. They're stateless. So I
Yeah.
think Black
Yeah.
America is getting to the point where we're like becoming stateless. Not
Yeah.
stateless that we're de facto U.S. citizens, but culturally and everything like that. You
Mhm.
see now with General Langley, although I like the brother and everything like that, but the whole thing is you have to understand the reality. The reality is, when you're black in this country, you're American. You can't Langley. People get mad at Langley. He's only doing his job. If
Yeah.
he's only doing what he's paid to do. He joined the U.S. military. Marines, he can join. There's no Afghanistan that he joins.
Yeah, hopefully there will be. Now that we're back on that topic, what do you think of special economic zones? If you've heard of it.
Well, the part of Afghanistan will be a special economic zones.
Okay, great. Yeah. I,
See, I
I'm.
had, if you go to my the BAO website, we all mapped that out. If
Yeah.
territory,
I saw a link of that. I sent you something a while ago, but you said that you're too busy to look at it, even though you said in this
oh, it's
video
about,
that.
yeah,
you-
you sent me email, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, send it
Yeah.
to me again. Always send me email. I'll eventually apply to sponsor. I get so many emails, but I can't keep track of
No
them all.
worries. Yeah. But yeah, I'm fascinated with special economic zones. The potential for it is so huge.
Yeah, so the bottom of all these things are out there,
Yeah.
special economic industrial zones and whatnot, and stuff like
Yeah.
that. It can be done. It can be really done.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
When you mentioned a couple of videos ago about feasibility studies, now, it's funny that we're on the topic of about life's gamble, because I'm on kind of something similar to that, being a young man, and quite ambitious too with the kind of projects I'm dealing with serious people, thank God, very serious people are actually speaking to me, willing to work with me. Um, so how do you even begin these feasibility studies? These sources
Well,
that
the
people
whole
get.
thing is this is the thing. People understand something. Now, if you're going to go to the African continent, I'm assuming that's what you're talking about, going to the African continent, right?
Well, funnily enough, a few days ago, I spoke to someone who was actually proposing me to go there to meet a LP, a limited partner for an investment
Okay,
company.
now here's the thing. Some of these countries, right, if they like your investment, the World Bank, the UN, stuff like that, funds feasibility studies, right? The government will put a thing in when they say, okay, and that's what when countries take on a lot of debt, a lot of it has to do with feasibility studies, all these services, some countries, like when they're developing country, right? They like Liberia, right? There was I had the information feasibility study for Liberia, and they did a whole thing where they talked about the rivers, the mineral wealth, all the stuff like that, what it needs, electricity. They looked at the electrical grid. This was back in 20 years ago, you know.
Mhm.
And then what happens is when they do all that study and everything, they give these countries a guideline of how to achieve benchmarks and stuff like that, you know. But let's say if they have a private company that comes in and wants to invest, and the government says, "Okay, that's a strategic industry, right? We got funding for a feasibility study to see like that, you know." And then once the feasibility study comes back, says yes, this is doable, whatever, like that, yay or nay or whatnot, then they could properly fund and support what you're doing, you know.
I understand all of that, but I was in the middle of asking, where do these organizations get these sources from? You know, like
Well, in
I
America, we have this thing called the Overseas Private Investment Corporation.
okay,
They're American. They invest billions of dollars in third world countries. You know, and for U.S. citizens to join this, it costs like $5,000 a year to join, right?
wow,
And then
okay,
you got access to grant writers and stuff like that. If you got a project or something like that, you need money. Well, fortunately, most of the people who are doing this are white Americans. That's why you see so many white Americans in Africa because they did their homework, they got their feasibility study and everything like that. And then next thing you know, okay, I need $500,000 to do this project over here. I want to build these schools. I want to build a factory right here. It's going to cost this. Because after they get the feasibility studies, then they can submit and say, hey, look, you know, like that. Or sometimes, basically, if they come with 10% down, right, of the fees, that could be in the overall grant package, you know, that could pay for it. But you got to usually require you to have 20% down, you know. Let's say the feasibility study comes, it costs like uh, $100,000. They probably want you to come up with uh, $10,000, you know, as a down payment, right? And then
mhm.
also after the feasibility study's done, they go ahead and pay the rest, you know.
Yeah, because you know, I'm going to have to do a number of them for the things that I'm doing, and I'm wondering how do I get like good quality sources? You know, like for example, especially actually even what you do, which is insurance. You know, because
Well,
you know,
insurance, I could do my own feasibility study, and it won't work in Africa because they don't have the infrastructure for it, you know.
yeah,
The
I'm
healthcare.
talking about other things, not necessarily Afghanistan, but things like venture capital. You know.
Yeah, well, like I said, venture capitalists a lot of times they'll have risk and stuff like that. You know, they'll know they already basically will take a line from already things saying, okay, this country has gold, this person is this one that, and investing venture capital usually already has like 20 or 30 countries that they know everything about. They know what's who's in government, they know what they're spending it on, they know how the roads are, they know all the stuff like that, they know the debt, whatever like that. They know all these things that's going on in the country way before they even decide to invest there, you know?
Yeah.
And they have this index. Every country has this ease of doing business index, you know?
Hmm.
And each country is given a score. You know, the goal of any country is to get that ease of doing a score up. You know, that is a country require you is it bribes or kickbacks or like one country that did really well with that is Botswana. Botswana cracks down on people trying to milk investors for kickbacks and payoffs and stuff like that, bribery and stuff like that. The more you can get rid of that, you know, the more your ease of doing business, you know,
Hmm.
goes up, you know, and the
Right.
more ease goes up, the more basically potential loans and investments you can draw to the country.
Okay. All right, Carla, if let's say, for example, we were going to set up Afghanistan, we had a plot of land where we could establish a semi-autonomous kind of city-state, right?
Right.
And of course, we're not going to have too much land, so we're most likely going to build up, right? And so,
Look, the less land, the better.
right, okay, yeah, yeah, like Singapore.
Yeah, Singapore, you can have a large piece of land, but we actually going to live and build. It's got to be real small because you need to span vertically in a densely populated area. You know.
Yeah, yeah, you know, that reminds me, one of these Chinese leaders who came after Mao, he said and spoke to, I think, the founder of Singapore, and he said, why couldn't you turn all of China like Singapore? Even though this Chinese leader turned China like into what it is now because of setting up special economic zones. Another reason why I'm very interested in these things. And so he said, you had only one city to look after. I had all of China to look after. So
Yeah.
yeah. So like it's very important to be able to focus on what you're building instead of trying to manage a whole lot of stuff. So yeah, you're right about having like
The
a
less,
smaller.
the less is more. Trust
Yeah,
me.
yeah.
Less is more. People think, oh, you're talking about Africa. They think we're talking about displacing somebody. No. Africa got 12 million square miles of unoccupied land, you know?
Right. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so,
So let's say that we were doing that, right? We had this plot of land and we wanted to build up, right? And let's say, for example, we were going to be a bit more ambitious than would be expected from the world, right? And we wanted to build some of the biggest skyscrapers that the world has yet, right? And we're going to go to, let's say, some organizations or countries that have a lot of money to spend, like, say, for example, the UAE or Saudi, who are constantly trying to build the biggest
yeah, well,
tower.
that's why you have a private sector. I have no problem with people investing in real estate in Africa. I would have no problem with that.
Okay.
Real estate, when they want to build their real estate portfolio, that's fine. That's fine because it's private capital. I will encourage private enterprise, but the thing is, it's strategic, and there's certain businesses that have to be unique and tethered to the nation state. For example, merchants and stuff like that. The distribution of goods and whatnot, the manufacturing and stuff like that. That has to be the nation. Unless you got private people, even if you have a manufacturer that's not they have to basically somehow horizontally integrate into your economy. The difference between vertical and horizontal, right?
Hmm.
Vertical integration means, let's say you got Ibrahim, your name Ibrahim Enterprises, right?
Hmm.
And you say, okay, I got I'm manufacturing some refrigerators, right? But all the parts and everything like that, I'm going to basically build several factories, assemblies to manufacture this. But that's vertical, right? And it's going to be owned by me and my investors, whatever like that. And I'm
Yeah.
also going to own all the distribution. In other words, basically, I'm going to have the warehousing and stuff like that. And that's vertical integration. When you own everything, you never let a foreign entity vertically integrate. What you could do is say, okay, you can horizontally integrate. That means, let's say you set up Ibrahim wash refrigerators, right? And then basically you outsource the parts, like half the parts that you need to assemble by local suppliers. You see what I
Right.
mean?
Of course, I
That's called,
understand what those
that's
two
called
concepts are.
horizontal integration.
Yeah. Yeah.
That works.
It's so that the economy isn't.
So you don't have all that drain of capital out of the
Ex-
country.
exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. I know what those two things are. Yeah. So yeah, let's say that we got some rich Arabs, right, who are not racist toward non-Arabs, right? And they were going to invest into this, I don't know, 1.5 mile high skyscraper that we wanted to build. Now, let's, how would we go about
Well,
getting the
first of
right?
all, I would say like this. If you have if you're building, I would let the real estate market take a look. What if it's not necessary to build that thing like that? Can that skyscraper be guaranteed that the office space is going to be rented up? Do we have a lot of businesses coming there that's going to rent up the office space, or is it just going to take space up and waste a lot of resources building it? So you
Mhm.
got to look at
Yeah,
all that.
yeah,
You basically, when your economy got to get to a certain level, before you start talking about large skyscrapers and whatnot. You got to start with just basically building a nice grid pattern of commercial buildings and whatnot. And then as the economy grows, the bigger the buildings, because of the more business that's coming into the country.
right. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I wonder at what point does that economic growth hit where you
So
can actually
hold on, you have the building phase, right? The first phase is building, right? You're clearing the land, you're leveling and whatnot, construction, and whatever the land is, as soon as you start clearing the land, being ready to lay sewer lines, pipeline, then the value of the land speculation, because you have a stock exchange, the land will go up like triple in value, right?
Mhm.
And the people will start. Then the price of real estate will go up, and what you do is you borrow and print money on the potential real estate you're about to sell. You know, but the hard part is you have to get land, right? And you have to build the initial infrastructure. Everything is the initial. Once you
Mhm.
build the initial infrastructure, whatnot, the country will flow right and everything, but grow. You'll have growth like 30% off the top for the first 5 years.
Okay.
30% growth for 5 years. It's like I said, I've been studying this for years. It's easy once you put it in place. Like I said, why am I the only one talking like this? I don't know. I just think the black race is lazy. We could have built this a long time ago. The blacks in America and the blacks in the UK could have came together and built this generations ago, but we just
Yeah.
don't do it.
Yeah. So it seems like tailing off from what you were saying a session or two ago, you're going to have to decide to, for this initial economy to grow properly, have its backbone by deciding between or trying to balance between the incoming change that is likely going to come from China with the land-based transport of shipping with the sea shipping.
I personally, if it was up to me, I would basically have a landlocked country because it's easier, because
Hmm.
it deters people from setting up a port and you're dumping goods in your thing. Because you always got to make it difficult for people to get goods to you. You can weather that, and make it easy for you to export. Easy to export, difficult to bring in. Because you don't want people to be able to flood into your country with their goods and they're dumping their goods on your market. So you got to make it sort of difficult for them, to do that, so it is what it is, so.
It would cost a lot of money for you people to import, though, wouldn't it?
No, necessarily. Depends on where it's at,
Okay.
Let's say, although where the main city is in the interior, right? But let's say we did have a port, right? They have a port, right, that we co-manage with a host country. You see what I mean? So in other
Yeah,
words, imagine if they had to go through the host country and all that before they get to us,
I see. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
that's actually, I think, what's happening in the Kurdistan regional government in Iraq. They have their own kind of visa and stuff like
yeah,
that. I
so
think
people are smart. They're just starting to take matters into their own, organize themselves without even be clear. What they want is recognition.
Mhm.
That's what the world's never going to give the Kurdistans, recognition. They're already taking the steps to organize themselves as a nation state,
Yeah.
in these various countries, but they don't have recognition. You
How
need,
how do how do we get Afghanistan to have that sufficient recognition
well, you got to have
from?
you need a friendly host country,
Okay, okay,
and
and
also you use that host country's diplomatic channels. You have consulates,
yeah.
You don't have
And
embassies. You have consulates inside their embassies.
what's a consulate?
A consulate is just basically it's a part of the embassy. Like you'll say, you'll have the U.S. Let's say the Angola embassy is in D.C., right?
Consulate.
Consulates, yeah.
Okay, right.
And
Yeah,
then
I get
they'll have a consulate in Virginia, Maryland, Georgia, and everything. But the embassy is probably in DC or Philadelphia. You see what I'm saying? You have
yeah.
an embassy and you have consulates, regional consulates that if you want to go to do business with the country, it's like it's part of the embassy. That's what we can have. We can have the Africans can have consulates,
Yeah.
consulates under the sovereignty of a host country,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Black America has enough professionals to
Oh, yeah,
really.
we have more than we need, but they won't make a move until there's something strong and solid. If they do know something strong and solid, I know because I'm a black professional and I'm in that world, and I know if you put opportunity out there, we got so many black people ambitious. If they knew they can go someplace and make real good money and build, they'll do it.
Yeah.
So the African will succeed has to be about business and job opportunity.
Okay.
Then people come, but you can't just build some dusty ass community somewhere where people are starving and whatnot. People living in fucking huts and whatnot, and talking about come over here and be free, my brother.
Exactly.
Ain't gonna work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna be quiet now. And
All right,
let
brother, man. Thanks for coming on.
no worries.
All right, brother. Peace. Well, always a good conversation with Brother Ibrahim from the UK. When I wish some of the brothers from America would come in and talk like that, man. Is every brother from America some sort of moron and idiot? He gets it, He gets it, A lot of my brothers in the UK that joined the BAIO get it, It's almost I'm about trading some of you Negroes for these brothers in Europe and whatnot, because they get it, when I say in Afghanistan, they understand fully what I'm talking about, that it's possible, So, but black people in America, most of them never travel. They don't know anything outside of America, So, it is what it is. Steve must be Little John. Let me guess, Steve is Little John, Little John, not, the Ghanaian FBA Adolf fool, Carla, I'm an American Negro, and I'm an American Negro. I don't want no damn Afghanistan. I ain't going nowhere, You know. What's up, Dark Migo? Dark Migo. Yeah, we had a fun show last night, man. This guy in Angola. I keep thinking about this guy. You know, Dr. Campbell thriving, dude, man. He said we have a community thriving. He said we love Dr. Campbell, man, but thriving, he is not. Only way we're gonna thrive is we build our own nation state in Africa, right? We have our own banking system. We can print our own currency and stuff like that. That's the only way we're gonna make it. Anything else is bullshit. Bullshit. Until you have an Afghanistan, don't talk about General Michael Langley and what he's doing with his military career, because the bottom line is people are taking life's gamble, and they say, hey, look, he gambled that the Marines are going to, military life is going to pay him off. And like this. So look, bottom line is this. You know how the people that always tell you what you need to do with your life, okay, so can't give you a job. Can you have a job for Michael Langley? No. Then shut the fuck up, If you look, I'm like this. If you do not have any alternative for people, you need to sit down and shut the hell up, Man, why are you going out there like this, why are you going out there working for the white man? Because the white man's paying you, me, nigga. That's what they'll say. The white man's paying me, nigga. Ain't nothing move but the money. So street dudes know that shit, Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. We get dollar bill, y'all. Dollar bill, y'all. Cream, get the money, dollar bill. That's what's up. See, the street dudes know that shit, Only the lame ass so-called pseudo Pan-African goofballs like Afro Stink Tank and people like that don't get it, Cash rules everything around me. If you ain't got the damn money, whatever like that, shut the hell up, But ain't nothing moves but the money, If you can't pay somebody, whatever like that, you can't better somebody's life, and you got like that, then you need to shut the entire F up. It's not gonna be a bitter thing if you with your talk. All you do is spewing lips, giving lip service, He didn't sell his race out for his job. That's it. Michael Olawale is a dumb, stupid Nigerian. I would hate to think Michael Olawale represents Nigerians. That'd be unfair to Nigerians. I know Nigerians aren't this fucking stupid, He did how he sell out his race. Black people are Americans. You're just mad because there's black people in America and they got power. They're in the military, and they will basically blow your brains out, blow your bushmeat eating brains out if they're given a chance. And that's what Michael Langley will do if you fuck around. FO, fuck around, find out. So you just don't like the fact that he's a black man and he's doing that shit like that. Yeah, so like this, Yeah, he should be worrying about the Nigerians shitting in the streets, open sewers and shit like that. I can't go to a place. I mean, imagine, how do you fucking have an appetite? How do you eat? And when there's you walk outside, you see open sewers, seeing poop floating down the street, and somebody's poop from the day, fresh poop floating down the street. I had lunch yesterday. There's my lunch right there. That's disgusting. I'm never going to Nigeria, man. Fuck that place. I can't do poop, man. I can't do poop, man. I can't do that shit. I just can't do it, Well, that's why Houston looks like a fucking Houston looks like a fucking third world city, man. Bottom line, the Afghanistan will have everything because we're going to float our own municipal bond. That means when we build a water sewer system and everything like that, it's simple that our tax base, as people come in, they're going to be paying taxes. That's how you service the bond. The tax base, we're going to build a tax base. Once you build your tax base, that's how it works. I have to give people back to elementary school. You build a tax base, right? You build bonds. You sell bonds. Do you understand that most cities like Chicago and that started with people selling bonds, the government selling bonds to people who are just coming there? Say, hey, look, this bond's going to mature in 10 years, right? Those bonds are the capital they use to build the sewer systems, build the water systems, and stuff like that. The way to do it is already out there. We just don't. Black people have never embraced the capitalist system. I fully embrace the capitalist system as a way of building a nation. It works. So everything, the only way the Afghanistan work, it has to be a first world territory. It has to be, everybody has to be on the grid. And now it won't be developed like the America where everybody's now as far as living, that will be vertical. People be vertically integrated into a society. Mike, I gotta mute you, man, because you're so stupid. I can't deal with trolls like Mike tonight. I can't do it. Oops. Ban the wrong person, Sorry, Steve. I didn't mean to put you in timeout. That was a mistake. So, the bottom line is this. We're talking about, me and Bomani are talking about Mike Olawale tonight. That's what they do. Is Mike Olawale is a loser, Matter of fact, I did a video today at my office. I'll play it. Hold on, give me a second, folks. I'll do it again tomorrow. I screwed this video up. I did a video of my office today and everything like that. I wanted to show people my office on that, but evidently I must have friggin' had the camera pointed at my damn self again. I hate that shit when I do that. Make that stupid. I could have sworn I basically switched the camera around. I don't know what the hell is going on with this stupid thing. Mine tells me to use the damn tripod thing when I don't know how to use that thing just yet. Maybe I'll turn the camera the wrong way. I'm gonna try again tomorrow to get this thing on point. I'm gonna do a video walkthrough of my office, here in Virginia Beach. I'm gonna give a video walkthrough of my office and whatnot, everything, whatnot, to show you that I'm a real businessman. I'm not like Michael Langley who ain't got shit. Broke ass nigga online talking to myself. He's a failed Nigerian who came to America and got nothing. That's why he can't go back to Nigeria, because he'll go back there in disgrace. There was a video going around about a Nigerian man in Canada. He was in Canada for 48 years, and he came back to Nigeria with nothing. He never married in Canada. He's probably one of the Africans that had white friends, thought he got along and everything like that. Nobody married him, no nothing. And he was back in Nigeria, and there was basically like, he fed for it, and they were praying for him because let me tell you something about Africa. If you spend a lifetime in the West and you come back with nothing, you will look down upon. You just a disgrace. 48 years he spent in Canada, right? And he came back. He's not bringing a wife back, nothing. He has no money, and he's completely broke, So he spent all those years. And when you go to the West and you spend that many years, a lifetime in a country, you come back with nothing and whatnot, you'll look down. That's why I feel bad for Mike Olawale. That's what's going to be him. He's going to go back to Nigeria broke, as 2 left feet and whatnot, and then they're going to look down on him as in disgrace, They're going to show him for the disgrace he is, because only these disgraced people coming here talking stupid, ignorant shit he does, So he's going to go back to Nigeria freaking as a disgrace. He's going to spend 30-something years in America, go back as a disgrace, and they're going to look down on him and whatnot. They'll literally look down. I want to try to find this video, man, because let's see if I can find this video. See if I can play it. Hey. I can't find this video. I know I said this is Dinus. I know I said this is Dinus. Wow. I don't know. I don't know what I did with that video. The dude lived in Canada for 48 years, went back to Nigeria with nothing. I mean, no wife, no nothing. He spent his whole life in Canada, probably slaving in some factory, and come back with nothing. That must be a sad thing. You go halfway across the world, and you have a chance to go to Canada or US, and you go back to your shithole country with nothing. Why should I let Zongo up on my show? Look, folks, if you want Zongo to come on here, press 1. If you don't want to, press 2. If you want to hear from Zongo, press 1. You want to hear from Zongo, don't hear from Zongo, press 2. I need a vote. I need at least 2 votes. Anybody listen? If you want me to put Zongo on, all right, 1. Zongo, you got a fan club here. What the fuck, So far as 1 vote for Zongo. I need 2 more votes. 2 more votes, folks. Zongo, yes, 1, no, 2. Oh Lord. Four righteous black. Why do you want to hear Zongo? It's something strange. As much as somebody always talk about Africans, why do you like Zongo so much? You like Zongo and Elvis. Two of the weirdest Negroes I ever met in my life. There you have it. The Zongos have it. So let me let them on. All right, Zongo, what is on your mind? Your small mind.
Wait, Kyla. Well, hold on a second, Kyla. But why do I need a vote to get on your platform?
Because you're an asshole. That's why.
What
So,
have I done?
huh?
What have I done?
Zongo, what's on your mind?
Wait, I'm trying to understand why you having an issue with me first, because
Because
I
you're an
want to really,
asshole. You're a clown.
because of yesterday that I said you were a school dropout. You
Well,
took it personal.
whatever, Zongo, whatever. What is on your
Come
mind,
on,
buddy?
Kyla, man. It's a show, man. Come on.
What is on your mind, Zongo?
Well, I didn't join the show early. Are you here? Is today's show to support Michael Langley?
Well, I'm saying like this, right? I'm saying that he's an honorable African American gentleman, right? And because he's African American, I tend to support him. That's it. He's a black man in America. I'm not gonna throw him under the bus. For the likes of you. Simple as that.
So where do you stand, Kyla? Where do you stand? Like,
I'm like this. Hold up. This is
are
why
you
I.
in favor
This,
of the destruction of the continent? Is
hold
that
on.
what
This is
you
what I'm saying.
is that what you're
I don't
preaching
think.
right
Hold on,
now?
I don't think Michael Langley is like Africa is destructing on its own. They don't need America. That's another thing. Africa always blames everybody for their own destruction. Why don't you guys take some responsibility and say, something? The people who are destructing our continent are us. I don't think Michael Langley or anybody. I don't believe the white man's Thanos anymore.
No, Kyla. I mean, you confused. I mean, the people over there, in the case this area's countries, they want
Right?
to take full sovereignty of their own land.
They
Like,
don't have soul
in any
sovereignty. Yeah.
case, you guys recognize the history that you guys have been through. You
Yeah, I
should be
know.
in full
Yeah,
support of them.
let's take this. Hold up. That's disingenuous, right? Because every time we turn around, most Africans tell us that we
This has
complain too
nothing
much
to do
about
with most
racism.
Africans. You have to your support. Like when you look at the struggle of
Oh, this,
apartheid,
hold, this, hold, this,
you
hold, this,
guys supported the apartheid in
hold
South
up, hold,
Africa
hold,
because
hold,
it
hold
was
up.
somewhat similar to your struggle.
Hold on.
How is
Like,
this
first of
different?
all, Black America was the one who mounted the nationwide, the worldwide thing about it's in apartheid. And
Hmm.
second of all, black people from Africa have basically over the last 3 years have made it clear they don't give a shit about us. I'm just telling you. Look, I told you guys there's going to be consequences for Africans talking shit online about Black America, people like you and everybody else, Afro dumbass and all these other people like that. Now people are saying, you know something, and for the last couple of years, all I hear is Africans dissing us. Now they want to come and talk about,
Well,
oh,
I mean,
kumbaya.
generally,
Now they want to talk
I
about
don't speak about your
kumbaya
group. I
shit.
speak about you personally. The kind of I was trying to expose the kind of person you are in particular, right? But I don't speak entirety of your own group. I don't do that.
Well, hold on. No.
And you
Bottom
cannot
line is this.
use few words spewed by some few dumbass Africans and use
No,
that
no.
as a
Look, I'm not,
justification for
me
the
personally,
wrongdoing of your own people too. That is
me
wrong.
personally, I know better than that, right? But the thing is, there's a large numbers of so-called African Americans who don't, right? They feel like, damn, man, we thought we were all one people and whatnot, and they hear Africans just throw us under the bus all the time and whatnot,
So
Now Now it's like, look, but this is what it comes down to. And I warned Africans years ago, right, that you guys are playing with fire. You guys are playing with fire with this and whatnot, leave it alone. They wouldn't listen, whatnot. They want to sit there and talk the white man's talking points. Black people like this, black people are this, blah, blah, blah. And so therefore I'm saying to myself, okay, now we got a Langley, distinguished gentleman, 4-star general, right? I guess I'm saying like this. I have no dog in the fight. I said
Carla, wait. So like, I mean, let me just ask you a simple question. So why are you supporting Langley on emotional
I
or
said I did not. I'm
controversizing
not.
him,
I
or
never
just
said. Look, I
being
never said.
objective?
Let's say I never said I supported Langley or what he's. I don't really know what he's doing or not. But I said I'm not going to be the one that says like this because I understand that man's just doing a job. That's all I'm saying. If you agree with him, If you don't agree with his policy, which I don't, I don't agree with his policies, whatever that he's carried out. I don't agree with Africa, But the bottom line is all I'm saying is he
So
has a.
how do you support him there? Because he's using the vehicle of Africa to try to create a destruction over there.
Okay, do you have evidence to that?
I mean, I don't need evidence. I mean, you see a blatant
No,
clarity
hold on,
about the
hold on, hold on,
evidence.
hold on,
You
hold
don't
on.
need no evidence.
Hold on, hold
You've
on,
seen
hold on,
signs of
hold on,
that.
hold on. West Africans are how are fighting jihadists, right? That fighting jihadists. The United States are the one who basically armed Burkina Faso in the first place to go to war. Even when Traore just basically took over the government, he was basically being supported by the United States to do war against the jihadists in the north, in Mali and places like that. That's who was fighting. So the United States was on these countries' side and fighting. Also, they'll tell you if you don't know. Ibrahim Traore said, "I have no beef with the United States."
Yes, and
I have
Jeb
my
said it's
beef
been
is with
countless time.
France.
They have no issues, but
Yeah,
America,
so if they
um,
don't have no issue with the United States, why do people have an issue with Langley? That's what I don't
no,
understand.
no, because America support the West,
What I
the
think is,
whole Western
hold
alliance.
on,
Wait,
hold
come
on,
on, man,
hold
Kyler,
on. You
man.
don't like the
Don't tell me
idea,
you're just a dumbass Negro, man. Come on, man, Kyler. Man. You gotta be.
or
Your
check this out,
understanding of the
Zongo.
politics is that weak.
Zongo. Let me say this right. In other words, basically, what you don't like is the fact that America using a black man to do his bidding.
I mean, it's very clear that one of the greatest ally of America is France because they help America to
America
achieve.
underwrites France currency, so of course they're gonna
Yes,
have
to
an
achieve
ally.
independence. So they have a very strong and close relationship. I mean,
Oh, let me ask you a
historically.
question. Let me ask you a good question, Zongo. This is very important, right?
Well, I just wanted to debunk your earlier point that you don't see any correlation why America will have issue with the government of Burkina Faso, and I'm
But
saying no, America is.
in the long term, yeah, they will. You know, but
But do
I'm
you
saying,
recognize that America is supporting France
look,
for them to
in the long
undermine the
term,
government?
I'm not a fool. America underwritten all these mining contracts and everything like that in that Sahel
Mhm.
region, gold, everything. That was U.S. banks that did, Wall Street banks. Of course, they're going to want to recoup that money. If
Yeah.
they lose everything, that's just. I'll be a fool to say it. Didn't. So therefore, what they usually do is say, okay, I believe Ibrahim Traore is doing
No,
the
well,
right.
Carl, well, the thing is, if a country like uh, um, Saudi Arabia, China, and some countries in Asia, probably Europe, and some northern African countries have managed to achieve some sort of sovereignty of their own country, why is it hard for you to decipher what Ibrahim Traore is trying to
Well, I
do
know.
and what
Look.
international
You
powers
didn't.
are trying
Oh,
to
you didn't hear
sabotage
what I just said. I
his
support
effort?
Ibrahim Traore,
Yeah.
100%. I support Ibrahim Traore, right? I do. I would love to see Langley and Traore work together and fall. It's come some impact. But Langley is taking orders from the Trump administration, and that's what it is. You
Yeah,
understand? And
exactly.
he is.
Yeah, yeah.
I believe Langley, in deep down inside, is a black man, right? And bottom line is, if I would rather see Langley up there than any of these white generals, that's what I'm saying. I'd rather see him
No,
there
no. Mm-mm.
than white generals. You got to
Because
see what he's comfortable with white generals.
no. Well, I think you're missing one thing. Because Langley is not working by himself. He's working with a team, a coordinated team that probably has a lot of Neanderthal supervisors too as well,
All
right?
right,
Somewhere that is not
that's
openly
obvious.
within the scene that you don't see. So when
That's
you say you
obvious.
support Langley, I mean I don't know what you're talking about. It means you don't
No,
really
no,
understand
I'm saying this.
organizational structure
This is what I'm
and
saying.
stuff like that.
This is what I'm saying. I don't think it's fair. Fair for you to look at Langley, somebody who's just following orders.
In any case, Langley is at the top of the organization. He's relying on the
No, he's a
structure.
figurehead. He's a figurehead.
Yeah, it's relying on the structure within the organization, which is AFRICOM, to provide him with the resources, information, everything. So
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a
he's not
question.
taking orders or decision
Oh, let
on
me
his
ask you a
own.
question. Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Do you know AFRICOM has did a lot to stabilize that region?
No,
He did a lot to stabilize that region. You know, So the bigger threat is those jihadists in the area, the Boko Harams, the Al Shabaabs, the Al Qaeda, and all those people who want to destroy black indigenous civilization there. They've been doing it for a while.
No,
They
but
wanna
Kala,
hold a couple
Kala.
of years ago. Look, 10 years ago, the jihadists went into Timbuktu and burned down manuscripts written by black Islamic
Yeah, but
scholars.
who's giving them those
Oh, so no,
advanced
no, no,
weapons?
no, no. Hold on. The Islamic State, the caliphate, wants a one world government ruled by Islam. Like, do you understand that this jihadist shit is real? It ain't just somebody.
Who's giving them the weapons? Because they can't
Okay, they're
manufacture
coming
shit.
from all over the Middle East, everywhere. You know,
No, man. I mean,
everywhere
Kala,
got
man.
weapons.
You
So,
do
so,
realize that
so,
it's
so what you're
only like
basically,
sovereign
well,
states.
see, this is where you lose your argument, right?
Hmm.
You're basically saying, implying that the United States is arming the jihadists, and at the
I'm
same
not
time,
saying that. I'm not saying
okay,
that. I'm saying that the whole Western power structure could be behind that. Like the ones that really
now
have
that doesn't
influence
make
or
any
stake.
logical sense. The more
I mean,
logical sense is,
they've always been playing the divide and rule
and
tactics
I
in
don't know.
these
Look, why?
countries.
Hold up. Do you understand that the West is when you talk about the Sahel region? They're talking about if that they fall that region, the West has a lot to lose. Why would they let jihadists, whether they're armed or not, why would they let them be that armed right now and be in striking range of Europe as far as like having missiles and stuff like that? It doesn't make
Yeah,
any sense.
Zongo, you don't exactly get what's going on in the Sahel. I would thought you as a Hausa man would understand what's really going on there, and it really
It's
it
more
starts back
complicated than
decades.
you people are,
What do you
Yeah,
mean? I don't.
and it's funny, like people. I see a lot of Africans who dick ride Gaddafi, but to be honest, he's the one who's partly at fault for a lot of issues in the Sahel.
well, yeah,
If
he
we
is.
really
He
talk
armed, he
about
armed a lot of people and stuff like that,
it.
and started a
And
lot.
he created an organization that most people don't know that's called the Islamic Legion, which was an Arab supremacist organization in Chad, in the north of Chad,
Yeah,
that's now that recruited a lot of Tuareg and some of those
and
minority
also,
Arab
the
tribes in the north of
Janjaweed,
Chad.
the Janjaweed,
And yeah,
also the
And
Janjaweed.
the Islamic Legion predates the Janjaweed. They became the
Yeah,
Janjaweed because
we don't.
most of the people from the Janjaweed or the RSF came from Chad. They come from Chad.
Yeah, but we're not
Yeah,
speaking
they all
about.
those
Yeah, but
Arab.
we're not
Yeah,
speaking about. How do you call it? Like Libya. We're speaking in the case. We're speaking about Burkina Faso. And we've had someone who actually resided. Well, I'm from the northern Ghana. I'm not far away from Burkina Faso. My people are not far away from somewhere within the Burkina Faso area. And I'm saying
yeah.
that the people residing over there are saying there's connection with the Western power that are pushing weaponry resources to destabilize the region because the ultimate goal is to
Hold on,
capture the
hold on.
resources.
I don't get something. What doesn't make sense? Why would they destabilize the region and you say they're trying to invest there and have goals and stuff like that? Why would they do that?
I mean,
But Zongo, it's not the West. It's really, like I said, the goal of I go back to the Islamic Legion. The goal of the Islamic Legion was to Arabize the Sahel region. That was their
Exactly,
goal.
exactly.
And that's what
not
you see
really.
going on right now in the Sahel. That's what you see
Hey,
going on right now.
DK, do you remember 10 years ago
No,
when they
that's
came
not
in
true.
there and they uprooted all the African parts of Jenny and they were trying to
Where?
burn down Timbuktu and stuff like that, and they burned down
Now
anything.
Timbuktu right now is under siege by Islamic Arab groups and Tuareg.
They call fundamentalists.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
We're talking about that's not Michael Langley. That's not Michael
no,
Langley
no, no,
doing
no.
that.
I think you're missing the point. See, let me just give it a something, right? Let me just give a prime
But we
example.
always got to get back to blaming the black man for
No, no,
everything.
that's not what I'm doing. I'm not doing it right now. I'm just playing about. We're talking about international relations and geopolitics right now, right? Let me give you a prime example. Where it can give you some sort of clarity. A country like Turkey, for instance, it is a sovereign state that is also part of NATO, right? And they've been having issues in their southeastern part of their border, which is mostly the Kurdish people. They are part of the
Yeah,
Turkish
but
people, right?
hold up. These are
Wait,
also
I'm trying to build a point. Let me build a point first. Now, Kurdish people, they are partly in Iran, Iraq, Syria, and in Turkey, they want to have a greater Kurdistan nationhood, right? Which is, they are fighting for their struggle. But Turkey, recognizing it's part of NATO, they want to maintain their sovereignty. There's a group within Turkey, the Kurdish rebel group. They are getting their funding and the weaponry from a group that was in Syria. I think it was in Syria, which was being financed or being given weapons by the U.S. Right, and Erdogan has always been, you know, calling out the West that, hey, we're all part of NATO. Why are you giving groups these weapons that's ending up in our country to destabilize our country? Because there's a greater goal that if the greater Kurdistan country is created, the West will be able to have a full grip of their resources over there. I mean, come on, man, this is not.
That doesn't make any
It,
sense. The West is the
it
one
does
that's
make sense.
basically
No, because if
Kurdistan.
if they have the sovereignty, they could be able to, have full grip of their country. Because it's gonna be weak. They need human capital, resources to build a whole new country, and that will attract a lot of people from the whole Western
Yeah, what you're missing, because you're missing
financial
the point.
capital.
You're missing the point about the Kurds region, right? There's an agreement based that the West and the Arab world thinks that there shall never be a Kurdistan because they do not trust the
Exactly.
Kurdish people in their by their culture and stuff like that to have a state. They said whatever Iran is, Kurd will be like 1,000 times worse. You got people that's angry, the generation angry. They said if they
Mhm.
ever get a hold of state power, the whole entire Middle East will go up. So they portion off Kurdistan. Syria got some, Turkey got some, Iraq got some, Iran got some, and all stuff like this. That's the way they have it. That's the way, and the West doesn't.
And
Well,
they're never going to get a country of their own due to like what happened in Africa, what happened in the Middle East, the Sykes-Picot agreement, where they carved up the Middle East, and now you have Kurdistan spread apart in different countries,
and that's the
like
way
you
they
said,
did it on
Iran,
purpose.
Iraq, yeah. So they're never. But I don't give a shit about the Kurds. Who gives a fuck about them,
You
man?
know,
Like,
I was just trying to draw a correlation to what you
No,
cited in the Sahel
what we're
region.
trying to say is this though. This stuff is like more complicated. When the ISIS came there, remember something? They were cutting people's heads off in that region right there, the Sahel. You remember that,
But,
DK?
yeah.
Carla, see, I mean, see, even Iraq, when Iraq was destabilized, if you go to Iraq, look at those companies that are really
Yeah,
benefiting from
I know. Well, we
it.
understand about Halliburton. We understand about all that. But the thing is, though, these people got $25 billion during the surge. It was a payoff, whatever like that. Instead
Mhm.
of them basically building Iraq, they basically funded an Islamic state. They said it's our time to have this
Exactly.
Islamic state.
Exactly.
That's exactly what
And
happened.
even it's open, like in Syria, they funded the terrorists. The guy who's the leader of Syria now, he was the former leader of a terrorist organization that's a designated terrorist group
Yeah,
in the
but I
U.S.
mean,
And they
man,
supported him.
wait, DK,
So
where do you live in? Were you born and raised in America?
yeah, I'm born
Yeah,
and
I mean,
raised
the
in
issue is that the problem some of you guys do is that you say who labeled them as a terrorist organization.
Yo, they are terrorists.
No,
If you use violence
they are no.
against
There are
people,
people. There are people do not recognize them as such. In any case, I've seen the presidents being the Syrian leader in Turkey. I used to have Syrian friends that they support that man. So it depends on who really is labeled them as terrorists.
well, bottom line is if you basically use kidnapping, intimidation, and stuff like
Like
that.
Carla, man. I mean, at this point in time, don't you like? Can't you
Turkey,
even tell the
Turkey,
I don't
difference?
know.
Turkey
I don't
uses
remember any
Turkey uses
Americans
those groups.
kidnapping people, holding women.
That's
Do you think?
that's
Hold on,
not
let me ask you
understand.
something, Zongo. The people that the Palestinians are and Hamas is holding right now and kill a few of them, are they terrorists or not?
Carla, at this point in
Oh,
time,
really, really? I need to know.
wait, Carla.
Do you think Hamas is a terrorist?
I'll respond to your question. So at this point in time, when you watch Western news and they say a certain group is a terrorist, you don't get what that means. That they are not really in support. Like the West do not support them.
Wait,
They are
hold on,
against
Zongo.
the Western
Zongo.
interest.
See, this is hold on. This is a fundamental problem, right? Fundamental problem. DK and I basically we criticize the United States all the time. That's on my show,
Mhm.
right? But I do know right from wrong, right? Taking people at October 7th last year, taking people hostage and whatnot at an event and whatnot, and holding them hostage and everything like that. At a thing, and then killing some of them and whatnot, and they still got some of them hostage and whatnot. That's terrorism. You
Man, it
know.
depends, man.
Oh,
So okay, so what Israeli people have been doing to their people?
so
What is that? How would you define that?
hold on. First of all, there's no one's
Kala, man,
justifying.
let's not go into that details, you
Oh,
know.
no, hold on, no one's justifying what Israel
Kala, man,
is
even
doing.
your
But
people and
that's
their history,
warfare. Hold up, that's warfare. And the
Kala.
bottom line is this: look, everything had things that there's rules of the Geneva Convention that says what you can do in war in a state of war. If Hamas has declared war on say Israel, say its certain goal is to wipe out the state of Israel. That's a
See,
declaration of
this
war.
is my problem.
Kala, even
I don't
your
know why
people,
some of
even
you,
your people.
Zongo. Why do African Muslims booty
I do
clap
give
for
a damn about
Arabs
those
so
people.
much?
Who
Why
do
do
I
you
look like?
booty
I'm
clap
booty?
for Arabs?
Do I am I booty
You're
clapping
talking
for
about
them?
the. I don't give a shit about the Palestinians. They don't like black people. They don't like
I don't give
No,
a
Africans.
shit
You
about
know, it's just-
Palestinians.
no. DK, right? See, what I'm saying, it doesn't mean I mean like I support them or I waste my time trying to figure out like what is going on within their internal politics. We are trying to unravel the situation going on in their country or in their region to really understand the issues within our own terrain, right? I mean, it's
it's not the
just.
same. It's not
I
the
mean, come
same.
on, man. So you mean if my people were the ones being killed, and you want to label me as, and we did that thing, we kidnapped those people.
What do
You
you mean
want
your
to?
people? Who are your people?
I'm saying if my people were the ones like being bombed and destabilized, come on,
But
man.
nobody's being bombed. You're
Okay,
not
no.
being bombed and destabilized.
Yeah, no.
I'm saying if my people, I was just giving a
That's a
hypothetical
big
scenario.
if.
It's a big if. You have to lay that out.
No,
Like
no,
a
I'm saying
scenario.
I'm not there. I'm not a Palestinian, right? But I'm just saying if I was a Palestinian, right, and my
You're not a
people were the one
Palestinian.
being, yeah, if they were being bombed, are you gonna say like what they did? You gonna label
Look,
them as
my
terrorists?
whole
No, I'm
thing
not
is
gonna say that. I'm in support of what they are doing. I'm gonna say
my
that I'm in
thing is
support of
this.
that.
Okay, check this out. The Israelis basically withdrew from Gaza about 20 years ago, right? Left the place for the Hamas, but instead of basically them build, Gaza is a beautiful place. It's a beautiful territory
Yeah.
on the Mediterranean. Have nice cities, shopping malls, everything. Right? They were left with hospitals,
Yeah,
libraries.
I don't even want us to go to that
Hold on,
kind of
hold on. Let me
thing.
say this.
Let's go back
Hold
to
on,
the
hold on, let me
African
say this,
continent.
right? Let me say this. They were left with freaking cathedrals, hospitals, libraries, science institutes, everything like that. But they chose that they were going to use that as a training ground to wage war against Israel. You know, they chose that, and they use their own people as human shields. You know, and I'm saying maybe you might say, "Kyle, that's just the American."
Kind of, I mean, if this were your people, are you gonna follow them?
Hold on, hold on. If it was my people, what I would not do is put in build military under hospitals when I know if the people retaliate, people are going to get killed. You know, that's what I
But
would. That's a cowardly move.
Man, I mean, I thought you guys were fighters, man. You guys were fighters, man. You
Yeah,
fought.
but
You
I'm
I'll
fought.
not a
say this:
cowardly fighter.
the situation there is very complex. I don't really want to go into the Middle East
Man, I
because
thought, Kyla,
obviously,
man, I thought
I think
you guys
it's
were
a false
fighters.
flag.
Hold
I
on.
think
I look.
October
Hold
7th is a
on.
false flag.
I
I don't
fight.
give
I
a
fight
shit.
for my own self, my people. What I fight for is just right. My
Mhm.
goal in life is an
Kyla, man, you a coward,
Look,
man. You fight for just.
hold on. My goal is my people, right? Whatever respect my people, right? I'm not drawing into anything like the Palestinian. That's not my fight, you know? That's them.
Yeah.
They chose what they want to do and whatnot. They chose they don't want to live in peace
So,
with
how would
Israel.
you describe what the your people did to the indigenous Liberians?
Well, what
Terrorism,
exactly? Hold on. What exactly?
terrorism, or what?
Hold on. What exactly did we do?
I mean, you destabilized the region,
How we just
cause
stable? We
people to
created the
flee,
country. We created the
What?
country.
Come
cause
on,
war.
Zongo.
How we go? See, Zonga is making
Yeah.
shit up, man. You
Oh,
know.
I mean, come on.
No, let me say this. So
In
look.
Ghana, we had a Bujumbura
Look at
government.
Come
It
on.
was occupied by
Liberia. Oh,
Liberians
look
over
at
there.
Liberia.
Liberians were over there.
Look at Liberia when my people ran the country and look at it now.
See, in America, you see a lot of Liberians, not because they came here willingly, it's because your people created a war over there and they had to flee their
No. They
Oh
didn't
country.
go.
my God.
They created the war
So
themselves. They killed themselves.
Colin. So
You guys
according to
came over
Zongo,
there and you destabilized the
Colin,
region.
Stabilized. Yeah, right.
According to Zongo, General Butt Naked was an FBA, was an
Yeah,
American
I know.
Liberian.
That's what I'm saying.
Man,
Samuel Doe,
you
yo,
guys came and you destabilized the
Samuel
region,
Doe
caused a
literally
lot of
ate
problems.
hip hop. His enemy, he literally ate the man in the executive mansion. There was
Oh
bloodstains
man,
all over
dude.
war. Guys are fucking cannibals and shit, you
Man,
know.
man, come on, G, man. What have I done to you, man? Man, you gotta let the past, let the sleeping dogs lie. We had an
I would
issue in the
say that
past.
the
I don't
the
know why
only
you're bringing
fault
up
the only fault the
this
American
issue right
librarians
now, G.
made was that they weren't brutal enough. I can that's all I can
Yeah,
say.
or they didn't become the majority. That's what
Yeah,
I was saying. Even they should have became the
Man, kind of, so
majority,
you
or they
justify
should have.
what your people did in Liberia? Is
Oh,
that what
they
you're
should have.
saying?
Hold on, they should have.
Your
What they should have did
ancestors?
was DK. What they should have done if they weren't going to become the majority, they should have just came back to America in the 1940s and 50s.
Kala. So you justify that a minority slave group go to Liberia.
Well, first of all, the Liberians. I know you thought slick insults. The people who found Liberian were never slaves. You know, these were black
Yeah,
people. If you
okay.
understand the history of America, right, there were free black communities that was 400 years old in
Well,
all
okay,
nations
okay.
of America.
Free. Okay, okay. Let me
So
rephrase
they were
my
never
sentence.
slaves. You know,
Okay, let
during
me rephrase.
the colonial times,
Okay, 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 okay,
or
okay.
not. You know, the slaves were the Africans who were born here in the 1600s. You know, the Africans.
Okay.
yeah.
You know,
And the reason why
but
they
but
wanted to get rid of them because they were
but
scared of
okay, think about it though. A small group of people that were freed in America, they went to Liberia and they went there to
hold on, hold on,
establish
hold on.
power
First of
control
all,
over the majority group over
they
there.
built a republic. You know,
And Kala
it wasn't one of your
and
primitive
Kala is
nations.
out
Right?
here
It was a republic.
championing this minority group that
Well,
have
because they were intelligent, they
marginalized
were
the groups over
educated.
there for
Well, let me tell you something. Let me tell
several
you something.
years.
You know why? Because people like J.J. Roberts and Drayden and E.J. Roy. E.J. Roy was educated man in the world. First graduate of Ohio State University by a black man. And friggin' Wilmar Blyden. This man spoke 7 languages. You know, they
Hmm.
had some of the best minds in the best minds in the black world converge on Liberia.
So you agree that a minority group have right to rule over
Yeah, yeah,
majority?
yeah, yeah. They do.
For what reason? For what reason?
Yeah,
You
because
know
the bottom line is they're the ones who know
because you have
who
the
created the country.
American Liberians
They
you're a
ones who
special
create
group.
the country. You know, so they definitely have the right to rule.
No.
You ever read Socrates?
In any case, if you really like the people over there, you could have just trained in and hand over power to them
And another thing, you idiots always
and
talk about is this.
and dissolve and absorb
You know,
within the culture.
just like
Absorb yourself within the
here's
culture
how
over there.
DK. Last night you had Principe and Michael Wallace says we don't want to assimilate into Black American culture. I told him if you want to come to America, you got to assimilate into the white culture or the black culture, right? I don't want to assimilate, so they don't want to assimilate black culture, right? But they're always insisting that we go to Africa and assimilate with them. You ever notice that?
But that's
Yeah,
Mike, man. It was Mike when Mike came here. He doesn't speak for no freaking no African. He's speaking for his people. You know, as far as
they're gonna want to stimulate.
we
Hey, Colin, they're
understood this
gonna want to
conversation
stimulate
very
when
clear.
ICE comes
He wasn't even
knocking on the
speaking of
door.
the whole Nigeria, speaking for his people.
But
So
you know what gets me is
you
they
don't
don't
want
want
to
to
use
assimilate,
him
they
as
don't
the
want to
yardstick for
assimilate,
this
but they always
conversation.
chasing our women. They always
Yeah,
basically want to play out
Well,
movie roles. They always want to play out movie roles.
yeah.
They always want to. Remember when a couple of years ago when Afrobeats wasn't in the BET Awards? They made a big stink about that. They want to go to our HBCUs. They want to have an African Day at the
It's
HBCUs,
like,
all stuff like this. They want
especially
to
I
do
remember
everything
that
we
like
do, but yet they don't say they want to assimilate.
I remember that
yeah,
Nigerian
but I
Brit.
mean,
It's always the Nigerian Brits
isn't that
talking
an
about
indication of
they don't
assimilation,
have
though?
any culture,
No,
but you're playing Harriet
you only
Tubman.
want the benefits from Black America, but you don't want to be part. You want all the benefits that we
But
work
isn't
for.
that assimilation?
That's not
Going to the school,
assimilation. That's you coming
dating
here
the women.
and
I mean, when you
advantage.
date the women, you learn the culture. They got to
It's
teach
like
you the culture.
well, hold up. BT was about Black American culture and whatnot, right? And you guys were complaining that you weren't included, right? So we said,
Hmm.
okay, let's have a Afrobeats Awards. They happy now. Afrobeats is expanding in the BET and whatnot. Pretty soon they'll take it over, you know, and like this, same thing. Same thing with the HBCUs, whatever like that. They come in. On the other hand, they don't want to assimilate. They don't like us. They said we want to preserve our culture, but yet they want to come in institutions we built and take it over. And that's why that's why the ADOS FBA movement is growing, unfortunately, you know, because they see
I
this
like Afrobeats
hypocrisy.
too. I like Afrobeats. Well,
I love Afrobeats, you know. I love Afrobeats, you know.
See, I don't know why. I mean, why is even this a conversation, man? The point I was trying to make is that it's really not fair for a minority group to go to a majority dominant area and try to establish power and control over those majority
But they
groups.
ain't savage
It
power.
just,
First of all,
I mean,
if you understand
it just
about
doesn't make
Liberia,
sense.
if you understand about Liberia, the majority of natives still live the way their ancestors did.
Yeah, but if you really care about those people, you would have trained them and put them in better positions.
Hold on. We did train them. The ones who got educated, trained, joined us and became part of the country. You know, but the majority of them went to stay. They still
what
they're still hunting and gathering and whatnot in the interior. You know, can't let
they should have done. They should have done
Hey,
mass
Callum, man,
migration
you
from
mad?
Latin
You're a mad
America
person. I mean,
and did
you throw slick
forced
words like that,
assimilation.
and when someone throws
No,
slick words
I'm
towards
saying
you,
I'm saying that was
you
the
want
truth.
to bad me on your
Your
platform? Come on,
Elvis's people, and majority of interior Liberians were hunters and gatherers. You know, so you gonna
There's
tell
still
me you
more.
can have a bushman, hunter and gatherer sit down on the Supreme Court and make a decision? Come on, man. You know, wait, that's stupid, Zongo. You know, I thought you were
man.
speaking.
Yeah, you're a fool, man.
You're getting like Mike Olawale, man.
Oh God,
You're a
not
fool.
Mike, man. Oh God.
Mike is the worst.
I like Genesis.
Mike is the worst. Yo,
Calm
the
down, man. What is all these?
I had my
why you so
dream.
bitter, man?
I had my dream the other night to get.
Hey, Zongo. You
Yeah.
know what? You know what? You know, Kala.
Last night I had my dream again of you and Zongo sitting on gnawing on a bushmeat bone and whatnot.
Hey, Zongo. Whenever Kala tell you that you Africans should come to America and assimilate, what do you mean by assimilation? He's saying that they should come here and just come bow down to him. That's what he wants. That's what assimilation is.
I'm saying, man. I'm saying
that's his definition of assimilation. Everything else doesn't mean anything.
It means like, Mike, this is what I mean. You see that Nigerian fool?
You wanted to come you wanted to see you buying down,
Mike,
kicking your ass, right?
Mike,
you know, like at the mind of the Black
Kala,
American.
can you define assimilation?
Oh, this is how we can clear this up. Right? And I want to start diaspora war. But check this out. Now,
no, can you define assimilation, Kala?
Assimilate means this. You know that Nigerian buffoon that out there with the muscle guys shaking his ass in public in front of white girls and whatnot. We don't do that, man. You know,
they can ass in front of white girls.
Oh yeah, but that Nigerian guy, DK, you know the guy I'm talking about, right?
I know that guy.
So one guy, I don't even know what you're talking about.
Fun of him, you know?
So one guy is shaking ass somewhere in front of white girls. So that's your definition of assimilation. I actually define assimilation. And you tell me about one guy.
Where's this guy coming from, man?
How do you pass exams? How do you answer questions when you're taking an exam?
Man,
I actually define assimilation. You're telling me about some Nigerian guys.
Okay.
I don't even know.
But like I said, hold up. This is what I mean. There's certain things. Let's say, you ever heard this? Africans never heard this thing. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, right?
We ain't go to Rome. We ain't go to Rome.
When they go to Rome, do as the Romans do. You know, you guys.
Yeah, the Romans have one way of doing things. But the thing about America is a melting pot. There are thousands of.
No, you don't understand.
Hold on, calm down. America, first of all, is not an indigenous land. It's a land of immigrants. People from Irish, Italians. Hold on, calm down. I'm not. It's a fact. You can argue all you want.
America.
Hold on. America is the land of different.
Hey, DK, explain to him the difference between a country and a freaking immigrant. America. But by the time the white immigrants came over, this country was already developed. 300 years.
Whether developed or not developed, the fact of the matter is, America
was developed.
The majority of white Americans
check this out.
Came after.
America was developed by people who were 10 generations in.
What do you mean 10 generations in? But they are all immigrants.
So English colonists.
Hold on, there is no single. Are you saying all the? Wait. What are 10 generations or 20 generations?
When it was developed.
The fact that those people, those white people that developed it, they came from Europe. They were immigrants.
Yeah, I know, but most of them that built the country were born here.
Born here or not, it
doesn't make it their land.
Kala, they're still descendant of European
land. You know,
Kala.
Everybody knows the land belongs to
Americans, but the Native Americans are unreliable, so they lost it.
Oh, but
yeah, don't let him escape this, man.
Wait.
Don't let him escape this.
I'm trying to.
You always rescue Kala last time.
I'm not rescuing him. I'm just saying the issue I have with him is he has no respect for Native Americans, the people that actually own this land, right?
You don't own
because
wait. He doesn't respect the original owners of the land, but you want him to respect him.
The Native Americans.
And that's the issue I have with this dude going to Africa to create some.
Why didn't you assimilate to Native American culture? They are the indigenous. Every one of us should assimilate to Native American culture because they are the indigenous, the Red Indians.
Oh, go to the freaking reservation, see what they say to you.
Exactly. So
Oh man, I've been there
exactly.
before. I've been there before, Carla. I've been there. They're
man,
very
they don't-
welcoming
they don't
people.
accept you,
If
right?
you're gonna assimilate to anywhere you go, you want to assimilate to the indigenous culture, not some other.
No, we
You
ain't
can't
gonna
you can't come from nowhere somewhere else and
you
tell
saw
somebody else that's also coming from somewhere else to come assimilate to yours.
Hold on,
It doesn't make sense.
you saw how that turned out.
If you come to Ghana, the Nigerians in Ghana are not going to tell you to assimilate to Nigerian culture in
Black
Ghana.
people and white
Doesn't
people
make
look at
sense.
the native people in America and say, we don't want to be part of that.
Okay,
Yeah, Carla,
okay,
man, Carla
okay.
has, he has zero respect for Native Americans, man.
No, I do
We
have
know that.
respect.
Kala doesn't respect anybody except the FBA's. Even he doesn't even respect some people. He always insults these people too. He has no respect for anybody. Even I don't know who Kala respect. Or Kala even doesn't respect himself. So I don't know, man. So Kala, I just want to accept you for who you are,
And he want to go to Africa, establish some power and control, man. He's gonna go there and disrespect the locals over there, you know. He doesn't even respect where he comes from, the people, the indigenous of the people
I go to
of this land.
I go to Liberia every year.
Kala, who do you respect?
I most respect.
Hmm?
I respect people who respect themselves. I love the Japanese.
Do you respect the Japanese?
Oh, you respect power. Respect power. Typical American.
I love the Japanese history. I love their culture. I love how they're civilized. I love how they industrialized. I love how they built their country.
So Kala, back to the assimilation. And I explain exactly how you want someone to assimilate. Because I don't know. You got to define exactly what you're saying so people can understand.
I'm like this.
I can know whether I agree or not.
Let me say this, Mike. Now you come over to America, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're right?
Mm-hmm.
I can appreciate your culture and what you stand for and whatnot and everything like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine, that's fine, right? But when you understand, when you come to this country, like, and even myself, right, I understand there's certain things that Black people we call uncode, right? Black people believe, and we leave alone, right? You don't come here and say and try to, you don't come to somebody's country and rearrange your furniture, right? And I'm gonna play this video of this.
Okay, hold on, Kala. Before you go further, you say you have a code, right? Now, is someone supposed to know your code? Are they supposed to just know your code, or are you supposed to? Don't you think? Hold on. First of all, when you go to a company, right? If they have a company culture, right? There's something they call orientation, where it's a new employee. Yeah. When you walk in, they take you to a class. They show you the codes of the company.
Even besides the orientation, you
exactly.
take training.
So what I'm saying, the thing is, what Kala is not. Kala, hold on, Kala, we're not fighting. I'm trying to make a little bit of sense to you right now. So the thing is, which I had that experience before. When I walked into the United States, when I first came here, I came here at 16. I was young. The kids were just fighting me, like, because they just see that I was moving different, doing things different.
Hold
on, calm down. Let me just.
Like we still in elementary.
Kala, we're not. Kala, hold on. I'm just trying to ask you a question. Man. So now, if I come into a place, I don't know your code, and you are holding that against me when you didn't sit me down to say, "Come, this is my code. This is whatever." It's not like you guys have some kind of a classroom or something where Africans come in, you give them orientation
about the class.
Because what we know is that Zogo can agree before we come here, right? The U.S. government, they have documents where they make you read about what you can do and what you cannot do in America. And you cannot uprise against the government, the law. You cannot break the law. You can. We have that. We read all those things. But there's nothing else we read about your code. I don't think people in Africa are just thinking about you or consuming your culture or something. The only thing we see about you is your entertainment. That's it. So when somebody comes there and you assume that they're supposed to just know your way of life and how you think or your stuff, and then you see how they do the thing. You see the cultural shock, and then you begin to react and start to fight them. Rather than what you're supposed to do is, you're an African, if you're like, they're kind of doing things that's not like the way you're supposed to meet up with them. Oh Lord, you're supposed to meet up with them, connect with them, and then try to like show them. But you guys don't do that. All you do is just start to attack them. And then when you start attacking them, and then they start. When you start attacking people, they're not going to like you. So what happened a lot is, I'm just trying to let you know the mistake Black Americans make. The thing is, you see the African that come here doesn't know your culture, your way. So he's just being himself, and you see how he's doing things that's not in line with yours, right? Rather than you become friends with him and start showing him things so he can understand you, you start attacking him. And then when you start attacking them, and then when they start to, you can't expect someone that you're attacking to like you. So what happened? A lot of Africans end up not liking Black Americans because they just feel like you're attacking them. Whereas white
look,
Americans,
that's
other
still,
people don't do that.
Oh, white Americans are very welcoming,
Yeah, they
man.
don't do that. What
come on,
when I came to America, most of the American,
Serious?
most of the American things I learned, my white friends were the one kind of educating me because
that's
Of course,
so,
of
like,
what white
course,
people
man.
do is they engage you. White people will they
hold on,
You hear
understand
this,
that
Colin?
hold on,
You hear this
they,
stuff,
they
Colin?
understand that you're not from
white people
you come from a
engage
different
you.
society. What they do is they engage you intellectually. But black
Check this out,
Americans will
hold
just
on.
attack
Yo,
you.
Mike,
They will
Mike,
just attack
hey,
you
yo,
like, oh, look at this
Mike,
cool, look at this. Go, go, go,
Mike,
go,
Mike,
go, 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 go.
the same thing I say. Most white people engage me better than most black people. Why?
So you understand where we're coming from
So
now?
what I'm
Kala?
saying is this though, everybody that's in the professional world, whatever like that, and you deal with people outside your group or whatnot, yeah, they tend to be more welcoming. Black people are always
I had a
harder.
different experience though. I mean, I
Black
dated a
people,
black
black
girl.
people are always harder on each other.
She
That's
told me
just
something.
Exactly. You guys are too goddamn militant and too. That's not way to do life. If you want in life, if things not going your way, you get too aggressive and
We'll
too.
talk about right. I'm not like
Oh, Mike, where do you think they got it from, man? Is
Mike,
it
hold on,
like
Mike.
an
I'm not
American
like
thing,
that,
though?
right? But you
Yeah,
gotta
they just got to learn how
hold
to
on,
behave, man. How to
Mike,
reason. That's their problem.
Hold on,
Like,
this is
you
what
don't
you
think
don't
it's like
take
it's a
into
part of
account.
American
You
culture
don't
though?
take
Like
into
people are
account.
like that.
You don't take into account that there's a lot of people in Black America, right? Even in Black middle class, whatever like that, who are still under the thing that we're living in a system that basically don't like us. That's what most Black people think, and they've been hurt by slavery. Everybody got stories about somebody else killed.
But
And
when you meet your
So you're trying to
black
use
person,
that to excuse
if we're
your.
not, look, if we're not, look, if we
Come
walk
on
around
now.
angry and
you
militant, and
gotta
stuff like
change
that,
the
you gotta
culture there. The culture
understand.
is
Yeah,
just
that's what
not
you need to
welcome.
change. So you're the people are not the other people are not your problem, man.
Hold on. You can't just tell people how they feel, man. That ain't
No,
fair.
I'm not telling you how you feel, but what I'm
It's
saying
like
is your
it's like
issue.
me going to your country. Like it's like me going to Igbo land and say, you know something, you guys got to get over that. When I just become Nigerian, they look at me like, who are you to
Yeah,
come?
man.
Yeah,
I mean,
but they're gonna
Yeah,
debate
but
with you.
they are welcoming,
What they're
man.
gonna do is, Kala, here's the deal. If you come to Nigeria, for example, and we know that you're not from there, and you start to see things in a way where we know you don't understand, people will know that, oh, he didn't grow up here, so they're not gonna just attack you. What they're gonna do is sit down with you and just engage you in intellectual conversation to the point where they're trying to
but the whole
enlighten
thing is,
you. For you to understand what it is, they're not gonna start. If you tell an Igbo person, "Hey, why you don't you
People
forget about
might
Biafra?" They're not gonna start insulting you, attacking you. You don't know my shit, you don't know my history. They're not gonna. They're just gonna understand that. Okay, he's not. He doesn't know. So
look,
what they're gonna do is, if it's people engage you in a conversation, so that way you learn, you understand. But you guys don't do that. What you do is just fight,
Mike,
attack.
look, hold on. You say you guys. That's not me. Me
That's
personally,
you, Kala. I watch you. Come on, I know you now. That's
please,
you.
come on, Mike. I don't do
got it,
that.
man. When you get
Come on, you
mad,
do it.
Look, Mike. Every time for years, I told people all the time, like, let me give you guys this guy Maximilian on Diane show last Sunday said, I don't care what he is. I see a black brother with that, and I'm saying this guy doesn't know shit, right? Because if you go to an average Nigerian, he does not see it because he don't have the history of seeing color as by identity, right? I know that, right? So when a Nigerian, I meet a Nigerian, and I'm gonna give him that respect, like he doesn't have my culture and everything like that, and so he probably don't understand why I call him brother or whatever like that. So I'm not gonna call him brother.
man. If he lives in America, man, he knows that, man. Come on, man.
I'm going to respect his sense of agency in his space, right?
No, but Kyle, if he lives in
therefore,
America,
you like to change your mouth, man. Come on now. You the one came. You were here complaining and attacking that we come here.
Look, I respect people's agency and culture, but like I was telling Zongo right now, says I understand that, right? That we're divided by centuries of being apart and whatnot,
So why do you have issue with the assimilation then?
Hold on. Look. When I say assimilation, I just mean just basically certain things that all black people do. In other words, basically,
like
this is what it is. Like when you step historically, we Jamaicans and Barbadians, all these people came to America and understood one thing: you have to join Team White or Team Black. Sidney Poitier came to. So he said he came from the islands, right? And he came here, right? And first he was just like, okay, my island's whites, blacks mixed together. It didn't matter. He said, well, as soon as he came to America, he understood, right, that there's something going on here where I have to be aligned with even though he probably didn't agree.
Do you want me to respond to that?
With the thing,
you want me to be honest with you?
But I said these new immigrants that come here, don't respect that line.
Carla, do you want me to be honest with you?
Go ahead.
Human nature, naturally, when you walk into a place and you see two people fighting, you'll automatically want to align with the one that look like you. There's no way African walk into America and see division between black and white. Hold on, wait, let me land. I'm going somewhere.
Africa is basically
Carla, calm down, man. When I came to America, when I first came, I was 16. Automatically, I was gravitated towards the black side because I like these people are more close, they're more like me. But where the problem was the level of aggression I got from the black, the level of like I said, the black people. Hold on. The people that are more hostile to the Africans are black Americans. That's why you push them away. And then when they move away, then you're the one pushing them towards whites. That's what you don't understand. Because the whites,
a lot of black people in America go through the same thing.
And what you guys understand, the whites are so smart because they see that. They know how you guys always acting towards Africans. They know. They know because they're the one that even condition you guys to behave like that. Because they're the one that fed you. Hold on.
White people want instigate.
I'm trying to enlighten you. Exactly. They know what they're doing. And I know many Africans don't know the game. White people themselves are the one that condition you guys to see Africans in a certain way. So when they know that you're going to act towards Africans that way. So now what they do is when they're now being nice to the Africans. So that way the Africans can now pull towards them. So at the end of the day, what they're gonna do is just divide and conquer. Use both of you to really. So that's the game. But me, I'm smart, wise enough to know this. But not every African is gonna know that. Ordinary African is just gonna react to how someone treats him. So if you see a white person treating him nice, especially in the moment a black person is hostile towards him. He's gonna push towards the white. So, Carla, if you're gonna blame anybody, you gotta blame the black Americans for why the Africans are more towards the white people than you. You gotta blame yourself.
I'll play his video. Now, like I said, this video is not about a diaspora war. This woman does not speak.
So Mike, are you saying like the black American culture is not really receptive towards like foreigners, like new foreigners? Is that what you're saying?
It's not necessarily that. I think what it is they have this. They are very reactive, and they're very emotional. It's just they think they have to learn is there's something called a heart of diplomacy. And I can't blame it because the way America started in a very hostile manner. The way America started is just it started on the ground of hatred and just territorial. So they need to go and learn how to really relate with someone that's different. Because America started on the ground of if you're different, I hate you. If I kill you, you're my slave. Or that's how America started. Black versus white, everybody. That's Native American massacre. So that's the mentality that many average American, even white American, have the same mentality. This hostile, but the only thing is white people just went to school and kind of like know how to suppress that mentality. Black American have to go live in other society. Understand that because somebody's different from you doesn't mean
white people got
difference can be okay. But to them, anything that's different, they don't like.
Mike. Let me play this video. And like I said, this fair use. But this woman does not speak for Africans. I don't.
Man, God, you want to start a diaspora war right now?
I don't want to start a diaspora war.
No, man.
I say like this. This woman does
not. You can see that mentality in Kala. When your culture is different from his culture, he doesn't like you.
Zongo, do you understand what I said? This woman does not speak for Africans because in the comment section, man, the Africans were roasting her for talking this stupid shit.
This disclaimer that you're giving Kala, man.
Is this woman a Liberian?
No, she's probably Nigerian.
The woman in this video is going to be
this one Kala full of
why delineation has happened with FBAs. Well, let's go ahead and talk about
Kala,
this.
You follow
to come into
I
America.
Just across it. Somebody said
and be disrespectful to FBAs. It's just some interesting work.
True Black Africans and African Americans do not claim Black Americans. We are not the same. African tends to focus on progress, family values, and community upliftment rather than dwelling.
Now Africa has the highest orphanage and single mother rate on the fucking planet, but But this is
Kala,
what,
man. Well, let's listen to what
no,
you're
what I'm
saying.
saying. This is what I'm
Lady
saying.
Kala.
Africans put this propaganda like this is what I'm
Kala,
talking
that's
about.
a lie, man. The single mother, this thing is a lie, man.
No,
But
Africans,
continue.
single motherhood is the worst on the African continent because of
No,
poverty.
that's a lie. It's in
That's
It
a
is
America,
the
man.
damn
truth,
lie.
man. Okay, I'm gonna play a video for you. After this,
Man,
I'm gonna
Oh,
play a
when
man,
I
another
video.
came to
propaganda video.
when I came to America, single motherhood was a nightmare to me. I'm like, God
Let's
damn,
see
like
this
even
video.
But
granny
bro,
Play
I'm
used
the
not
to
gonna
do
video.
it.
lie.
Play the
The
video.
single
Single
Call him.
motherhood
motherhood
Call
in
him.
is
Play the
rising
Africa
in
video.
Nigeria,
and
man.
orphanage.
We adopted this.
Africans have the most orphans and abandoned children in the world.
Man, Mike,
You
you
know,
say you say it's popular in
No,
Nigeria right now.
recently, single mother is beginning to grow in Nigeria because,
Oh, okay.
in particular, not in Nigeria, I would say probably in the urban, like Lagos, where we
Oh,
tend to be
okay.
westernized, where we start to emulate this
On
Western.
historical grievances. They
Western.
prioritize education and hard work. They don't live life blaming the white man for all their failures, challenges, or the choices that they make. Many Africans strive to give their children better opportunities and instill values like hard work and responsibilities. They don't raise their kids to hate the white man and blame them for all of their problems. That's why they can't grow. Africans are
yeah, that's why that's why Africans are
Hardware.
backwards. This is what I'm talking about. This is what this is Mike. This is what we're talking
Yeah,
about.
I disagree with the lady, but here's the deal, Carla. I think what's going on lately is
hard workers and they work on self-improvement. They hold themselves accountable for their actions instead of making everything about race and blaming the system. True Africans do not celebrate when a white kid loses his life to a black kid.
I don't get that.
The decent black Americans out there, we claim you, we see you, and we love you. Thank you for being a decent human being.
All right, man.
Carla,
Listen,
what you need to understand is this: any
you say you believe in
African
hard
or
work.
Carla, that lady has probably been attacked by FBA like 1,000
Mike,
times.
Yeah,
y'all gotta hold the
before she decided to respond, you know.
she has a lot of nightmare from the FBA.
Exactly. So Carla, you're gonna get a lot of attack videos online recently because this because FBA have been attacking everybody online, dude. So you're gonna be getting a lot of these kind of videos, response from
Or maybe
people.
she has had a personal experience with
Exactly,
them.
because she might be insulted so many times by FB online that she's like, okay, let me get back at them. So what's going on is what we call the diaspora war. So me personally,
But
I
this
don't
had nothing to do with Africa. This had nothing to do with Africa.
Say it again.
This had nothing to do with Africa. This is about Carmelo Anthony. She's mad that black people are rallying behind Carmelo Anthony.
We raised $400,000 for him.
Yeah, well, I didn't hear anything about Carmelo Anthony. What she said, but what I do for sure is that
I dispute the young kid that killed the white dude. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. The thing is, let me tell you something about that situation.
Hey, Carla, here's the deal, man. Nowadays, Carla, you're gonna have to.
I've been in bodyguard.
Man, I didn't even follow that story,
If
man.
if 130-pound dude tell me don't come near me or I'll fuck you up, see what I do, step away from him. That's rule number one. This Austin had 100 pounds on this kid. You know, he was much bigger. So he went to go put hands on him. When somebody that small says don't put your hands on me, you should come near me when either he has a knife or he has a gun. That's what that means. I've seen it all the time. If somebody that small says don't come near me, you'll see. When I take him at his word, you know. This guy also said, "Oh, I feel like I have an easy victory. I'm gonna go there and beat him up, whatever the hell." And he tried to bully him, and this kid struck back. And I know what that's like, you know.
Well, Carla, what I do notice about America is this: whenever something happens between two people, and they won't happen to be white, won't happen to be black, white people are going to jump behind the white guy, and black people are going to jump behind the black guy. Hold on. Now, if Carla, hold on, I know you're on the side of the black kid. Now, if it was, hold on, calm down.
I didn't tell you what side I'm on.
Okay, based on what you said, it's obviously
I'm not on anybody.
Hold on. Based on what you said, it's very clear you're on the side of the. Hold on, calm down now. Calm down.
I'm not on the side of anybody, you know.
Calm down. Okay, not you, but almost every black person I know.
No.
Okay, calm down. Let me just say what I'm trying to say. Okay. Fine. What I know for a fact is, if we now reverse it, it was the big black kid that went to the approach the smaller white kid. The white kid stabbed him. the black people say, oh, they will jump on the side of the big black kid that died, So
No, I don't think so.
that's what I notice about America. So that's why this matters. People don't.
Well, hold on. I'm saying like this.
Man, I didn't even follow this issue, man, because I was tired
I
of this
didn't really
race
follow it that
politics.
much, but I just,
I was tired of this
about
race
it.
politics, man. It was just
I
too
don't know why
they
she's-
racialize
why is
everything.
she- Why is she commenting on this? It has nothing to do with her as an African. That's the crazy part about it.
That's what we talk about.
But if she lives in America, hold on, does she live in America?
What she's trying to do is show
Hold on.
white America.
I got a
that she's
question
an
though. I got a
alternative.
question for you guys.
She said we hardworking with this. Now you and I know if you look at Africa right now, the amount of single motherhoods and orphanages and charities that Africa survives on and whatnot. Where's the hardworking shit to build a continent? That's
Kala, here's the deal though. Here's what you guys need to get straight.
But she
Like,
says
hold on,
Africa
wait.
is
Now,
so hard.
I haven't even said a thing. You already
There's so
responded.
hard work going on. Why is Africa? Like the way it does?
Kala, let me just allow me to talk. Here's what you guys need to understand. The African people, there's difference between African person in America, in American society, and African people on the African continent. Now, African people on the African continent are not thinking about you or getting your business. They don't even know what's going on in America. So the issue you're having is Africans that live in the United States. They've been living here, many of them probably been here for years. So they now have a new home. So now when they're having a conversation about something going on in their new home, now you guys take it against. Hold on. You take it. Calm down, dude. Calm down. African people living in the United States, they're now here as new home. Many of them have become citizens. They're living here. So they're now having comments about whatever is going on in society. Just like the Black American living in Ghana, they've moved over there. They're living there now. They're having kids. They're going to be talking about issues that's going on in Ghana, right? No, so can you imagine Ghanaians now saying, oh, you Black Americans are attacking Black Americans in America don't give a shit, don't know what's going on in Ghana. They don't give a shit. So the Black American community in Ghana, they're going to be making comments about everything that's going on within the environment. So the mistake you guys are making is Africans that are living in the United States, they watch news every day or whatever, interacting, they're making comment about what's going on. So those are the Africans that you have an issue with. No people on the continent. People on the continent don't know what's going on with y'all.
It's just so awful.
Mike, even the worst situation is that they even don't want the African that was born and raised here to even have a say in America.
Exactly, don't have a say in America. They start telling them, "Oh, in Africa." What the heck?
The dude was born and raised here, man. It's all upbringing was based on.
Imagine a Black American kid born in Ghana, right? Zongo. Like Black American kid born in Ghana, grew up in Ghana, speaking Ashanti language or Kuchi or this language. Parents never brought him to America. His parents just happened to be African American. Now he's a first generation Ghanaian Black American, right? And he doesn't even know. He never lived in American neighborhood. Now he's in Ghana. He start talking about the issue in Ghana. They're like, "Oh, in America, good. Why are you Black American? Why are you talking about?"
No, man. They're gonna treat him as Ghanaian.
Exactly,
man.
they're gonna see him as one. Exactly. So exactly, because even in Nigeria, we have people that their parents came from other country in Africa, right? But they were born in Nigerian race. They talk about Nigerian issue. I'm not going to look at them and like, "Oh, you're from Kenya. Why are you talking about that?" No, the kid grew up here. He grew up.
Yeah.
So maybe I just see him as a Nigerian person because he live in a society. So he has.
Well, let me ask you a question. No, why does it seem like Africans always take? Look, this thing you can look at Carmelo.
Those Africans in America.
Hold up, Mike.
People in the continent don't know what you're talking about.
Mike, let me say.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm saying. If let's say the Carmelo thing on the Austin thing, whatever like that. I've seen a lot of Black Americans were divided over that, But it seems like almost 99% of the time, right? The Africans always see the white man to the white man's point of view. I'm dead serious. They always see the white man's point of view,
Man, I don't even know.
Let me and you be honest.
I'm just dead serious. That's what it is.
Okay, but let me be honest with you.
I don't want to talk about this, man. I've never followed this issue.
Zongo, let me say it real quick.
I don't know much about it, man. I've never even listened to it.
Zongo, let me say this real quick. Kanla, here's the deal. Like I said earlier, whenever something happens, right, in America, right, because of the history between Black Americans and white Americans, you guys always have to look it from a racial angle. There's no way you ignore that racial angle. Now, other people that come from other places, when it's something happen, it's not a racial angle that they're looking at it from. They just
look,
trying to
Mike,
look it from the.
you're
Hold on,
saying
hold
to
on, calm
Mike,
down,
I
calm down,
understand
calm
that.
down, dude, calm down.
Wait, don't tell me to
They
calm down.
just trying to look at it from a logical angle. For example, when someone like maybe George Floyd, right? He, was high and he went to the store, did something negative, and then eventually police.
So in other words,
Calm
basically,
down. Let me learn. And then the police came and engaged him, and then eventually he led to what happened. An African
that's one
immediately,
thing. That's
the
one
first thing an
thing.
African is thinking is, damn,
Okay, what about
this
hold on?
guy
What
did
about
something and got
let
himself
me
in
ask you a
trouble.
question.
We don't
As an
automatically run to the
as an
racial
African,
angle.
would you say that about Stanley Crutchett that was blown away right in the face by some
But
white?
Mike, I wanna add this. There are a lot of Black Americans that actually live in the hood, or maybe in Black communities, that actually do follow the right stuff. Man, I've seen a lot of. I've been to the barber shop a
They
couple of
follow what?
times. Like they'll follow like the right thing, like what is right, instead of just being like racially
Yeah. There's so
biased.
many of them. Yeah. The same as white people too. A lot of them just want to
No,
be
no. Let me say,
fair.
my point is
Yeah.
this. My point is this. Okay,
But Kala
like,
only see the
hold on.
Africans.
It was clear. Oh, look, it was clear during the George Zimmerman Trayvon Martin case, right, that Black people saw things one way, right, and white people took George Zimmerman's side. They sent money. Now, telling me Africans contribute money to George Zimmerman?
I did, man.
What do you mean
I did, man.
Africans contribute money? What are you talking
Man,
about?
I was new in the U.S., but I haven't paid money too.
So
So you
George
saying
Zimmerman?
Kala, you saying Africans donate their money to George Zimmerman?
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. That's what
Who is
No,
the
no, no,
African that donate money to George Zimmerman?
no. I mean, George Floyd is campaign this thing.
No, hold on. Now, my point I'm
Honestly,
trying
why
to
would
make is,
anybody be donating money to George Floyd?
hold on. What I'm saying, hold on. My point I'm trying to make is this. Okay,
No.
it's clear. Look, we understand in Black America, Black people and white people understand something, that white people and Black people have two different experiences, perspective. White people see things on the whole one way. Then you got Black people who have exceptions, right? White people say like this. Like, for example, when polled about the police, Black people tend to be suspicious of police authority. White people tend to support authority much higher than Black. Okay, then we talk about General Langley, right? When you talk about America's involvement in overseas, right? Historically, white people don't question America's military presence, the operations overseas, right? Black people historically have been suspicious or counter protest or in opposition to a lot of American foreign policy in the world, right?
That's not true, man.
It is the truth. It is the truth. You know,
most people that protesting against the Palestinians that are sitting against American brutality way more than white people.
America invaded Grenada in 1983, right? And with the U.S. Marines, right? Black people in America were protesting all over this country. White people didn't say anything. Two different perspectives, right? Doesn't mean the blacks are white or the right was wrong, right? What I'm saying is this: so we always knew Black people see the world, and we lived in Black and white people lived in harmony because we have two different ways of seeing things. Like when something happens, white people already calculate. Majority of Black people are gonna see this, but there's a few of them we could talk
Kyle,
to.
do you think a lot of blacks protest without white power giving them, the liberals giving them money?
No. I'm saying like this: Black people have issues in this country, right? They're saying this is
Kala,
what we
mostly
see the
your
world.
protest, most
And
things
so
you protest, most things you guys protest
all
is
it did
usually
is
because the liberal
liberals,
media is telling you to go protest.
Exactly, man. That's what I'm talking
If
about.
the liberal media didn't talk about those things, you guys won't go out to go do anything. So stop
Man,
this crap.
I've lived briefly in Chicago. When killings go, ain't nobody going out to
Nobody's
protest.
going to protest. It's because the liberal media start painting it because they want to sell news, right? They want to get views.
Well, what
So
I'm saying,
they start tapping into the emotions of blacks.
My point
They'll start saying, "Oh, race."
a black's perspective and a white's perspective. It don't mean
Kala,
one
it's
right
a lie.
or
There's no
wrong.
such thing as black perspective and white perspective.
There's a black perspective, man. You know, for the most part. If you poll, and then most Black people tend to think one way, and not all the time, not 100%.
It's the media that tell you what to do.
The whole thing, and then there's white people think this. That comes from life experience, you know.
No, this is what I say in America. Kala, there's no. You know what? Kala, there is no white and black perspective. There's liberal and conservative perspective.
If you poll Black people at any job, and then they'll say, "I think I'm being more judgely hard." This is DK.
Kala. In America, there's only liberal and conservative perspective. Black liberals, black conservatives.
The black perspective could be conservative or liberal. You know, but they have
No,
a certain
you
way
know,
of-
it's one of
But
the
that's
other.
what but that's what he's saying though. He says only liberal and conservative. I mean,
You know,
that's what
yeah,
he's saying.
exactly what I'm
But
saying.
the black-
Black
no, the liberal
American
conservative-
conservative,
Well, the
they
liberal
align with white
conservative-
American
Mike,
conservatives,
understand, the
and
liberal
Black
conservative,
American liberals always
conundrum
align with the white
here-
liberal views.
hold
It's the
on, hold on,
liberal
the
and
liberal
conservative
conservative
views in
conundrum
America. That's what it is.
did not appear till the 1960s. There was no liberal conservative in the 50s.
We're talking about today, Carla. I wasn't there in 1950, so we're talking about what's
Yeah,
going
so what
on
I'm saying
today.
is, so you're going by something that never historically existed.
Carla, today in America, it's either a liberal view or conservative view. White
Yeah, but
liberals
hold on,
and
the
Black
liberal
American
view,
liberals, they
conservative view
align
don't
with their
represent
views.
everybody.
And Black American conservatives and white American conservatives, they align with their views.
I'm saying, so no,
Liberals and
black people
conservatives,
in
that's what it is.
America, some are liberal, some are conservative, just like white America. Simple as
Exactly,
that.
that's what I'm saying. So
No,
if
but
we
my point I'm
put a
trying to
bunch
make
of
is
Black
this, though.
liberal and Black
Hold
conservative
on.
here right now,
Hold on. When it comes to racial issues, right? You'll even have Black conservatives
the
say,
only
"Well,
people
you
that
know,
tap into
I
the
haven't
racial
experienced what
issues
the
are
police.
Black
We got to
liberals
work on this
and
or
white
that."
liberals.
And
They're
the
the
white
one that do
conservatives
these
say,
racial things.
"No, the police are fine.
See, Carla, here's the problem.
Carla
You're
is Black
talking
liberals
to
and white liberals that run into these
you're
racial
talking
issues.
to a clueless Cougarian. I mean, just recently, you see the video of the white woman who called the little black child an
It was
N-word.
a
They
Somali
donated
too.
$500,000. It's crazy. And
But if the
like,
liberal,
$1 million.
if the media didn't cover it, you
we're
won't
on
give
the
a shit.
verge of a race war, and this guy's talking about there's no racism.
Nah,
It's
man,
crazy.
come on, man. There's no freaking on the
Who
verge
said
of
there's
race war, man. There's
Hold
no
on.
race
We
war. You
always
watch
think there's a race war.
who
African
said
immigrants
there's no
don't think there's a
racism?
race war because they don't know what
You-
side they're gonna be on.
no, you watch too much.
Who said there's
Man,
no race?
get it.
Who said there's no racism?
No, he
No,
said we're on
that's
the
what we're
verge of
talking about.
a
America's
of
headed
a-
for a race war.
I feel like
America's not headed for no race war. Forget it.
No,
man.
he-
Stop
it
wasting
was
Okay,
too much
because you're
thinking, man.
outside. That's why I said
You will
Carla,
you're like
Carla,
you don't know what's going on in this country, bro.
Carla, white Americans don't have your time. Trust me.
I think they do.
They don't. You
that's
guys are the
true,
ones believing all this crap.
There's 50 million of us, right? And if you
Carla.
remember the LA riots, whatnot, we burned that city to the ground in 1992. They know that can happen again. You know,
But that's not race war, Carla. Because if
that
that
was a
was
race war.
Oh, no,
LA riots was a race war.
it was not, dude. It was just riot. That's what it is.
You know, I was around that.
It's
time.
riot against the. Carla, riots happen all over the world, man. We riot in Nigeria. Every country riots. So what are you talking about, man? Why are you making it about race?
About Nigeria? Who cares? This is America.
I'm saying everywhere in the world, it riots. Every country riots. People riot when they riot. You riot against government or unfairness. You are not rioting against white people, Carla.
If this stuff continues right here where it is right
Carla,
now,
Rodney King, you didn't riot against white people. Most of the things you burned down was black community things. You didn't go to white neighborhood and burn anything.
No, actually, George W. Bush
they burned down
sent out the U.S. Marines because they were going into Beverly Hills.
You didn't. They would have gunned you down, man. God trust white people. They would have gunned you down. The only place you touch is probably place where
they were attacking white communities too. What are you talking about?
You didn't attack white communities. Stop lying. You were attacking Korean. They have
check this out, DK. A fire just happened in LA a couple of months ago, right? And this, the hood dudes were going to white neighborhoods, looting and wrecking.
Well, you looked and ran away. You didn't stand there to fight and wait for the white people to catch you.
They know the fact of the matter is,
Carla, you know very damn well Black Americans will never consider ever going to race war with white America. It's not white Americans know that
might happen.
No.
Carla, white people know the only thing you guys can do is just complain and just march and protest.
You wouldn't. You beg. If they
you would not
beg for your life. You beg
bro. If it's something you're not interested in going to war with white people,
you beg like your people beg.
If we did go to war, white America would be free.
No, you're not going to. They will put you. Carla, the day you be foolish, the day you be foolish enough to even consider it, they'll put you back into slavery, straight up.
And they come back into slavery.
They'll put you back on the plantation.
This is why we say we don't like that black immigrants.
No, I'm telling you the truth, Carla. No, I'm not saying this to attack you. I'm just telling you the truth.
Carla, why are you offended, man, Carla?
White people, they are so organized.
These people are dangerous. Why they come?
They control the law enforcement.
All they do come here.
They will just, Carla, they will just send the National Guard to the black neighborhood and have black. They just pull everybody, tie you down. It's okay. You know what? Since you don't have things to do, let's put you back on the plantation.
Who's in the National Guard, Mike? Who makes up the
Dude,
National Guard?
all the black and
the-
National Guard, they will take
the
order from the
minority.
white
All
man.
white?
Trust me.
Is it all
Just like
white?
Langley,
Minorities.
the same way Langley is
all
taking
white.
order from the white man to go do things in Africa. All the blacks in the
Well,
National
I
Guard,
support that
they
too.
will take the
I
order from the
support
white
that
man,
too.
He should, because you're
Hey,
or they
check
will all
this out.
get
Hey, check
dismissed.
this out.
there's no
If
racism. There's
Langley could do that,
no,
if they could do that to us, why can't we say okay, y'all need to feel what it's like too? That's why I say Langley.
I'm just telling you, you guys should stop all these race war. You're not.
Man.
White people now, they don't see us as a threat at all. The only
Are you
threat, the only way
supporting
They don't
black man,
see you as a threat.
Kala, the only threat white man see a black man is, oh, you must smash his wife or his girlfriend. That's it. But anything else, they don't see us as a
That's
threat.
what you think, because I'm not after their wife and girlfriend.
No, that's the only thing they see in black man. But anything else, they're not afraid of you. They're not afraid of you at all.
Oh, yeah, they are. Yeah,
They're not even worried about your crime because they know your crime. They box you. They know your crime only happen in your neighborhood.
Why
Nah,
do you think it's important that they control our music industry and stuff like that? Put out because they got to shut down Public Enemy and all these black militant stuff like that, and give us gangster rap and stuff like that. That was done deliberately.
Exactly. Now you're making they're the one controlling things.
Yeah, so the bottom line, but that's
so you don't even have the means to control your own stuff. And you want to go to war with
That
them.
means they have the power in this country.
They have the power.
Control you guys, man.
So, Carla, when you guys, the reason why we Africans don't really take you seriously is that the things you want to tell us.
We don't take you guys seriously, man.
Hold on. The reason when we
really
come
don't
here,
take y'all seriously.
I know it's fine. But when we come here, the kind of things you want us to join you to be doing,
we
things
really
that don't make
don't
sense.
take y'all seriously.
Like for example, you're gonna tell me I want to join you for race war.
Really?
That doesn't make. Why would I want to join you in race war? That doesn't make sense.
They're gonna take your ass back to the
Exactly. When we come here, Jungle, the kind of things they want us to join them in doing is things that don't make sense. That's why we ignore you. But when a black American approach us to come do something progressive, like let's do some business or let's do some progress, we align. But majority of them, what they're gonna call you to join them in doing is things that don't make sense. Like let's go attack this white man. Let's say this white man. Look, I don't have time for that, man.
But Mike, I mean, even the smart black Americans, the moment they make money, they leave their own communities, man.
They move on. In fact, they go align with the white people and everybody. You know,
they're like, hey, man, they stay out of trouble, man.
What they want Africans to come and go join their little thing that's good. That's not even making sense.
No, we can't do it because we know you guys aren't built like that, man. You know.
No, we're not built for stupidity. Yeah, you're right.
No, you're not built like that. You're not built like that. You guys.
Tell me, come over here. I remember when there was a time I was in California. I was there, and the black Americans there, they were like, hey, let's go jump these Mexicans. They were having war with me. I don't have time for that. Why would I go and be attacking Mexicans? I don't have time for that stuff. And they're like, oh, you're not with us. You're not down with us. I'm not down for stupidity. Why would I go and be attacking Mexicans for no reason? I mean, come on. I mean, what is that? You guys call us going to do some things that doesn't make sense. It's not going to help me achieve anything. So Africans is ambitious. He wants to go somewhere in life. So you calling me?
Why don't they call you
with something degenerate or something backward or something that only?
Why don't they call you?
Only going to take me to prison. I'm not joining you. I'm not going to be blocky on that level, got it?
Hey, Mike, why didn't they call you to rebuild their communities?
They would never call you to come do that. They would never say, "Come, let's go mentor the kids."
Hey, man, Kala, I'm
they
down
would never
for that,
call you say you're African. Let's come help us. Let's mentor our kids. They don't call you for that.
I know that. First of all, I know it's plenty of black communities.
Black Americans don't engage black Americans something like that.
I don't want to mentor no single moms, kids, man.
No, do that. I mean, I'm willing, you know. Zongo, you know what's funny? I would tell you what's even funny. There were times where me and some African guys, we were in college, we were trying to do like community service. So we're like, oh, let's go mentor some kids in the, in one of those poor community, in the black community, the poorest ones. So when we went there, they just look at us like, who are these Africans? What the heck you want? What? They look at us like it's disrespectful for us to come there.
You call him a child?
Well, they weren't expecting you, Mike. Come on, man.
They don't want us. They say, "Who the hell are you? Get the hell." They don't.
Oh, were they expecting like white folks? Is that what they were expecting? White folks?
No. They see that as we being disrespectful, thinking we can help them. Like how can you African? They look down on you. They think like, Africans are beneath them, so even trying to help.
Yeah, they were condescending towards you. Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah. They saw it as, oh, you guys have an accent and you want to come. Who the hell?
Just like Carla, right? I mean, ain't no difference with Carla, man. Because that's how Carla looked when he go to Africa. He was like, man, they want to build their own mega American type communities. It
Yeah,
might be.
Exactly.
they have this mentality that they're superior to every African person. That's why
Man,
you will see a black American guy that's a high school dropout. He will run into an African professor and he will be talking down on the African professor because
oh
he
yeah,
think
yeah,
by virtue of being black American, he's automatically better than the professor. Like
yeah.
Well,
that's
we
the
play
mentality they have, you know.
Let me play a video. What gets me is we're the African immigrants on this, man. This is a fucking one of your fellow African immigrants. This white lady called a kid a nigga.
You call him a child? Did you call the child the word? It is my own business. You call him a. Okay, why don't
These
you
are
have the
people
boss
Mike-
say it right now again? Okay.
These are
All
people
right, that's
Mike's
what you say.
caping for.
Kala, let me tell you what
These are
let
people
me
Mike's
tell you.
Kinda
The most I can do is just condemn the woman. I
Mike,
can't
you
go
want to
beyond
give
that.
you want to give the white woman a hug? You want to give the white woman a hug?
She's hot.
Kala, here's the deal. Here's what you need to understand, right? We Africans, we understand like in America, there's something they call First Amendment.
When there was a video and
Hey man, that lady is
that
hot though.
recording, she doubled down.
I wouldn't mind.
and,
I wouldn't mind
they-
dating
she
her
is
though.
triple downs now.
Zongo,
She's
what'd
hot.
you say?
I wouldn't mind dating her though. She's hot. Man.
She raised almost $1 million.
You guys gave her the power. That's why she was able to become rich.
Oh yeah.
Come on, do you know what I noticed when a black American call a white person unky or
You
cracker?
call him
They
a
just
child?
walk away. They don't give you power. They just
No,
they
first
don't
of all,
even
where's
react.
the Mike? That's not our issue. That was a Somali. That was a black.
They don't
immigrant.
react. They keep walking. They know you have your First Amendment right.
Look, that's not.
But you guys don't even want to cry when someone just says something to you.
We. That's a Somali up there. That's a black immigrant, bro.
Okay, you're the one reacting to it.
I'm not
Mike,
reacting.
you
I'm
didn't
just
see
playing,
that forehead?
Do you see Africans running with it? Do you see African communities
That's
crying
what I'm
about
saying.
it?
You guys are such cowards, man.
Kala, do you see African community crying about one white woman acting dumb, man? Dude, what was
you gotta understand?
Okay, Kala, what should we do that will make us
Mike's
not?
forefathers
Kala, what should we do? What should we do to that woman?
They're defeated.
So we should go out and march and protest, right? The Africans should start picking placards and be marching and protesting.
Kind of listen to what Black Putin was saying. He says that the blacks want Africans to do things that will get them deported. Hell yeah, man! I ain't doing that shit, man. I don't want to get my ass back to Ghana.
Nah, it's not even. I mean, Africans are. I mean, a lot of us are citizens. A lot of us are born here. But what Kala want us to be doing is
black ass.
What Kala want us to be doing is whenever a white person says something, we should all be marching and protesting, be giving them power. I mean, that's what the person that's insulting you want to hurt your feeling. Now you showing that your feelings is hurt. You giving the person power. You giving them the victory because nobody's going to do anything to their woman because that's not First Amendment rights to say whatever she wants to say.
So Mike, would you give the white?
So you guys need to stop making yourself look ridiculous because.
Hey, Mike, do you know what's surprising? I mean, yesterday I was at or 2 days ago I was at a bar, and the white dude that I met, he told me when he did his ancestry DNA, he had some African. African DNA in him.
There you go, man. It's your brother, Mike. I'll go.
The thing about Zongo, in America, everybody act racist. Both Hispanic, Asian, white, Black American, they all act racist. But the thing is, when racism is done to Asians, white, Hispanic, they don't react like that. They just, they just look at you laughing, all these
even the blacks, the liberal media.
They're the only one that will be marching and protesting and reacting so aggressive. I mean, come on, so emotional.
That's because it's been sponsored by the liberal. That's because it's been sponsored by the liberal media.
Yeah, they just make them look so weak, man.
Because I've lived in their communities, and trust me, they don't do stuff like that. When stuff like that happens,
I've been around Hispanic where even black were being racist to them. They don't even react. They just look at you and like, okay. I see when a black person call white cracker, they can't just laugh at you. I look at this clown. He just walk away.
Oh, come on. That's not true. If someone disrespects a Jewish person, they go at the guy.
No, what Jewish do is...
Man, nobody cares about Jewish
people. Zongo, what Jewish people do is... Jewish people actually do something. Hold on, calm down. What they do is...
something.
Jewish got power, right? They use their power to do something to you. You understand? Like, let's say black Americans have some kind of power to ban somebody from somewhere or do something, then I will be with you. Like, oh, you actually have power to do something with someone. But if you don't, what you're doing is just marching and complaining. That's not power, dude. So the Jewish guy, they run stuff. They run banks. They run media. They
Yeah,
run
but I
things.
thought the blacks, man, they were fighters, man. They
Yeah,
fought, man.
the Jews use their power to go get at you. You know that's
Yeah, that last video was a Somali. You didn't see that forehead? That was a Somali. That was that huge forehead.
this is what kind of like. Kind of like marching and protesting, man.
I mean, racial issues, man. They like stuff like that, racial issues.
Yeah, they enjoy it, man. You know, when you're addicted to victimhood, it's always interesting to see.
Congo, you would have proposed to that white woman. She told you that.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind, man. Shit, man. I don't give a damn about, man. Shit. I live my own life. I have my own mind.
No, Jews are protesting. And
I'm gonna listen to Carlo.
I think you said they don't. They are like.
Hey,
Kala, which one is this one? Is this about the lady? Kala, is this one about the lady or what? Kala.
No, these are Jews, man.
Huh?
So you got no smoke for these people, right?
How about Carlo? We speak about you. You preach a lot of African Americans going to Liberia. There's this brother that went to Ghana, and he was actually going there to look for jobs over there.
Kala.
Yeah. I said that you are the one preaching for African Americans to go to Africa, right? And there was this brother that. Wait, let me finish. There was this brother that went to Ghana, and he wanted a job from the Ghanaian government. I'm like, man, how could you leave America to go look for a job on the continent, man?
So
how
let me
could
ask
you
you
go
a
to the
question,
continent?
Oh, Django, so you could come to America and look for a job, African American.
Zongo, there's nothing wrong with that, man.
I don't know. Well, I don't want to tell full details.
Anybody can look for a job anyway. There are Indians that come to Nigeria, Africa to work. And white people
I don't want to go too much details into this because it's almost like I'm exposing his personal details. But the point I'm trying to make is he ended up doing a work that was earning him a little pay as compared to when he was living in the U.S.
Well, Zongo, some people just want to be okay and want to be in an environment where they just like for example, even in the United States, they're like in New York, for example, you can earn more, right? But some people would rather, they just don't like big city, right? They would rather earn less and just stay more.
No, I don't like big city. I'm not a fan of. I'm not a fan of.
It's not everything's always about. It's not always about money. If that individual,
oh no, Mike,
just opportunity, Ghana just won't.
Maybe Zongo, calm down. Not everybody's all about money. Some people just want to be fine and just like the environment over money.
No. I mean, the person actually, he gave up. He's in America now. He had to come and hustle for money.
But let the individual live their life, man. What is your business with that?
I'm saying because he told me personally because of Kala, he went to the continent, and when he saw the reality, I'm like, God damn.
No, I told him don't go to Ghana.
Ghana knew the president. Kala knew the president.
Yes.
So Kala knew the president.
Yes.
I told him to delay gratification. I said we're trying to build.
Is it Bomani or who was it?
His name is Kofi, man. That's so.
That one Kofi guy that always going Danny's channel or something.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah, that dude.
And that guy didn't look like a very smart guy, man. The thing is, the danger of all this movement is that the people that usually follow these guys are not very intelligent Black Americans, and I always kind of feel concerned because if you're not very intelligent, you have no business going to Africa, dude. Like usually, the only Black American that can go to Africa and take advantage of something has to be a very smart guy, because Africa is a place where you want to go do something that because it's a virgin ground, like you understand, like you want to be the first. Like in America, for example, if you want to start like something big, you already have so much competition because it's already being done, right? Like you say you want to compete with Warren Buffett, those kind of people. Is like, let's say Dangote, for example. If he moves to America, he's gonna have to compete with a lot of cement companies.
Oh man, he's not gonna.
But in Africa, it's not that much. So those are the kind of Black American that honestly I can say.
Yeah, that's why I'm kind of surprised, man.
Like highly intelligent one that can go do something groundbreaking, But now these guys, these emotional guys, victimhood mentality, nah, man, you can't. You might as well stay in America, dude. If you ain't,
I'll say
Pan-African
this. I'll say this. No. Sorry, let me say this. I'll say this. If Kofi had just in America, if he had talked to some African guys who are successful,
If you would
he would have
talk to
said,
me, I told him
his
don't
idea.
go.
They would have told him not to go. They would have told him not to go.
Yeah, but Kyle, man, you the
Don't
one
go.
preaching go back to Africa, man.
Yo, look,
You
I did
started
not say
that.
go back to Ghana. You know, I didn't tell him
oh, you said Liberia, right?
the last place to go. I said one day we're gonna build an African. I need your mind. You're like, just wait on it. No, he just had to go. You know, he had to go. And he'll say,
I ran into one guy too, man. This guy came to Nigeria. I just happened to be there. Like, I guess the guy was watching Dinah's show. You know, the guy was in Nigeria. Dude, I had to save his ass, man, because the guy was. I think God just sent me to him because he was stepping away from getting scammed heavily. This guy say, "Oh, he's in Nigeria now. I just want to go back." I'm like, "What is your plan?" I sat with him. I'm like, because the guy who met the guy that I happen to know, Daniels know the guy too. So he going to connect with the guy because Daniels gave information. I don't think it was Daniels sent him, but because he was watching Daniels. So I said, "How do you get?" He said, "I was watching Daniels such a huru, and then and I found out about this guy." So I said, "What are you doing?" He said, "I'm about to start I want to stay in Nigeria now. I want to do electrical business." I'm like, really? I'm like, so what's your plan? He's like, oh, well, electrical, this and that. Well, he said, now you met one Nigerian person online that knows about it, that we're going to start a business together, this and that. And I begin to get into it. As I was getting deeper, man, the person was about to go mid, was about to 419 his ass, dude, like heavily. I had to call him like, dude, that's not the way it works, dude. No, that's not the way it works.
Man, you can't be operating
And
on
I had
American
to like
standard in
start
Africa, man.
dude. I saved that dude's ass that day, man. So I'm like, dude, because the guy didn't sound intelligent at all. Like he didn't know nothing about business. Like he was just think, oh, I'm just an African now. Now he was feeling that vibe because when you show up and you got a little money in your pocket, everything's so cheap. It make you feel so comfortable, like, oh wow.
Oh, that's the problem, man. The
Because
Pan-African is
$1,000 you have in your pocket is taking you a long way. But then you don't know that, dude. That's vacation vibe. Now, when you say you want to now settle here, you're not going to be making that income like American. If you want to do business, you're going to have to plan that shit, know what the hell you want to get into. So I already know this guy was about to be doomed, man. So I said, guy, look.
He's gonna come back to America. I mean, blaming Africa.
He's gonna come out hating continent, man.
Exactly.
I'm like, you guys, Kala, you guys got to chill out with these. Just telling me.
Even when Kala went to Liberia recently, he came back. You know, he was like, "Man, Africa got a long way to go, man." He wasn't happy.
Dude, it's not. And that's why a lot of them don't know that, like. Kind of like you see a lot of black Americans say, "Oh, the African they will come here to get us, and they don't care about us." Dude, these people on the continent are still dealing with a lot, dude. They're dealing with a lot, man. And when they look at you guys,
I don't say that.
Yeah, like I just look at those guys, like what kind of mentality? You live in the
what it is. No, what it is.
People in the poor countries to be thinking about rescuing you.
Africa, they're led to believe that Africa got all these resources and minerals and whatnot. You know, that's how people time do it. That's not the case, man. You know, that's not the case. They got minerals, but
they haven't industrialized it. The place is still they still got ways to go.
Africa got all these diamonds.
The problem is that the Pan-Africans
floating down the river. They
don't teach their followers to apply some critical reasoning skills. You know.
That's the problem. You know what the problem is. Like when you guys do approach things. You guys like it's kind of like relationship. You guys like to have with your people. It's more like follow me. You understand? Yeah. Like follow and don't think. It's like rather than saying, "Hey," it's more like just follow me. I'll fish and give you the.
But
fish.
you guys tell that to the other people.
What I'm saying is, what I do notice about Black American society is everybody's looking for a movement to follow rather than And those that are leading this so-called movement, it's not supposed to be telling people to follow them. You're supposed to show people where to go. You're supposed to tell people like, hey, go advance yourself. Go get educated. Rather than telling the person to follow you, follow your ideology.
Mike. In the freaking movie Enter the Dragon, in the beginning of this thing, Bruce Lee said, how do you feel? He smacked his head. He goes, well, let me think. He goes, don't think, feel. He goes like finger pointing. You know, it took me a whole life to realize what the hell he was talking about. He goes, finger pointing away to the moon. And he looked at the finger, don't concentrate on the finger or you'll miss all that heavenly glory. In other words, basically, what I am is that finger pointing to the way. Don't concentrate on me. People come here concentrating on Kala. You know?
No, Kala, you shouldn't even be. The thing is this. Everybody want to start some kind of idea, right? Some kind of movement, right? And then you're not telling people that happen to be part of your ethnic group that they must follow that. That's the way. It's not necessarily way. No, it can be a way, but it can be a way for everybody.
No, not
okay. For example,
I tell people all the time.
Hold on, calm down, Kala.
I think different pathways to get to the same destination. You know,
exactly, Kala. I think I don't know if it was DG or it was someone else that both of you were talking about building the Afghanistan, right? I can't remember who it was. I don't know if it was him or someone else. But that other person, me and he had a conversation on a different platform, and then he said, "This thing I want to do." It's not for every Black American. I'm like, yeah, now you're making sense. Whatever you want to do, whatever idea you have.
I never said I wanted every Negro or whatnot. I make that clear. I only want
no, but Kala, you didn't. You do, but sometimes you speak from both sides of your mouth. One time you say it's not for everybody. The other time you be telling that, y'all, if you ain't with it, you stupid. Or you did. I'm like, okay, so you telling everybody to be with it then. So you talk. Sometimes you talk both sides. One day you be saying one thing, and the next day you say something different. So
one time he's against America, another time he's a Black nationalist.
The thing is, if you have an idea,
I'm saying like this. As far as like Zongo Bongo. Look, I said like this. My point about thing is this: since there is no Afghanistan, and we really don't got no stake in Africa. I'm not gonna be mad at Michael Langley for
what is we?
Oh my god!
I'm not gonna say pretend. What do you want me to do? Go bow to or go to Zongo Kingdom and bow to you like, oh my Zongo, show us the way and whatnot. Man, get out of here, man.
I think
what is the problem, man? If my dad was a king of, I
would not too, man. Get the hell out of here. Anyway, I'm bowing down to your dusty ass, man. Get the hell out of here.
You see the problem of Black Americans, man. Even for them to even bow and get opportunity, they won't do it.
Get the hell out of here. Shit. Bow to you motherfuckers, man. You crazy,
You see the ego, American ego.
But you want the Africans to come bow to you, though.
I wouldn't like bow to me nothing, but that's one thing.
What is it with Black people always want people to bow to them? I don't even understand.
Africans, they got
you have no power, but you want to bow to you. What kind of rubbish?
Every time I see the videos of Dynasty Afro Think Tank bowing, whatever the hell they give them the cheap.
Hey, Kala, so Black people have so much ego that there was a time where I employed like this group of Black American guys. And then this guy was talking to me like they're actually the boss.
Man.
This guy was literally talking down on me like, you're just African. I'm like, dude, you realize I'm the one that employed you, right? Like,
man, Black Americans, man, they have like this high sense of ego, man.
The ego is too high, man. Like that's one thing people complain about.
I don't think so.
No, they are nice. They are actually nice people that do not really have issues, man. But the other ones, man,
they call it delusion of the grand. What's that word? Delusion of the grandeur or something like that. A lot of them have it, man. They have that disorder, man. Like, yeah.
Africans always talk about that.
These guys think they're bigger than who they are, man. And Kala, everybody complains.
It's not just Black America. African.
No.
Every last single Nigerian I meet, right? He's driving a cab and talking about his big house, 3 houses in
Nigeria. in Nigeria, we only gonna tell you what Nigerians do. They only talk to you, Black American. When you're doing that big delusion of grandeur, they return it back to you. But in Nigeria, we don't go sit down with the Caribbean. Hold on, calm down. In Nigeria, we're not going to sit down with white people, Caribbean, and we're talking like that.
She was just getting off work or something like that.
A lot of things we said to you.
I was driving Uber.
Kala.
Just getting off work, right?
Okay, Kala.
I said, where you from? She was Nigeria. And she was going to a raggedy ass apartment talking about, I got 2 houses in Nigeria.
Where do you see Nigerians on a planet with Caribbean people? We Caribbean people.
You missing the point, man. You missing the point because Kala, the fact that he used the term a cab driver, he's trying to undermine the work that the person is doing. It's like a cab driver.
I'm saying,
man. Why are you trying to say, Kala?
No,
why did you have to use the profession to make a statement?
Look, I'm trying to say that's where I mostly meet them in cabs.
Oh my goodness, Lord! So you've never met them at your workplace in a different professional setting?
No, never.
Kala, you delusional, man.
Look, I'm telling you where I live at. I'm only talking about where I live.
Caller, there's no Nigerians working in your insurance company.
You never met an African doctor before, man? Come on, man.
No. Check this out. Look, we have one African guy that's with another. He's in our FMO, but he's with this other guy's white guy. Man, I think he's racist or not. And
Have you never been to an? Have you never visited an African doctor?
Every time we have these events, right, we give out free food. This motherfucker's so happy and whatnot. You know, I don't know if he's Ghanaian or Nigerian. No, Nigerians don't act like that. You know, he must be Cameroonian or Ghanaian or something like that. You know, I know Nigerians got a little swag about them a little bit. You know, this guy's a complete geek. You know, he's just so happy. When I was like, dude, man, I've known him for years, right? He has gray hair in his hair now. I said he ain't even GA level yet. You know, I was like, damn, this white guy got you at the lowest level. You know, everything like that. And I'm saying,
just don't say he's Ashanti or Lewis will pop up.
Oh no, man, no, he wasn't Ashanti. You know, you see Lewis yesterday talk about that video I showed. That was my ancestors. I refuse to believe my ancestors were eating rats. Like,
I mean, Lewis is still living in the UK, man. He's still not conversing with you guys, man. He doesn't know the mindset of typical Black American, man. You know, so he's still sucking up to you guys, man. Once he started waking up and smelling the coffee,
yo, look, yo,
he knows the true nature of Black American.
Everybody wants. I don't know what it is, but because to me, the people that are attracted to Africa are the dustiest element in Black America. You know, so I don't know what they want so much. You know, the real Black people that I deal with every day, I can't tell them. I can't sell them on Africa. You know, that's why I said
You see on Dynasty Show they're propping up Cuddy, that ghetto ass dude.
Well, say it again.
Like,
say it again.
Cuddy?
Oh yeah, Cuddy's hilarious, man. He was on the show too. Cuddy's hilarious, man. You know, but I said Dinah should go to actually really make the beeline move to Burkina Faso.
Hey Mike, you remember that guy Lou Major, man? That's how they allow him on Dinah's platform, and he's come a lot of people promising them that he was gonna sell them some land in Nigeria, and he took money. Until today, that guy
Michael's involved with that too. Michael's involved with
until today, man. That guy is not found anywhere on the internet platforms. You know,
Zongo. That the day Lumejo was telling everybody to donate their money, right? Actually, I was gonna call Daddies and say, hey, that thing was gonna go wrong because that day I literally asked the Oracle about what this guy was in. The Oracle said, "Nah."
Oh really? Oh, you did? Oh, yeah.
Because he was asking for donation. Everybody was donating. I'm like, since I'm a member of this show, maybe I should contribute. But then I'm thinking, let me consult the Oracle first. So I asked the Oracle. The Oracle told me that the whole thing was going to become scam. Yeah, and I was going to call Dime. I'm like, hey, let me just stay out of it.
This Henry the Black Putin talk about those times. There were actually 3 Nigerian girls.
And hey, Mike, you know what?
Everybody put money on that, including Dennis put money, everybody put money. Like that, I'm the only one that didn't put money in that day, man. Like,
even the Africans put money too. The Africans on that platform.
The Africans never come up with no money, man. Come on.
Almost everybody watching that day, they were literally donating that day, like, and they were talking. Oh, this person put 200, this person 300.
Everyone it's like they were doing like a video.
First of all, let's even think about it. That is what's his name? Kala. Let's even think about it. Let's think about it. It may be that initially, it may be in the beginning, Lou Major didn't plan to do that. But what happened is that money is a very powerful energy, right? Once the money gets in your hand, the thing is the money landed in his hand.
Right? Wade started all off. He said, "Dinah's $1,000." That's what started the whole
Exactly. So initially, I don't think Lou Major. See, that's what I was saying. Emotional business and emotional mix, man. The thing is, money is a very powerful energy. You may when the money is not in your hand, your feeling is different. But when the money comes to your hand, the kind of feeling will overtake you. Just like when somebody comes to borrow money from you sometime, they have intention to pay you back. But when it's time to pay, it's so difficult to pay you back. You know. So what happened was when the money got in Lou Major's hand. He's probably never seen that kind of money in his hand, in his possession before.
Yeah, so like at the time,
kind of energy that overtook him. Yeah, so the energy that just overtook his body is like, wow. So that's when he thought of, let me run away. Came back.
He was scared.
Exactly. So that's why the people that create laws saying, hey, before do contract, do this, do that, do this the right way. That's the reason why they did that. So if you want to engage in all this emotional, you don't do business with emotion, man. You have to do things the right way. Put in a contract, follow the money, make sure the money is safe. You gotta secure things. You can't just use emotion to get into business. That's why I always tell people, let's do black business. I'm like, there's no such thing as black business.
Man.
When it comes down to the
That's
business,
great,
you're gonna forget your race. When it's time to make profit, you're gonna forget that you're black. There's no such thing as black business, or when it comes to business, forget Pan-African or all this other bull crap. It's time to make money and get profit. Trust me,
you
there's no
gotta make
emotion
money.
involved. Just do things right.
Racist time.
Do contract. Forget whether it's your brother or your relative. Even my own mom. When it's time to do business, we're gonna we're gonna draft the contract. That way we know. There's way because contract is safety.
It's not even advisable to be mix like business with family, man.
With family, we don't mix business with pleasure. So when you guys are talking about black, let's go build black business. No. If you want to build charity, let's go do charity. Or don't say let's go do business, black business. No, let's
Wait,
go.
Mike. So that day, like, is it possible like Lou Major could have raised close to $10,000 or something?
No, they raised over almost $500,000, dude.
Wait,
I
what?
think what I heard was the money you got disappeared with was about maybe 500,000 or 300,000. I can't remember. But it was a substantial amount of money where I just took it. Most human beings would have ran away with their money, dude. Most human beings. I don't think it was his intention initially, but when that money got in his hand, the
even
energy
if it's 100K, man, probably he's been working his whole life. He hasn't even saved that much of money in his retirement account.
Exactly. All of a sudden, some morons that you don't even know what they look like just hand it to you. Maybe like, what do I know these people? What am I? And he figured he could get away with it, so why not? So yeah. Well, the guy's lucky though, because if my money was there, dude, the guy would have. Man,
he would have just voodoo his ass, man.
He would have ran mad, dude. Because I would go straight to the shrine, man. But the guy was lucky I didn't contribute though. Because I thought about it, but then I kind of consulted the oracle. The oracle said no.
When the conversation get good and everybody just hyping one thing, let's do this, let's go. Emotions and nobody's applying something. Thinking, no research, no feasible studies. I mean, what is the situation? What's the history?
No one said,
project?
hey,
Nothing.
can you show me a picture of this land? Can you show me a photo at least before I donate?
But that guy, he has a way of talking and trying to demonize the situation in America, trying to, eulogize another part. I mean, like, he was very, like, he projected himself as though he was a smart dude, But like,
he's a good salesman. He's a very good salesman. So
I don't even think he's ever.
Some people fall for salesmen. That's unfortunate.
That's true. I don't know if Luke Major has ever been to Africa. Period.
But Mike, that's the problem of most Black Americans. A lot of these people who are very good at talking.
Yeah, they like to follow. Yeah, they follow the street mouths. And that's why people like a lot of those race hustlers. It was also them. Once they know, he's the same with a lot of Christian pastors. They know how to talk.
Yeah,
they make a lot of money.
Yeah, even pastor emotions.
Yeah, you know how to speak to the emotion of people. That's it. And people know that, and that's why Tariq know that. He knew that. He knew his people very well. That's why the guy quickly, he just do that talking. Just
that dude rose over $1 million, man, and just for that stupid ass museum, man.
$2 million. He raised it right quick. Like they will give it the money. Some some people are just. Once you know how to talk to them, tap into their emotion, you can get all their money.
And they say like the museum, he put it on his name. Like instead of it to be for the community, he put it in his name. That when he dies, his kid is gonna inherit that
exactly.
shit. I'm like, man, like nobody's really talking about that shit. It's a complete scam, And even Omar, look at Omar, Dr. Omar. He speak good, speak nice.
Yeah, he speak nice. they think about a lot of Black Americans that go to they get those degrees. They know that I'm acquiring. Knowledge is power. Education is power. So their power they have, they use it to exploit their people. They do it a lot. A lot of these guys do it. Especially those ones they realize that they can make you. They can compare white people in the industry. They're like, okay, where do I go?
Hey, Mike, let's pronounce ourselves. It's the same thing in Africa. People get the degree, and they be up there robbing the country blind and whatnot.
One thing about Africa, your degree, you robbing anyone? Hell no. People are street smart in Africa. Everybody's
people get
everybody in Africa.
You get in public office, you go to public office to get rich.
Yeah, but it has nothing to do with their degree. It's just their position. But what I'm saying is that I don't care how much degree you have. An average African already learning entrepreneurship since childhood. You already start learning how to sell stuff, how to trip.
Every African you meet is a fucking businessman. You know, like,
exactly. So you can't say because you have some degree you want to come hustle. Africans have social. They
be like, I sell cola nuts worldwide.
Carla, let me tell you, if you grew up, I can't speak all Africa. If you grew up in Nigeria, by the time you're 16, you're equivalent to already having a bachelor's degree. The kind of shit you have already learned. I'm telling you, dude.
Oh yeah,
our culture, our tradition is education.
7 days a week on survival mode, man.
Yeah, exactly. And then the culture, the tradition is you're learning a lot of things, because this thought has been installing.
You guys gotta get just more money in that country, man. $360 billion GDP. That's not enough money to go around, bro. We gotta do something about that.
Man, Callum, man.
Do you know that's not the underground economy? Do you know that 60% of Nigerian economy is actually underground economy? You know that, right? They don't capture.
That brings.
So the actual GDP is over $1 trillion.
That brings it up to like 500 billion GDP.
No. About 60 to 70% of Nigerian economy is underground. Like most people don't register what they do. They don't register. Everybody just open a business in front of their house, just do things. It's only about 40%.
No, but Mike,
it's only about 30 to 40% business in Africa, in Nigeria. Actually,
not really, Mike. Like the banks, like a lot of these businesses or people, they save out these banks.
No,
so,
but they don't register their bank account is not a business account.
I get it. They know how to estimate the money, because like
You're right about that. Ever since they got that, they created mobile money. They can estimate the goods and services produced in the country.
They might not have the accurate thing, but they know how to estimate based on like the money the saving.
They don't capture they don't capture the rural area. They don't capture
they even use mobile money. Are you kidding me?
They don't capture mobile money. Yeah,
everything's transported by app nowadays.
Man, Mike. I mean, what was a lot, man? Nowadays, like most people, kind of like trade digitally, like mobile money.
Yeah, but what I'm telling you is they're going by registered. It's not. They don't calculate.
But Mike, think about it though. If most people save their money on their mobile wallet or maybe in their bank account, and the nation, okay, let's say in the private sector, like in the public sector, they've made that estimation. In the formal sector, within the private, they have those account like information, but they don't know how to really assess the informal sector. They can really do it indirectly, like using like the bank data they have from the various like banks in the country. Like, I mean, how many savings that people are saving. I mean, just to draw some, not accurate, but some sort of estimation to do that. To balance the sort of like the GDP, to kind of like do the calculation. I mean, they can do it, man. They do it. You gotta really ask about that. That's how they do it.
Well, I'm not an economist, so I'm not gonna sit here and act like an expert. So yeah, I mean, we got Africa is still developed. Yeah, most countries in Africa are developing. I mean, I think every society, Nigeria, we're making the right steps. Meaning we're doing the same. Because what all these advanced countries first did was send a lot of their people outside, so acquire brain gain and bring the brain back. So we're doing that, and a lot of those brains are coming back. So we're developing. So it's a matter of time. So hopefully to get there. But a lot of people are doing well. A lot of people are making a lot of money now. So I got a cousin that just blew up. Even he's even way more successful than me right now. He's in Nigeria making his wealth.
Yeah, he's not been over here before.
No. He's in Nigeria. Good, this guy is very successful, man. In fact, I need to get into what he's doing, man.
Man, Carla, man, there it is, man. Mike is giving you the clue, man. It's about time you just tap in, man, instead of just being arrogant and living in America,
one thing the Nigerian government incorporated into the curriculum.
Nigeria,
I wish entrepreneurship, how to set up business register. So it's our curriculum now is very business based now. So And
Oh, that's what I do. Like
you
entrepreneurship.
know
Is that
that
what you're saying?
you know that most of the startup businesses in Nigeria started up by people under the age of 23,
Oh,
because
really? So
from
the
high
young
school they already
entrepreneurs.
learn all the business, because it's business, the curriculum now they change is very business oriented. So a lot of them are leaving high school to starting their own business, man. A lot of Nigerian youth, like
Yeah,
they started they all go
that's a good
they
way to
start
start.
everything, they turn into business. Every
Yeah,
move, everything.
entrepreneurship, right? That's the way forward, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, Colin, man, it's about time, man. Afghanistan, if you want to really build your Afghanistan, man, you know. But
Oh, the
you know,
bottom line, I just put, like I said, the finger pointing away to the moon. Don't concentrate on the finger, or you. It's all like, don't concentrate on me. All I'm doing is pointing away to the moon. I'm pointing away, and the black people in
but
America,
I just hope a lot of
you
Africans
I pointed.
listening to the show, they would just take cue from what we have said tonight. That I mean, the Black Americans, like, you really cannot satisfy them. I mean, think about it, man. They live in America, and they still are not satisfied by what the
I mean,
what
hold
white
on. Let me tell
American
you,
power has done
It's
to them.
not good. I mean, to be fair though,
most black
Carla's
people in America
idea.
are satisfied, right? But those who are black nationalists are basically saying, you know something, all the stuff that I enjoy in America, I want to basically have it myself. Or in other words, basically, I'm sick of sharing my culture, my wealth, and everything with another race of people. That's what the black nationals are about. Because we always had
Carla,
nice communities.
Carla,
We always had hassle people, peaceful communities in our community. What are you talking about?
Zongo, to be fair though, man, Carla's idea, I can see some very uh fruitful, outcome, possible fruitful outcome from it. To be honest, but
With the African how?
hold on. Imagine, the disgruntled feeling between the blacks and white. It kind of created that because it's in the minds of even the black and professionals. Now imagine if the black professionals, successful ones, all of them, and begin to say, hey, let's come together and put this money together and just start something somewhere. They can go far, man. I'm
Well, that's
telling
true,
you.
man. I mean, to develop, you gotta be jealous of something, even to
They
perform
can
in
go
class.
far, man. But
Yeah.
imagine, like, if they, and it's so easy because there are people that really like to be part of movement. They always enjoy movement.
Yeah.
They pay attention to movement. Imagine if all they did is just key people in the Black American community, like maybe let's say Michael Jordan, Shaquille O'Neal,
hmm
Jay-Z, and then a few people from other areas come together and say, hey, okay, we're gonna buy this one, or we're gonna start something. And then they start telling all the
hmm
NBA players, all the NFL players, hey, come join, put the money in this and that. They can do something, man. I'm telling you. Like
Yeah, I
I'm not
mean,
saying it's gonna cover the entire Black American population, but it can like really have a place, whether a community or something, or just some kind of
no, I mean, them
like the Jewish, you understand? They can have
community, yeah, sure.
they can do
I mean,
something, man. They can do a lot, man.
they're going back to the continent. Of course, they're gonna add some sort of value over there because they live in a advanced society.
I
They
mean, it
have
may not be
taste.
African, but I know they can do something. They can do something.
Yeah, sure. I mean, they have taste. Like, even when they go, like, even when it comes to the kind of taste they have for certain things. Like, let's say, like, if they are in the real estate industry, they have certain, like, quality that comes into that particular industry because they go and they see certain terrain. They're like, nah, I'm not really satisfied with what the locals are really giving to the consumers over there.
But what I do see about the Black American society is that the people that usually have interest in all these kind of things are usually people that don't have the means, like someone like yourself. But then what I do notice is when Black America begins to become wealthy, they don't have this kind of ideology anymore. Like, for example, like all these. If I look at the lifestyle of Michael Jordan.
Hello, Mike, you still there?
Mike's full of shit. We have people like the African venture partners, a multi-million-dollar operation.
No, because Stevie Wonder,
You have Eugene Jackson, basically, who is a major investor in South Africa. He's a multi-millionaire. We got so many millionaires in Black America that go to Africa and build what we're talking about all the time. So what is Mike talking about?
Yeah, but it's some, but not in great numbers, you know.
Yeah, with all you need is a few. When Indians come to a country, you only got like a few families, the Shastas and the Patels, whatever like that, you know. And the bottom line is this: you
Carla,
always got
is it really in your culture though? Like, let's say right now you just inherited some, some of your long family. You just discover your long family has left you an inheritance of like $20 million. Are you still gonna be preaching this kind of, or maybe who knows? You might change, man.
I'll probably no, I won't. No, I won't. You don't know me very well.
Really, really.
Look, Zongo, you understand something about me. I got everything I need in America. I always have. I never was poor. I always had money. I always grew up middle class, upper middle class, and whatnot. My family always had money. My grandparents had money. Aunts and uncles. I have cousins that are millionaires. You know, I have money in my family. You know, I always had that. Right. What was always burning in my heart all my entire life is I always wanted to know what it was like to have my people in my own nation. That's what I always wanted, you know. So all the money in the world can't buy that, you know. You can't give me $1 billion to stop what I'm doing. So you guys never met anybody like me.
So
You know?
why do you want to have your people like? Because
Because I
you
love
feel
my
like
people. I don't want
uh,
to see my people. I don't want to see my people disappear.
oh, I
I
mean,
don't
like
want
you saw like
to
what white people are
I want
doing, and you wanted to feel like.
the story of the African American, right? I want it preserved
But is
forever.
it fair that you got inspiration from white people? Like
I
what
have
they
no
do?
idea where I got it from. The bottom line is this:
I mean, come on,
I
man,
know
Carla,
that
man,
my
stop it. Just be
people.
honest, man. Can you be honest a little bit?
Hold on. Everything I grew up with, right? From the time everything from the revivals, the churches I grew up in, and the stuff like the family reunions and everything like
Hmm.
that, and the cousins and the holidays and all stuff like that.
Yeah.
Everything I've known my whole entire life, I believe Black America is my heaven. You know,
All right, kind of.
so so I want to preserve that. You know, I don't want to be a Zongo. You know, I don't want to be a Nigerian. I don't want to be a Liberian. You know, I don't want to be a native Liberian. You know, I like my culture. That's why I drove to Liberia is because I go there and I talk to my people, the American Liberians, when I talk to my people, and we have the same sort of thing. They say, yeah, we was able to come over here.
Carla, let me ask you this question: do you think at some point in time, I mean, maybe it might be an idea that you started in good faith, right? But it's reached a certain level, it was just beyond your capacity. You could have just allow another person to transition into that position
No,
to
because
really
the
take it
bottom
to the
line
next
is
level.
no, hold up, not yet. Because the bottom line is I have never seen anybody who's serious like this, like me. You
Yeah,
know,
but kind of you could have been. I mean, you could have been like maybe the
look,
spokesperson.
look, look. If I thought there was somebody out there that could do this or
Mhm.
had the same fire like I do, I'd walk away from this in a minute, man. And I'll be free. I'll say, look, I can just go
No,
cop.
not really, man. I mean, like this. I mean, you still can be there, but maybe your assigned role could have been different. Like, cause you have to have people that will be responsible for actually operational work. You get what I'm saying? Like,
Hold on. The bottom line is that's why I said this movement it has to be led by me. I'm the chosen one, bro.
no,
That's
no, no. I mean, not really. I mean, someone could be. Let's say, like in a case of like Nation of Islam.
Yeah, the Nation of
Elijah.
Islam was an organization that was created
No, no, no.
just
I'm,
to stifle itself. You
I'm
know,
saying, I'm saying
Farrakhan
the
was no real leader.
no, no, no. I'm saying Malcolm was the mouthpiece of the organization, but actually there are people in that organization that are responsible for the day-to-day operational work of the organization. That was not Malcolm. They know how to build the structure of the organization.
Oh yeah, we
They're not always in the limelight. They're not in the
all I am.
media.
Oh, look, all I am is the architect.
Exactly.
I'm just the architect. That's all I
And I
am.
kind of think like you kind of like you should have appointed people that were really.
I got you. Look, I got people. Yeah, how do you think Bomani's community in Ghana got built? That was a BAO. That's us. That's part of the BAO. The guy.
Man, yeah, he's a Liberia. I was in Ghana, man. I was in that Ghana.
No, what are you talking? Hold the BAO is all over the continent. What are you talking about?
I thought it was a Liberian thing,
Oh
though.
no, you see, I say that's what you get. You think too much, right? You hurt yourself, man. You think you don't know shit. You know, you think too much. You go talk, you don't think. It ain't about like.
Ghana, man. Don't change your mind, man.
Hold on. We're all over the black world. We're in the Caribbean, we're in Canada, UK, all these other places like that. We got members. That you got Ibrahim that was on a little while ago. He's from the UK. I
I
got
used to
many.
be part of the BIO. I mean, it wasn't active.
The UK is just is nothing but a network and
Since
ideology.
2017.
Ideology. That's all it is. Not a real organization, just an ideology. And people get together based on the fact that we have an end game. We want a nation state of our own. That's people in the UK, people in Jamaica, people in South America, people in the US, people in Canada, and people all over the world who basically want a new Afghanistan, a new political, geopolitical order. That's all. And it has nothing to do with like that. If you're a black slave descendant, and you've displaced in the world or not, the Afghanistan is your homeland. Simple as that.
Kyle, do you still find it like very difficult for you to reconcile the history of your people's past?
What history?
I mean, like African American history. Like,
What about Africa?
you find are you finding it difficult to reconcile your African American history with American nation states? Considering the fact that what they've done to people in the past, is it very hard for you?
We always said that we're a black nation inside of the United States. That's all. We're a black nation inside of America. That's all. Black nation inside of America. That's all. I live in the United States.
Yeah, God, man. Rasmussen said, "What about Haiti, though?" He's like, "Hey, do you have a BIO branch in Haiti?"
Hell no.
Oh my God, why?
We have Haitian guys. One of the founders was a Haitian guy. We don't fuck. None of us fuck with Haiti.
Oh, I mean, Halep was a Haitian.
What?
Halep, he was an Asian guy.
No, it was another guy named Roger.
Oh, okay.
He was Haitian. Man. He was always like, "Oh man, we should go to Haiti." I was like, "Nigga, get out of here."
My God, so what about the trip now? The Liberia trip now? How many people have you gotten so far? Because now you say like Mark is going to go.
Like I said, I can't tell you that. Can't reveal that online.
Oh, really?
We're gonna have a good trip. We're gonna have like 30 people.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Man, is Zango allowed to come? Because now I'm kind of feeling, I'm African, man. Now I'm getting convinced that Kala are so. Wait, is Zango is not allowed to come?
No, because you ain't got no money. We don't want no broke ass niggas on the strip, man. I got no money. Like everybody going on a trip got to have their deposits in by next month.
Oh, really? How much? $5K?
$500. That's a deposit.
Man, that's a chicken change, man. Colin.
Yeah, right. Okay, then email Bomani with the money.
No, man, I ain't paying my money to no freaking Bomani, man.
Yeah, you ain't got no money. See, I said you're broke.
Man, Bomani is a scammer.
You're broke, man. You're broke, Zongo. You know what I'm saying? We understand you're broke. That's why we say, hey, look,
Jonathan is on cap.
That's like I know Jonathan's broke too, man. All these motherfuckers are broke, man.
Hey, man, man, you gotta join the trip, man. Maybe once you go over there, your mind might change about
broke, man. Like I said, we understand most of these people are broke, man. We understand that.
No, man, G's not broke.
We already got people. We got so many people lined up, man. I got my guy Jamal coming, David Hitts coming. I got a few people coming. Hopefully, Dollar Bill, Mr. Rosenthal. I got a few people that's definitely coming.
Is Mark coming?
And Bomani got a bunch of people coming, so we got a good group,
Is Bomani in the U.S. right now, or is still on the continent?
He's in the United States.
Oh, okay. Man, so how the world is he? How is he managing his Pan African village?
He's a big Bomani's like the hardest working man in the world. He's a real businessman. That's why we rock together. We both got real businesses, and we both do this thing and whatnot, It's amazing how we both run businesses and we're able to put this together and everything like that. That itinerary for that tour is gonna be the best thing everybody will ever see. That Liberian tour is gonna be the best tour ever. This one. Last one was okay, but this one's gonna be really, really good. And so until anybody else can step up and do what we do, then you can talk. You can't do that, then you sit down and be quiet.
I mean, taking people to Africa, that's something like some remarkable.
Get somebody to get on a plane and follow you halfway across the world is a feat, And so the bottom line,
you don't think I can get someone to come to America?
You understand what it takes to book the hotels and get the right price, the group price.
Oh man, come on, man, stop it, man. Like even if I
can do that.
I can do that.
Do that, Zongo. You could not do that.
What do you
And
mean I cannot do that?
I would look. We encourage people to get into the tourism business. You know, 'cause I'm thinking about getting into my damn self. You know, think about getting into my damn self. But
Yeah,
I want
it's not something. It's not something that I really want to engage myself in because it's not really. I don't.
it takes hard work, man. You ain't
No,
got.
no, no. People have. I mean, people have interest in different things. You can't just because you do this, so I have to really do that to prove what. It
Well,
just
there's
doesn't
other
make.
things. Whatever. Tourism is probably the best entryway of making a good income and also basically being engaged with the continent. You know, because you're bringing people to the continent and you're actually spending money in their hotels, food, and everything like that. Everybody's getting paid in the operation. You know, people enjoying themselves and people getting paid. So what we're doing is we're adding value, and all we need is more people doing what we do, and we're not. And then as tourism group grows in these countries, you'll create a black middle class. You know, so but you know, so.
We could black middle class were in Liberia or what?
We're doing what I think African immigrants should be doing. You know, African immigrants should be doing what we're doing instead of coming at me all the time, telling me what I'm not doing or what I
No,
ain't.
they're doing the same thing in their own ways too, Kala.
No, they ain't doing that. Not on this level, bro.
No, Kala, man. African immigrants always go home in masses. You know.
Go home for what? You know, they're not bringing tourism dollars. To
Well, yeah, but vacation going back home, that's like almost like bringing tourism dollars.
you know, stop it.
What are you talking about? I mean,
We're in
Kala,
the
man.
business, man. You know, we're in the business. They can't just drop. Okay, we need 20 rooms. You know, hotel and
Man, haven't you heard people saying like, Kala, you know how many people go back to the continent on a yearly basis?
bottom
You
line,
gotta
yeah,
check the you
we're
gotta check the data.
penny pinch, and you know they ain't spending no damn money. The tourists come over there with money to spend. You know, we go with money to spend. We donate money to
Do
schools.
you know how many people when Africans go to the continent, how much they spend, Kala?
Yeah, how much do they spend, Zongo? Not
Man, they
much.
spend more than like $10,000 just within the span of like 1 month.
Stop it. Stop it,
But
Zongo.
that's true, man. Like, come on,
Stop it, Zongo.
ask any African, they're gonna tell you that shit.
Stop it, Zongo.
Man, Kala, man, I mean, you see, you're surprised, right? Because you don't know, like
No,
most
no,
Africans,
no.
like
I know the
they make it very.
most Africans are struggling. They can barely get a ticket to fly and whatnot. You know.
Are
So,
you are you serious, Kala, man? Yeah, man,
yeah,
you're
man,
joking.
there's simply not enough money in Africa, man.
I ask any single African that you come across in the north, like in the northeast, right?
Hold on. Most Africans never go to the continent. Almost every African I know has been here and haven't been back in 30 years and shit. You know, that's most of them. You know, they're stranded here in America. They can't go. They can't go back. You know, either the paperwork's not right or they don't have the money. You know.
Well, that's not true, Kala, man. A lot of them go back to the continent, especially
No,
during like
most people
festive
don't, man.
seasons.
Look at Mike
Almost all.
Olawale. Look at Mike Olawale, man. He ain't never going back. You know.
I mean, is he the only African in this country? Man, there's a lot of them that go
You,
back to their own countries, you know.
you're never gonna go back. You know, Michael Olawale's
Man,
never.
I'm not the only Ghanaian in America. There's a lot
Yo,
of Ghanaians, not
yo,
only.
Chuko, is that nigga going back? No. You know,
Kyle, you got no, Kyle, I think you're missing the point. There's a lot of like them. There's some in America, some in Canada, some in Australia, in the UK,
yeah,
in Europe.
and they're stranded there. And they can't leave.
No, they're spread across, man. So you think about like those groups going
Yeah,
back
they're stranded
and
there.
well, foreign.
When I'm on a plane to Africa, the only Africans I see on there are mostly coming from the UK, or they're coming from all the parts of the world, whatever like that. You know. Yeah,
I'm sure you've heard. I'm sure you've heard about the remittances, like the government of Africa gets from their people that live in diaspora. So you want to tell me you want to compare that to your little change that you send to the continent, man? Kind of man.
But in Ghana, most of the money that Ghanaians are making are coming from you know.
But wait, from African Americans, is that what you said now?
Yeah, they put $1 billion in 1 year in your economy. Your dusty asses ain't putting no money in there.
But it's not just.
And stop with that. Look, y'all African niggas are broke, man. Stop it, man. You know.
Like, it's not just with African American.
African guys say many of us are here now. Yeah, African guys, I get you. You're cool. You know, I'm talking about the Zongos and Mike Olawale types. You know, all Africans I know make six figures, haven't been back in Africa in decades. Yeah, if they make money, they just lost all sense of them, so they don't know what the hell they are. a Black American and Nigerian. One guy, man, been living here for like 30 years. I think it was an African guy, man. They just deported him. He said,
Oh,
man,
really?
I was a good citizen. I did this and whatnot. They run the public office, man. They grabbed that motherfucker up. It was like last week. Man, that nigga's on the boots or wherever the hell he came
God,
from.
man, I don't believe you, man. You probably snitch on that dude, man.
I
God.
ain't snitch or nothing, man. Look, bottom line is this. I wish you guys could stay. You know, I don't like being people rounded up, especially if they're productive.
Why you never fought for that guy? Why you never fight for him?
No,
Why
I'm
you
not.
do protest for?
Look, it's not my job to fight for anybody. You know,
Right?
not my
Right,
job.
but you want Africans to assimilate and protest when
Oh,
you
no,
guys.
yeah, but then when they assimilate and they become part of us, then we'll say, hey, look, we're down with you. Anything happens to you, what's happened to us. But now black people are like, y'all on your own, man. You know, y'all want it to be like that. Like one girl gets up there talking about we Africans are this. We're not like that. We're these people don't have no values. Blah blah blah. And black people hear that, they're like, you know something. These people think so lowly of us and whatnot. So what the hell with them? Pan Am, for the most part, are white people and blacks. They want after Europe without white people, and they want to be in charge of the natives. You know, no. See, this is what I'm talking about. The Black Putin. All the black people panel want is we want running waters, man. I do not want to be able to be hot, copping a squat in a bush and taking a
Wait,
poop.
Carla, wait. When you went to Liberia, do you have issue with running water?
Nope.
So why are you complaining about running water?
No, I say like because everywhere I stay at, it has running water, a shower, all the stuff like that. Because everybody knows how I live. You know, they know when you're African American in Liberia, they automatically know. They say, "Oh, you looking for a place to live?" They know what it needs. It has refrigerator, stove, all the stuff, AC, all stuff like that. The basic minimums. You know, I don't go stay in no place other than now. I got a house over in Liberia. I got all that. You know, yo. I don't live in no place where they don't have all the amenities and whatnot, you know? The basics, you know, shit, the essentials. That ain't too much to ask for. People think that if you want an AC unit, you want a concrete floor, marble floor instead of a dirt floor, right? You know, I don't want to go into a hut with a dirt floor when I poop made out of poop and mud and whatnot,
Carla,
you know?
man, you mad, man. What are you talking about, man? Come on, man.
Yeah, but that's what, hold up. It's,
You went to Liberia, man. What the hell are you talking about?
People trying to convince me that the house is efficient, a poop house with mud or whatnot. You know, I said, no, I can't do poop, man. I can't do it, man. I can't do it. You know, Principe, he's just not trying to sell me. So what you need to do is get the Principe and say, look, stop trying to embarrass us. We don't live in poop in Ghana. You know, you just tell him that, you know, because he has me thinking the Ghanaians live in poop, you know.
God,
She says Ghana has boreholes, no running clean water. And
man, G man, stop, man. What, man? Come on, man, G man. Have you been to Africa before, G? Come on, stop it, man, G. You watch too much YouTube videos, man. Stop it, man.
I know Africa. Well, I can get them deported right now, but I don't have a problem with more people, black people here, whether it is African or continental, just don't appreciate the hate. Yeah, nobody wants to. I'm not gonna snitch on nobody. You know, I don't know what you're talking about. I guess it's fine. Yeah, everybody should have the basic. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The basic. Africans can't give us the damn basic. They think if you ask for the basics, you're talking about you want Europe and Africa. That's sad, man. You know, that is really sad. You know, Zongo, you do your boy. Yeah. You know, Henry Muller says black people going to Africa want Europe and Africa. No, we want roads. We want paved roads. I'm sick of freaking getting
Man,
that.
G. There's running clean water, you know, in Ghana, and there is a continuous electricity in Ghana. It depends on where you stay.
Yeah, Ghana. Like, my boy Sam. Last year, he was out of power for 4 days in Ghana. You know, I was like, damn. But
Man, I mean, you guys going? You live in the capital city. For me, personally, I don't live in the capital city. I live in a region that is right next to the capital city. It's called Eastern Region, and the capital of the Eastern Region is Cove Town. That's where I'm from. Cove Town City is where I'm from. We've never had like running water issues because we have rivers around. That's where we get our waters from. So you guys are not thinking globally, man. You think Ghana just getting running water from just one river in the whole country? No, it depends on where you stay. You know. So if your issue is in Accra, then it's a regional issue. It's not really like a national thing. Uh,
You got to get your infrastructure game up, man.
but you guys really want to generalize shit. Gee, man, it's about time. You know,
What
you have
happened?
to educate.
What happened to that Judah Empire clone? They probably
Man,
deported.
no, that guy's American, man. He's an American citizen.
There's no such thing as America. Was he born there?
He got American passport though. So.
Man, the bottom line is this: the Trump administration is saying to help bump that. By the time you get deported and you got to go through the Supreme Court to get your ass back here, or not, I wouldn't be talking too much because they're grabbing everybody up and freaking like that. The black to poor, call it, come here and push. They making people look good, Africans, Damn, the black Putin went out, Damn, that's coming hard, man. He was saying yesterday, where's that for dumbass at? He got to come back. He got to come back. The blacks are getting too bold or whatnot. Afro dumbass to rein the blacks in or whatnot.
Oh, I mean,
I know Afro dumbass was y'all hero or whatnot. Because he put the blacks in their place.
Man, come on. Man, how is that even possible? That's not true.
Yeah, I call him and keep it real about Langley. Oh Lord, he wants to give it to me, man. Shall I let St. James up, folks? I mean, why is he? That's the whole thing about this. I can't basically. This is what conflicted at. I support Traore. I want to see him gold and build infrastructure, everything like that. But Langley is a brother, man. That could be my uncle or something, Hey, it's 40 years.
So are you staying in code, man? Are you listening to the lyric right now? Are you trying to stay in code?
What?
Because Langley is your brother, so you trying to?
No, I'm saying back. This is how we are in Black America. When somebody in Black America makes it, we always have this thing when somebody made it to the top, we give that person honor and respect. I remember one time there was an episode of Different Strokes with Gary Coleman and whatnot. Remember it was adopted by a white guy, a white man. And one episode where Muhammad Ali was there and he was faking like he was sick, whatnot. And then Muhammad Ali said, Arnold, get down here and whatnot. The way he took authority and then said, okay, sorry, champ. I lied, whatever like that, to get you to come over here and be my friend and whatnot, But the episodes are touching, but that's how we are as a people, We basically give respect and honor to people that we consider icons and heroes in our culture, That's why the African Americans are not going to freaking attack Langley like you think we should be, They're not going to attack him like that. We don't agree with him. We don't agree with the policies and whatnot. But we just don't. Are you
going to condemn him? His act? Well, did you condemn him?
Yeah, I haven't seen nothing that he did so far.
I mean, you heard what he said when he made the statement.
That's what they say he said. You can't show me any video where he said that. He said what he said.
What the hell? You didn't see that video, Carla?
Only thing I saw was he was basically concerned about how the money's being spent. But he never said nothing. He never mentioned Traore.
But he did actually. He mentioned his name, Traore.
I said, "Show me the video."
I mean, come on, man, guys, show him the video, guys. We all saw that shit.
I don't know.
He mentioned his name, Ibrahim Traore, man. He said Traore has used majority of the gold reserves money to look out for his security.
Yeah, the problem government. You understand Traore is under the gun by jihadists, right?
Yeah, but why that's not true. Not really by the jihadists. From you guys, actually.
Oh no. He's going like this. The problem that Traore is fighting, he's fighting a war. There's no U.S. Marines in there. He's fighting. Are you fighting U.S. Marines?
Kala.
No, seriously, you guys come over here and make up your own narrative.
Kala, let me help you to understand. You understand?
Oh yeah, check us out. We got to go by this fake Pan African. This is what I said about the fake Pan African. People hate us for the most part. But yeah, you want to put this Pan African guilt on us, man. You know. So the bottom line is this: I haven't seen anything where he's done anything wrong or nefarious.
I'm kind of really disappointed in you. So you don't know the Assad. I mean, did you serve in the army, in the military before? Like
I know the army, but the bottom line is this: you understand that Langley is a U.S. general, right?
No, but have you served in the army before in the U.S. military?
I haven't.
You haven't, but you have an
general. He's a U.S. general, right?
But like, I mean, it's mostly this established, Western society. They have satellites in power, in space. They can really see what is going on in other. Man, you don't think it's easy for them to pinpoint and just drill him, just like they do to Al Qaeda people?
Somebody says Langley's a line slave trade. First of all, black people can't be slave traders. White people are slave traders. How is he a slave trader? This is what I'm talking about. The online, the low IQ people online and whatnot. They don't want to look at things and tell you.
Let's speak about a serious issue. So you don't think if the Western power really wanted him, they have technology to
if
really.
If they wanted to kill Terror, he would be dead already. Trust me.
Yeah, I know, man. I know. That's why he had to pay the Russian, like the.
Even with the Russians in there, right? If America wanted Traore dead, he would be dead.
That's not true, man. That's not true. Because they also have the capacity. That's because they also have the capacity.
The drones and all stuff like that, the technology they have right now, they can basically monitor stuff right now as we speak. There's people that are spying in on you right now through a computer and everything. They got so much technology now.
Yeah,
man.
I know.
Real.
And that's why I'm telling you, like, you kind of like, you are looking at the issue really on the surface. You gotta think deep,
I'm looking at it deep. I'm saying to myself, why is it that look, my whole thing about Langley is this: I cannot do anything.
Man, look at how they killed like those guys, these rebel leaders in Lebanon, Iran, and those kind of places. Like, come on, man. They did that with the help of a satellite, technology.
Yeah, technology. If they want Traore gone, he'd be gone. But it's not like that. It's not the case.
Well, that's because they don't want to cause instability in the region,
Well, the bottom line is this. They basically know. The fact of the matter is, I don't know what U.S. end goal policy is, but the bottom line is this. I do know this, right? And we're looking at the United States and Liberia. What I am getting tired of, right? And I'm saying like this, is that black people in America always basically take Africa's side on everything, right? And even now when I look at South Africa right now, right? I'm saying there's no way I could defend that, The black South Africans are fucking up, And we strongly supported black South about a racial solidarity, but right and right is wrong and wrong. The black South Africans are destroying that country, as we speak. And they're persecuting black people. They're persecuting other black people. They're killing Mozambicans, Zimbabweans, Nigerians, and all. We can play a video, We're basically like this, So we basically are looking at that now, saying, "Wait a minute, we rallied behind you guys because we thought Free Mandela and all stuff like this." And next thing you know, we're watching you guys round up fucking Mozambique.
Black Americans do the same shit too. They be killing Africans over here.
It's a lie. There's never been an incident of mob violence towards Africans in America.
Yeah, but I mean, the hood guys be killing them.
If you're out there in the hood, I could get killed out there. That's not because you're biased. There's been no bias incident where African Americans say, "Yo, there's an African guy. Let's go ahead and kill him."
That's why African American kid. I killed one Ghanaian taxi driver, man. You know how many stories I heard about neighbors?
First of all, those kids were Haitians, Haitian Americans.
No, they're African Americans.
Haitian Americans were not, and the bottom line is unfortunate, but it had nothing to do with the fact that he was Haitian. And it had that's how I say, when you guys come up here and spread this hate and lies and stuff like that.
Man, have you been to East St. Louis before? The level of crime in East St. Louis?
And ask, why are we not supporting you and all this nonsense over that?
Why the hell is you say I'm a liar, man? I mean, why don't you hit the link?
Bottom line is
Why
this.
don't you hit the link and come and prove me wrong, G? I mean, you want to sit in the chat and fight? Come on, man.
They just killed a Senegalese in Detroit.
Yeah, St. James, man, tell him.
Look where you're going to, Detroit. You know, it ain't because he was Senegalese. He was at the wrong place at the wrong time. I can get killed in Detroit. You know, I had 3 cousins murdered. You know, were they murdered because they're Black American? No, they murdered because they were in the wrong place, wrong time, and opportunities, time, space, and opportunity. You know. Yeah, difference is Black South Africans know they know they better not, they know not to attack Black Americans. You know, whatever goes on between Black South Africans worship Black Americans. They just want to be like us. You know, so that's what it is. Historically, Black Americans always go to South Africa and then do lucrative things. My guy Mark Blanton is there. You know, you got a large growing Black community there in South Africa, Black American community there in South Africa. Bottom line is this: Black America is not subjected to the violence that other Black people get in like South Africa. That's sad, but it's unfortunate, you know.
Carla, man, you want to stay over there and pretend and dismiss all points, you know.
What points am I dismissing?
Oh, Black Americans killing Africans over here too.
Oh, where are they killing Africans? So you can't just make
sure. If people give you the stats about how many Africans were killed,
hold up. First
in
of all,
the hands of Black Americans, man, that's a lot.
I want to see if your low IQ can understand this, right? If you're living in a bad house,
how can you, a college dropout, speak to someone like me?
Area, right? And the probability is that you may get killed or robbed in these areas, right? That's anybody, you know. But does not mean somebody said, you know, something. Let's go out today and start beating up some Ghanaians. That does not happen in Black America, bro. That does not happen in Black America. There's never been a Black Americans attacking somebody just because of their ethnicity. Never happened, you know. Black America is the only group of Black people that have never had political violence in this country. We never had political violence in the streets of this country, you know?
Man, you do that, man. You got in Chicago, the Chicago gangs, weren't they fighting those Hispanic gangs?
You're a fool. Those are gangs. Those are gangs. You don't say the difference. Those are gangs. They live outside the fringes of a community. They're not part of the community. They're on the fringes of the community, you know? Damn, you guys are so fucking stupid. I thought Africans were smart. You guys always tell Africans are smart. Africans are dumb, man. Jeez. They're a gang to fucking ordinary people who decide to fucking burn somebody alive for stealing a cell phone. Oh no, here comes Lozy. Oh boy. Here comes Lozy, man. Every time I talk about South Africa, here comes Lozy. Every time I talk about Ghana, here comes Lewis, man. You know? All right, what's up, Lozy?
Yeah, but Carla, look, man, I think I'm getting sick and tired of listening your opinions about us, man. It's like, geez, it's like you don't know. It's like you don't understand what's going on, Carla. Why have an opinion without understanding? Why have those kind of views about?
Yeah, but Lozy, see, he's giving excuses for Black Americans in America. I don't
care. Zongo, I don't care. We Black South Africans don't have those kind of opinions about Black Americans because we don't live in America. We respect their experience, so we have to take what they tell us. So why is Kala never been in South Africa? He never lived here. Why is he saying these things about us?
When did I say that was wrong?
Kala, you started a war right now, man.
Kala, you do this. I've realized, you know, it seems like every Black person out there has got opinions about us. You will never see a Black South African hosting lives discussing anyone. We don't do these kind of things, man. Even Jamaicans, they had opinions about us.
As Zongo brought up South Africa, you know.
Man, I never mentioned South Africa, but you the one who cited an example.
It's tiring, man. As Black South Africans, we are constantly attacked by most African countries. They have opinions about us. And in the diaspora now, you guys are starting to run the bandwagon and you don't understand what's going on.
Lozy, right? What
It's
you got
tiring.
when you guys talk about, and I get it, South Africans, blacks never was given a chance. You know, they got to deal with whites, and now they got to deal with other Africans.
We just want to be left alone like everyone
I
else
get
and
it.
build our country, man. It's like, please, it's like we can't even build in our own country.
100%. Because the bottom line is this: you guys basically are suffering right now because the world's basically moving into your country, and the bottom line is they don't want you to have a nationality and an identity outside this rainbow. Everybody, so you can't define yourself. I believe the South African is the Zulu, the Xhosa, and Nebly, whatever, and the San, and all those people. And then on one side, and the other side, you have the Afrikaners, and you got the whites. All these other people that are the Nigerians, they need to get the hell out.
So, Kala, why are other Africans always victims? Like, why can't they make their countries better instead of always crying that they want to be in South Africa? They are being like, let's face Kala, allow me to speak, brother. Jeez, if other Africans are being killed in South Africa, as you said, which is not happening, why do we have the highest number of African migrants in South Africa? They even have communities here. Why are they here? Why are they choosing South Africa?
You're right. Let me say this, right?
Please, man. It's like we need to. Can we tell our story? Can we speak as South Africans, man?
People are killed in South Africa. I never actually said you guys were responsible for it. You know, I never said. I said we don't know who's responsible. You know,
at the end of the day, we actually tend to legitimate your struggles in America because we can see what's going on. It's not in our position. No, Kala. It's not in our position. No, Kala.
Man, Lozy, sometimes you are a fool, man. Lozy, you are a fool sometimes, man. You gotta speak about your issues, man. And stuff.
Here's a parallel between us and you, right? Michael was here a little while ago, right? Talking about how black people.
Can I speak, Kala? Because Kala, you said a lot about South Africa. Can I just speak, man? There's nothing you're gonna say that I have never heard you say.
He didn't speak much about South Africa, man.
Can I just speak? I mean, there's a life that you did just talking about South Africa and saying a lot about us. Now, can I just speak? I mean, without you interrupting me, Kala. It's like this, Kala. Look, Kala, it's like this. And I've noticed this. There's many Black Americans here in South Africa. And I've noticed that Black Americans that are in Kenya, Liberia, Ghana, Tanzania, they will constantly mention South Africa. Black Americans that are relocating in South Africa, they don't care. They don't mention other African countries, what's going on there. Why is it that? Because we do have many Black Americans here. They just discuss South Africa. Are we getting different types of Black Americans South Africa compared to what the continent is getting? And the Africans who are always, the Black Americans who are always dividing Africa and pitting the countries against each other, it's Black Americans that are relocating to other African countries, never in South Africa. In South Africa, we don't have Black Americans creating this kind of content. They don't do that. I wonder what's creating that. I mean, if you're going to have an opinion about us, at least dive into the reality, get the proper research. We're not killing Black people in South Africa. Now, there has been accidents that have happened twice in history. And if you look at the number of Africans flocking to South Africa in a space of 30 years, it's probably the reason why that can happen. South Africa has experienced the highest influx of migrants on the continent than any country in history of Africa. Why won't we have an instant that such thing happens? Africans themselves, they are
man, shut up, man. Lozy, man. Shut up, man.
Zongo, allow me to speak, man. I'm not speaking about Ghana. I'm not mentioning your country. Kala, here's the thing.
So if they have the highest level of influx, you should just kill people? Man, shut up, man.
Zongo, can I speak?
In any case, man, America should
Zongo, can I speak? Can I speak? Can I speak? So, Kala, so let's say this. If any African country was to experience the influx of migrants South Africa is experiencing, that could happen. Already, most African countries, they don't get along in their countries. If they don't have political unrest, they have got tribal wars and all that. South Africa is the home where you find all kinds of Africans. We have achieved that on the continent. South Africa is home to any African. You find any single African living here. Why is that not celebrated? We are always mentioned as haters of other Africans, but the achievement we have done by uniting every kind of African living here, benefiting from our resources and infrastructure, it's never mentioned. We're getting sick and tired of this, man. It's so one-sided.
Okay, duly noted, but I will say this, right? What I was saying, I was just trying to make an example, right? I said to start this conversation, I said, Jongo said Black Americans are in South Africa too. I say, look, The difference is Black Americans are not getting attacked in South Africa. I said that. Everybody tell me we're not subjected to the what sort of tribal violence, which grips all of Africa.
Because they have money, Kala. They have money. Black Americans have money, and they live in areas that are more developed in South Africa.
Yeah, so that's the thing. And my whole thing is, like I was saying to Zongo, when let me tell you something. There's this video going around, right, on YouTube, right? And I hate this stuff. It's so ugly. This Nigerian says South African blacks ugly. I mean, lazy. You saw that video, Lozy. I know you've seen it.
Yeah, we're actually the most good looking Africans. We can't be ugly.
No. You're really good looking. I'm saying I meant lazy. It was a Nigerian guy, right?
How are we lazy with the most developed country in Africa with the best infrastructure?
So no, he was saying Black South Africans, right? And I said to myself, that's the same thing they do when they come to America, right? This has a similarity between Black South Africans and Black Americans, right? You have Black communities, like we settle in areas that where people look like us, right? But in our communities throughout America, whether it's Indiana, Ohio, Pennsylvania, everything, the industries, the wealth, the infrastructure is in the white communities, right? You have to go to the white areas, assimilate in the white society to get anything, get a decent job, right? Same thing in South Africa, right? Whites control everything, right? And the whites know this. And so what they do is they basically pit Black people against each other, and they make one group of people like I said, wait a minute. So the same thing they say about look, if you're already in your country, right? You expect Black South Africans want to get to the next level. You don't want to be doing menial work for generation after generation.
Yeah. But Kala, why are we even in a position where we have to defend our country from outsiders? Can other Africans just make their countries better? We won't even discuss this. We have got our own issues. The settlers being one of our biggest issues. That means we don't want to inherit problems of other countries. If they want help, they should be fighting in their own countries. Why do they want to peddle themselves in South Africa when we also have got our own issues? That's the point. Everybody let them loose. They can flee their countries and not solve their problems, but then we get to discuss the Black people who are actually working to better their countries, like Black South Africans. We're not bothering anyone in their countries. You don't see us flocking to any country and being entitled to people's countries. Why can't they just fix their countries? Why everybody's not talking about this and holding other Africans accountable? Zongo, you come from a failed country, Ghana. You're not living in Ghana. Shut the hell up, man. So here's the point, Kala. We need to start holding other Africans accountable for their failed shit homes. We need to start holding them accountable for their failed shit homes. When are we going to have this conversation?
Check this out. Lozy, let me ask you a quick question about the topic, right? I say life's gamble. General Michael Langley chose to go into the U.S. military. That's his job. Zongo's telling me you're supporting a trade. Look,
Zongo needs to fix Ghana and make Ghana great. He needs to leave the white man's country and go fix the failed Ghana. Ghana is a shithole, Kala. Zongo needs to be in Ghana and fix that failed shithole. He must not even have an opinion about South Africa. He's not the right person to even have an opinion about any country. Ghana is not an example. Ghana is a failed shithole. It's a shit show. That's it.
That's not true, man.
Hey, that's what
your country is the one being ruled by white people, man. We rule our own country.
And I'm living in my country, and you're living in the white man's
man. But I'm not living in your country, though. I'm not living in your country.
Yeah, you follow the white man because you need the white.
I've never dreamed about even coming to your country.
That when Ghana was working, if you said that when Ghana was prospering, I could give you that. Ghana is a shit.
When your country was,
I'm better in South Africa than Ghana.
When Mandela was running around begging for money.
Say whatever you want. But I'm better in South Africa than Ghana too. That's why I'm in South Africa. And you
Rollins took Ghanaian money and give it to Mandela.
Whatever. Say whatever you want. You're not in Ghana. I'm in South Africa. That's a huge difference.
Talking about help, we don't want helping you.
Even other Black Americans are more successful in South Africa than Ghana. That tells it all. It gives you where we are. There's levels in this shit. You're not at our level. You must keep your opinions. You must show your opinion where the sun doesn't rise, brother. We don't want to hear it. I'm sick and tired of you Africans running your mouth when you don't have anything to show. Where is Ghana? You know,
man, shut up, man. Sit your damn ass over there.
That's it, man. I'm getting sick and tired of everybody's letting you guys run this.
You have to admit that what he's going through right now is parallels what Black America's saying. You know,
well, who spoke about South Africa, man? You're the one who cited an example, man. Man, I care less about what's going on.
Like that. I was just running with something like that, but my point is,
in any case, when you spoke about South Africa, I was trying to even justify. You were trying to use that against me.
No. It's just thinking of this is the reason why Africa is not functioning, because Black men like to gossip. You know, you never see any group of men doing this kind of things. They always gossip. I've got the bigger cock. I've got the bigger stick than that one. No, fix your countries. Let's start to work on our individual countries and stop giving general opinions about anyone.
Harry, you know this. I didn't even bring about South Africa in this conversation. I didn't even speak about South Africa.
No, but you always have an opinion about us. Even now, you were attempting to have an opinion. I had to shut you down because I know you always have something to say about it.
Like what? To what? About what?
Yeah, we're mining your gold anyway. Go Zongo, go check the biggest mining companies in Ghana. Go check who's keeping your economy stable. You know, that shit all Ghana. Go check those companies and go there's white companies, of course, that are South African. There's South African state companies that are keeping your economy upward. You know, we're feeding you actually. We're feeding your people there. You must not even have an opinion about us, man. Stop it.
You gotta
always Black South Africans don't. Everybody has an opinion about us. You know, we don't own this. We don't discuss you guys. We focus on what we can build in our country. We basically focused on what we can build out of our country. Can everyone leave us alone?
Lozy, the thing is, I don't know much about Ghanaians in South Africa, but I do think I see a parallel between the attitude towards the Nigerians.
So, Kala, you should be understanding what Black South Africans are going through instead of having those kind of opinions about us.
I know exactly.
Man, I don't even know. I don't even know a family or relative from Ghana that even dreams about going to South Africa. For what?
Your people are hairdressers in South Africa. Keep quiet, man. We are engineers in Ghana. When we come to Ghana, we are engineers. We are scientists. Your people are hairdressers in South Africa. They run saloons, man. Keep shut, Zongo. Keep quiet, Zongo. Go check the company called the Goldfields. Zongo, go check the company called the Goldfields and Ashanti Gold and see who owns those companies. They are the biggest gold mining companies in Ghana. You will understand who controls the economy and why your economy is even relevant in the first place. Go check it. You know, I'm sick and tired of you guys always running your mouth as if you have achieved anything better than us. We actually the highest achievers of Black community in Africa. Black South Africans.
Is it owned by Black South Africans?
Yes, we've got that. We've got the highest achievers in Africa. We actually are.
They're doing really well.
We actually are.
South Africa is the only place with a Black middle class like America.
Hey, Kala.
No, we're not like America, but we're better than any African country.
Hey, Kala, wait. Man, look at this bozo. Have you heard about what Elon? Kala, you watched the interview about Vlad TV about Elon's dad?
Why did Elon Musk never lived in Ghana? Mind explaining to us why nobody's coming out of Ghana and being successful in the world stage? Elon Musk is a sellout. He's a white man, man. Who cares about what the white man thinks?
Elon's dad went to Vlad and he told Vlad that, man.
Like everybody knows what's going on in South Africa. Even a Ghanaian who can develop his country. Everybody, even people from failed countries like Nigeria, they always have opinions about us.
Can I make my point, please?
The fact that everybody has to constantly talk about us, it means we are doing something right down here. Nobody's looking to Ghana. Nobody's looking to South Africa.
We don't.
Yeah, on this platform, you're not in Ghana, Zongo. You're not in Ghana.
Issues, man.
When are you relocating back to Ghana, Zongo? Because I'm not leaving South Africa.
I don't have time for you guys.
Kala, believe me, Kala, I'm doing projects across Africa. I'm in Kinshasa, I'm in Nairobi. I'm doing actual projects. I'm doing actual projects in these countries. Construction projects.
If you ever want to come to Liberia, let me know.
I'm not. Look, most of the projects I get, they're from Central to East Africa. It seems like most of our skills are there. I don't know about West Africa in the future. We do have like Ghana. It's one area that we do have people who are bringing skills, but it's not highly like that. It's mostly we're concentrating in East Africa and Central. Even Rwanda as well. I mean, I know these countries now even by geography because I'm on the ground doing projects for most part. You know,
Man, you
it's
guys
like
don't have skills,
I'm here
man.
in Africa.
The skills that you have
So,
in South Africa is in Ghana, man.
no,
Man,
they
ain't
are.
no
So, Kala, let me give you Kala, you know, Africans don't do research. Let me just give you a background information, Kala. Did you notice that South Africa this year signed a paternal deal with Nigeria to be mining Nigerian mines, right? Did you see that? And I can explain to you how that went about. South Africa is putting out investments to build infrastructure around the mining sectors in Nigeria to improve the mining sector of Nigeria. Nigeria has lots of resources apart from oil and gas, right? They even have got lithium, not highly, but they've got lithium, they've got copper, they've got gold. South Africa has got 150 years of experience of gold, mining gold. Now, you know, the colonizers did settle here, Kala. They have been owning this economy and the industrialization of South Africa. But at this point, there's an amount that is shared within the state of South Africa in terms of the companies. So company like Goldfields, which is the richest mining company in Africa, even higher than Anglo Mine and many other Canadian countries across the continent. Goldfields is the richest mining company in Africa. It's owned by government of South Africa. It's one of the companies that are investing a lot in the mining sector of Nigeria. The same with Ghana. Ghana, I think it's our second biggest trading partners in the mining sector. As you know, Kala, we're one of the leading countries that is refining gold there in Ghana. Ghana is the leading producer of gold in Africa as we speak today. So South African companies, because South African gold is no longer like during the Josie Gold Rush, Johannesburg Gold Rush, like lots of our gold, to be honest, it's now below, it's like deeper in the surface. So it's easy to mine in other African countries because many of their resources haven't been tapped. South Africa bringing out skills and investment in many of African countries. We are one of the countries that is driving development in Africa. I'm not comparing ourselves with developed countries like Australia, Canada, USA, no. But in terms of African country to African country, we actually pour in more investment than any African country you can think of. And we actually bring in skills. Because with that clause that has been signed between Nigeria and South Africa, there's also a bilateral agreement of transferring skills to the mining sector of Nigeria. So we won't just be refining their resources and all that. We will be transferring skills, could be 10-year contract, whatever, but we will be transferring the we have. So these are the good things South Africa is doing. You're never going to hear them much because you're not supposed to say anything good about South Africa. We actually doing good for the continent than any country in Africa if we even have to measure color. There's lots of facts I can bring in. Unlike Wuzongo and many Nigerians who come with opinions, I actually have got facts that you can check and find the information I'm giving just right now.
There's my email up there. You can send it to me by email. I'll look it up.
Well, you put it in a private chat.
We put it in the chat.
Okay.
Man, Lozy, man. In any case, if you have beef, man, you gotta have smoke with Kala, because Kala was the one who referenced your country, man.
No, Zongo, don't act like other Africans don't say worse things about us. Don't do that. You don't act like...
we heard a conversation today. Did anybody speak about South Africa today? Chat? Did anybody speak about South Africa today?
Yeah, I called in because South Africa.
Kala, you brought out South Africa.
But Kala has this hate towards South Africa, you know. And I think Black Americans who are relocating to West Africa they don't like South Africa. I don't know why. Other Black Americans who come
reference South Africa.
West Africa or East Africa.
I know that go to the continent want to go to the most educated Black people.
Lozy kind of roast my ass, man.
Hold on, Lozy. It's like this: Black middle class people.
I just don't have energy for him, you know. I'm trying to reserve my energy for work tomorrow.
No, you can't have energy for facts, man. You like opinions. I'm not here for your opinions.
Black struggling to go to West Africa.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave you with what I've because you know it's a tiny white population in South Africa. When
Ghana, what is your
Elon's
biggest supermarket? What is your biggest
when
supermarket in
Elon,
Ghana? What's the name? What's the name
when
of your biggest supermarket in Ghana?
let me
Where
finish,
you shop
man.
groceries?
Let me finish.
When you're in Ghana, where do you shop your groceries?
Let me finish, man. When Elon dad came to Vlad TV, you know what he said?
Yeah, I just asked
He
you
was like,
because you don't want to answer this because now
"Hey, let
I'm
me
getting personal with your country, right? You have to talk about us. Nobody has to talk about Ghana, right?
yeah,
What
let
is
me
your biggest supermarket in Ghana where you do your groceries?
let me
What is
finish.
it called? Is it not
Elon's
ShopRite?
Elon's
Is it
dad
not
says
ShopRite Zongo? Is it not
the
ShopRite Zongo?
Elon's dad says the white minorities
So
are
you guys are not aware of how much the whites and the government of South
they go
Africa owns
smoke
the
your
economies in
ass. They go
Africa, right?
smoke your
You,
ass
you
inside
always
Africa.
like to act like it's only us. The government of South Africa and these white people, they own your economies in Africa. I'm sorry, I have to tell you the truth, Songo. Even where you shop the groceries in Ghana, the biggest supermarket is South African. It's ShopRite. I'm sure MTN, by the way, MTN is probably your biggest network there in Ghana. Am I lying,
No,
Zongo?
that's not true.
What is your biggest
The biggest
mobile
grocery
supermarket?
market, ShopRite is there, but it's not the biggest grocery
What is
supermarket.
your biggest supermarket? What is your biggest supermarket in Ghana? What is the
Man,
name of it?
the locals are the ones that
Ah,
contribute
so
significantly.
ShopRite is Zongo. That's why you're not giving
Man,
me
ain't
the
nobody,
name.
ain't nobody going to ShopRite to shop, man. Not Western people.
Okay,
They have
okay,
ShopRite.
Zongo.
They have
Okay,
Melcom. They
Zongo.
have ShopRite. They
You,
have
you don't you
Man.
don't have Stanbic Bank in Ghana. You don't have Stanbic Bank,
But even
which
I
is
mean,
under
there's Melcom. Melcom is there. Melcom is not. It's not ShopRite.
do you know that Eco Bank is the richest bank in West Africa by assets? I think it was started in Togo. The capital city of Eco Bank is Togo. It's owned by South African Qatari. By the way, it's the biggest bank in West Africa by assets. Eco Bank. It's there in Ghana. I think it's the biggest bank in Ghana. It's owned by. It started in Togo, I think. But anyway, go ahead, Songo. Because you guys think we don't know about you because like to come here and claim that you control the economies,
Man, you
whatever.
don't
That's why you
control
need the white
nothing,
man's
man.
land, man.
In
That's
any
why
case,
I'm not. I'm in South Africa and you're not in Ghana.
wait. See, you don't really understand the African market. I mean, let me just in Ghana, for instance, the the economy, the part of the economy that contributes the greatest to the GDP of the country, it's not even the formal sector. It's actually the informal sector. If you meet any
Oh,
economists from Ghana,
there we
they're gonna
go. Your
they're gonna tell you it's the informal
Your
sector.
GDP. What
So
kind
I
of
don't know
countries
what
are
the
we
hell.
having in Africa, Kala?
I
Do you
don't know
know
what
that
the hell
countries
you're
like
talking
Ghana,
about.
the informal sector contributes about more than 50% of GDP? What kind of countries are we having? Where an informal, these are thumb suck numbers, by the way, because it's not a regulated economy. How can you be saying that your GDP, the highest contributor of GDP, your GDP is informal sector, and you're proud of that shit? It shows the lack of development
No.
of
It means the
your
people
economy.
are the ones that own the economy, not the white man.
This is the
And
reason why you're still behind.
that's what it
You
means.
got an informal sector where your government tells you that your largest GDP is there, but yet your standards of living are at the bottom. You need to diversify your economy, grow your economy, industrialize that shit. Then you will see that you will be in Ghana. Because you are educated, brother. I think you are an engineer. You shouldn't be working for the white man in America. You should be in Ghana building that country. You got a good weather there.
When you take
Anybody
your
can live
land
there.
from the white
Ghana
man,
is a
you
very
ain't gonna
fertile country, but what
we,
you
we
have,
only speak with
you
people,
are
man.
happy
We don't
that
speak with,
your GDP is informal. You are happy that large sector of your GDP is informal. What kind of stupidity is this?
man, when you take your land from the white people in South Africa, man, come talk to me, man. I don't have
Look,
time
I'm
for
in South
colonized
Africa.
African.
You're not in Ghana. The end of debate,
I
brother.
don't I don't have time for
I'm
colonized
well
Africa.
in South Africa. That's why I'm in South Africa.
We're not
You
on the same
Zongo,
level. We're not on the same level, man. Your
you
ass is
Zongo,
colonized in South Africa. We
yeah,
not.
you got a picture of beautiful picture of Ghana there, the black star, but you're not in Ghana.
Yeah,
I'm in South Africa.
but
You see
we're not
Mandela there.
colonized. We own
That
everything in
man left
Ghana.
me a legacy that it's not perfect, it's imperfect. We still have a struggle, but at least now I can live here for now. The situation hasn't
Yeah,
got that well.
we own everything in Ghana, man. Unlike you
Yeah.
guys, man.
Yeah, you're mining.
Majority
You
of
should
the
be
wealth
owning your mining sector. Look, even your biggest refineries are South African companies, of course, with the Western companies
man.
as well, not Ghana.
Can you believe
You just negotiated for 20% now recently with South African companies. We now gonna give you 20%, you know, because you have to negotiate with us. We are your bosses, Zongo.
man? You
We
should be
own
learning
your
from.
resources,
You should be
Zongo.
learning. I thought you're gonna learn from Traore, man. You should be taking
I mean, I
cues.
don't know what Ibrahim Traore is doing, but if the man is doing the right things for Burkina
You should be
Faso,
learning from
power
him,
to
taking
Ibrahim
sovereignty.
Traore. What I like about Ibrahim Traore is not preaching the fake Pan-African kumbaya. He's actually a nationalist, focused on his country. I hope good for the people of
you
Burkina
guys should
Faso.
learn from him. Your country, you don't own your country, man.
You
I
say
hope you
that,
guys
but I mean, I'm
learn.
living in my
I
country.
think black nationalism is the future, not Pan-Africanism.
Yeah, Pan-African. It's a failed project. Pan-African. It was hijacked by the Westerners, and now they own it. They infiltrating the whole continent
And
using
also
Pan-African identity.
it was hijacked by these ethno-nationalist tribalists.
Yeah. So nationalism is the future of South Africa. That's why I defend my country. My country first, the continent second, and then the world. I want to see South Africa prosper first before anything. That's if all Africans can adopt this mentality, Africa will be strong. But Africans are fleeing to the West color and preaching Pan-African using the white man mobile phones and networks.
And also, my point about the show is, I said, look, we have to draw lines, right? People don't understand something. If you tell us to go as Langley, that means you're going against the United States government. That puts us in danger. Why the hell would we do that?
Yeah. And in Kala, you know that we are also like we're not in good books with America. You know that. I mean, I don't know. The current leadership, whatever they've been doing, they've been pushing the boundaries. You know, Kala, how people like to say Black South Africans we are Western puppet, and we are actually the most independent African country in terms of
you're probably the most Black nationalist country.
We are the most radicalized people in Africa.
Kala, are you talking about Lozi Kala?
No, he knows
the truth, man. I recognize Black nationalism when I see it, you know, not this fake. That's the whole thing is.
If you check with the previous
Black nationalists, and then basically say like get rid of this Pan-African stuff, then you can understand. Look, nations and nation loyalty means something. You can't just basically bomber some other country and take their resources and jobs, put them down, and insult them in their own country, and then expect you hide behind Pan-Africanism.
Yes, for me, it's South Africa first. And I approve people of Ghana putting Ghana first. That's the only way Africa is gonna.
No. You cannot even compare your country with Ghana, man.
We can't fix the continent when we can barely fix our villages.
Man. You guys, man,
charity is to begin hope. That's why Kwame Nkrumah. You know why Kwame Nkrumah went to marry the light-skinned woman in Egypt? Because the fake Pan-African project has always failed from the go, brother. That's why Kwame Nkrumah, he was ashamed of marrying a dark-skinned, beautiful sister there in Ghana. He had to go marry an Egyptian. Your biggest Pan-African was not even proud enough to marry a black sister there in Ghana. So Zippy Zongo, you have no teeth, Zongo. You can't bite me. So at the end of the day, Kala, let me say this: all African people who are preaching Pan-African kumbaya, check where they come from. Their background, they come from failed African countries. You're never gonna hear anyone. You're not gonna hear people from Botswana, Namibia, Mauritius,
Pan-Africanism is a voice of the landless and the powerless in the Black.
No, Rosie, see. I mean, it's really hard to hold a conversation with you, especially when you guys don't really have sovereignty in your country. You let a foreign white minority.
Yeah, that's why we are a member of BRICS, right? Because we can't stand on our own. That's why your president was begging Biden last season. I checked. Your Nana Akufo was then in the White House going to report Ibrahim Traore, Niger, and Mali. He was there being a spy, the biggest puppet in Africa. Report lady in the White House saying he was reporting other West African countries that are fighting for their liberation and independence against the French regime. He was reporting them to the Western Empire. You can't make these things up, Zongo. There is no president of South Africa in history of South Africa who went to report any neighboring country in the White House.
We have sovereignty
in our lifetime, Zongo. Your previous president, Nana Akufo, went to the White House to report Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger. How embarrassing. Don't tell me anything, Zongo. Ghana has been producing
white minorities.
No, Zongo. You don't have teeth, Zongo. You can't bite me, Zongo.
You didn't watch Africa. What the Maya did, he went to South Africa to do. There's a whole community in South Africa.
Because what the Maya needs to be relevant. If he speaks about Ghana, nobody watches. He has to come to South Africa and talk about white South Africans. No black South African is taking his cameras and going to talk about social ills of Ghana. You know why? Because you are irrelevant to us. We don't come and make blogs
in your country. Because what is Ghana? You know, Ghana is irrelevant to us. But a
Ghana,
Ghanaian biggest YouTuber need to come to South Africa, showcase the white, what is it called? That white farm where only these Burkis can live. He has to showcase them. Who will give him views? If he talks about Ghana, nobody watches. The moment he talks about South Africa, million views. Go check all the Maya's highest viewed videos. You will see it every time when he mentions South Africa or create content about South Africa. He get more views because we are relevant in Africa, brother. If you want views in Africa, you have to mention us or come shoot content in South Africa. That's the only way to survive for African YouTubers. It's unfortunate, but it's the only way.
Man, I don't even spend time reading about South Africa, man. But one thing I know is the white people.
You do. You have so many opinions about us. You definitely
I said, see, you can go back and listen to the show. I never even
you're so opinionated about us. We live right in your head.
Well, I never spoke about your country. It was actually Canada started it. So I mean, I don't really
today, have but today, yes, you're not gonna hide yourself. Now, historically, I mean, I've been back and forth with you, Zongo, for a reason.
Oh, man, but you can't really compare Ghana with. Come on, man. Man, we have sovereignty, man. You guys do not have it, so it's really hard to.
You know that Johannesburg is richer than the entire wealth in Ghana. Do you know that Johannesburg wealth is richer than the entire country of Ghana?
You don't have sovereignty, man. The sovereignty, I mean,
So we are a member of BRICS. We don't have sovereignty, and your president went to White House to report other West African countries to the daddy, but you got sovereignty, but we don't. How can we be a member of BRICS if we don't have independence, brother? Do you understand what is BRICS? BRICS is basically the opposition of the current Western regime in terms of power. How can we be entertaining BRICS and when the West is watching us if we're not even having sovereignty? They will have kicked us out of BRICS by all means necessary.
Yeah,
tell me what the politicians are doing in Ghana, Zongo. Tell me
Black Americans, they have $1 trillion consumption in the country, but yes, because they don't have land.
Black Americans are the richest blacks on earth, Zongo.
They have power and control.
Do you know that in Black America there's more millionaires than the entire continent put together? It's shameful, to be honest. You know, it's shameful. That and this gives you a picture of where Africa is. The Black Americans who now live in a country that they don't really control as numbers shows, right? But they have created more wealth than the entire continent. They give me any black people in Africa who are richer than Black Americans. Because I'm about facts, Zongo. That's why you are in the white man's land, Zongo, yourself. You're trying to live like Black Americans. They're in America. You're not in Ghana.
It's really hard to really argue with and oppress Black people from the continent. You gotta go take your land.
I'm so oppressed. I'm living in my country. You're so free. You live in the white man's land. Yeah,
because the white man owns the majority of your resources.
All right, Zongo. Okay, Zongo.
It's really
I'm
hard
oppressed. You are free, Zongo. That's why you're not in Ghana. You are exercising your freedom. You're exercising your freedom by living Ghana and living in the white man's land. That makes a whole lot of sense.
And the worst case scenario is you came here defending the white man, and the white man came to America and told you guys.
How am I defending the white man? You don't tell me about white people, Zongo. Remember, you other Africans barely live with white people, so you romanticize them. We know these people. We know how the tactics they use, so we know them very well. You don't want to You worship them so much that you will rather live in their country. I don't want to be in America. Why would I want to be in America? I'm making sure that my country is stable here. I'm involved in South African politics. I'm making sure that my country works for better of our people. However you want to look at it, whether you call it white controls, whatever, give us any name you want. An average South African would rather live in South Africa than America. An average Ghanaian will take any American visa to go live in the States. That's the difference between me and you. We are holding our shit here down here. However you want to look at it, we're trying to hold it down here. You have failed. Most Ghanaians leave Ghana than South Africans to the West. That's it.
Man, Lozy, man. When you get back sovereignty, man, come hold a conversation with me.
Yeah,
man, I don't have time to be.
Don't see who controls the mining sector. You've got so much sovereignty, you don't even control it. Actually, we South Africans are having a stake in your resources, Zango. You own saloons in South Africa. You can only be a hairdresser. You're hairdressing our women's heads, the weaves, the wigs, But there in Ghana, if you hear South African, we are either engineers, scientists, or we're managing South African corporate.
We don't have a history of coming to a country to beg. When you guys were oppressed,
well, look, Zongo, I'll say this: Ghanaian people are well behaved. I will give you that. Ghanaian people in South Africa, they don't have much problem. But you can't compare, Zongo.
Yeah, Rollins gave you guys money, man.
I will say this: I would rather live with Ghanaians in South Africa than many West Africans, to be honest. I will say that. But you can't be saying we don't have sovereignty. Just say
when Mandela, Google that. When Mandela came to Ghana, Rollins gave him money to fight for his freedom. Ghana's never
Mandela came where? Mandela came where?
Came to Ghana, Rollins gave him money to fight for his freedom.
Yeah, but I mean, everybody says that. Everybody claims that they give Mandela to your country. You have to attach yourself with our success. We are the most successful country in Africa. So everybody's claiming to have helped us. I get that. You
guys are a bunch of beggars, man. We fought for
yeah.
Shut up, man.
Yes, man. When are you relocating back to Ghana?
You talking to Black Americans, man. Maybe you understand what sovereignty means.
So I just called in to challenge Kala, man. I'm not gonna just badmouth Black Americans when it's undeserved. But all
the business you mentioned are control them.
But no, look, I'm not bothered by Black Americans because they live in their country. They're not bothering anyone else. They're not beggars. So I can tell you, West Africans have got communities here in South Africa, and most of the time it's not looking good, brother. I will say this: mostly it's not Ghanaians who are creating problems in South Africa. You know who's doing that. But anyway, they're still West Africans, regardless.
Man, shut up, man. Go fight for sovereignty first, man. You don't have it, man.
So a member of BRICS is not free, Zongo. A member of BRICS is not free, according to you.
The white people live in separate communities in South Africa, man. You blacks are not even allowed to go.
Yeah, I don't like that, man. It's shameful. That shouldn't happen, but it's happening currently now. It's one of our weakest things. And you can push back on that. You can bite me on that.
About that shit, man.
I will say this, Zongo. The Ghanaians and Black South Africans who think it's living better, like right now.
Man, we living better, man. We have a great life, man. We don't come to South Africa, man. Okay. In your own country, it's not even gonna happen in Ghana. No freaking way.
All right.
It's not gonna.
That's where you've got the windows of slave trade, right? You stand your ground so bad that you were selling people to slavery, right?
You have no idea what sovereignty means, man.
Look, we're not the same, Zongo. We here we fight, we hold the ground. You trade with other human beings. You know that slavery is still happening in West Africa, where you guys are Libya. You still trading your sisters there in Libya to sell them to the Middle East, Qatari and
Ghana don't do that shit, man.
How shameful can you be? When are you guys gonna get rid of this culture, man?
Man,
can we talk about that?
They don't do that shit, man. It's Nigeria, man.
Gonna say it's Nigerians, So anyway, all I'm saying is I'm sick and tired of listening to people having opinions about us.
But Lozy, man, you don't have sovereignty, control, and power over your land and resources.
You're just saying anything. You're so shameless. You're just saying anything. What do you even mean when you say we don't have sovereignty? What does that mean?
A whole minority prevents you from coming to the neighborhood. The land belongs to you guys.
Our shameful thing is that we live with the Westerners here. That's the difference. Westerners control the whole Africa, brother. That's why you get it wrong. Yes, we live with them here. It shouldn't happen like that. I want them gone. You're right. But there's reasons why they're still here. But at least you can shame us and say that because they're here. But to think Ghana is not controlled by the West or any African country, you are delusional.
We have
they have a stake in your country. They control your leadership, brother. You can shame us for that because the colonizer is still here. I get that. It's shameful. But our history is different to yours, right? But to think your country is not controlled by the West, you are in cuckoo's land, brother. You are living in a parallel reality. You are living in an alternative reality, man. The white man controls the whole Africa at the moment, brother. There's no Africa that is loose. Even the most powerful countries in Africa currently now being South Africa, Egypt, Nigeria, Kenya, All these countries have got a white man.
But
All of
man is on the top though, not you guys, man. You guys are just a bunch of you know.
No, okay. I mean, being a member of BRICS for me will argue a lot. You can't. I don't think you can just be a member of BRICS if you don't have a certain level.
Well, let's talk about the.
I don't think that's possible. I don't know. Kala, what do you think? I'm not saying Kala. What do you think? I'm not saying BRICS is an organization that is gonna lift Africa anywhere like that. But I'm saying any nation that joins such organizations, you do have to have a level of sovereignty to do so. What do you think, Carlos?
It must have a huge GDP, an industrial base, all stuff like that, trade deficit with many different countries around the world, infrastructure, it's integrated into the global economy, at the first world level. So that's South Africa is a first world country.
Let's speak about the income distribution.
I wouldn't say with the first color. We're not the first country.
They don't call it first world country.
That will be, but that will be. We still have a lot to do here, Kala. To be honest,
when it comes to income, man, how much the white people, how much do they control your country?
Income, like white people earn more than us. I'll give you the figures. I think the average
resources, not income. I forget about income. I talk about resources and the whole in totality.
That's hard. That's hard to see. So I'll tell you this. No, let me give you figures, Zongo, because unlike you, I know about my economy. Zongo, calm down. I'm gonna give you figures. Jeez, man, relax. So South Africa, Black South Africans now have got the most collective wealth in South Africa. By collective wealth, if you know what is a collective wealth. The white South Africans are way richer than us by wealth per capita. So an average South African who's in middle class makes about maybe I would say 3 times to 5 times more than a Black South African in same what's so-called middle class. Even by per capita of millionaires and billionaires, they are extremely wealthy. But in terms of the collective wealth in the nation, it's in the hands of Black South Africans and also Black South Africans. That collective wealth we have, it's the highest in Africa as a whole.
Shut up, man. You're a liar, man. Go sit.
Okay.
Sit up, man. Go.
Okay,
when we're talking about resource and control, we're talking about people that actually control industries. They have the means of power and control. They can.
Okay, Zongo. The richest company in Africa right now, it's Naspers. Naspers is investing in tech industries. It makes money through media companies and tech industries. It used to own 13% of Facebook, 6% of Sony Music, 5% of Tesla. Currently, we own the largest shares in Tencent, which is the second biggest tech company in China. Tencent, if you know it, is owned by Naspers. Naspers is owned by the state of South Africa, the government. And it's not the government, it's the public pension fund. The government is just controlling where the investment goes. It's a manager. Our government is the manager of Naspers. It's owned by PIC, Public Investment Corporate of South Africa. Now, PIC, more than 70% of PIC is made up of Black South Africans. I'm just giving you one example. Shoprite as well, it's owned by PIC. Pick and Pay owned by PIC, Sasol, Eskom, Goldfields, Ashanti Mine Gold, MTN, Standard Bank, FNB banks. The list is endless. Most companies you see in South Africa. Zongo, let me land, Zongo. Most companies you see in South Africa, by the share of shareholding, they are still controlled by white people, but not local white people. All of them. The local white people controls 23%. The foreign investment in particular from the West, they probably control the share of 80%. So if you take 30% and 23%, you're already sitting at 53%. That makes white people control largest stake in our country. 30% of our companies in South Africa are controlled by the Black South Africans, including the Colored brothers and the few Indians we have here.
They can't see themselves as
let me learn Zongo, because I'm educating you, Zongo. Let me just say the last thing. About 10% is controlled by the Asians. Meaning the Chinese, the Japanese. As if you know, the third richest bank in South Africa, which is Nedbank, and I think is number 6 or 7 richest bank in Africa, is owned by the Bank of China, unfortunately.
Man, actually I dated a girl from South Africa. She was from
West Cape. So can you tell me about Ghana now? Because I just gave you a lot of information about my country. Who owns the banks and the richest, the mining sector in Ghana?
We own the land first and the resources within.
Okay, who owns the banks there? The banking sector, the mining sector.
We don't implement laws on distributing land. Like when you guys,
Okay, I'm asking you
President
about
Trump-
economy.
let me
Then
finish.
you don't, Zongo, you don't eat
me
the
finish.
land. That's why you're in the white man's land. Tell me about the
Let
economy.
me finish.
The,
Let me
the
finish.
structure of the economy.
Yeah,
Give
but
me the structure of the
but
economy.
economy start from land, resources, human capital.
Yeah,
That's,
That's
what
you know, Ghana Stock Exchange is less than 40 billion US
let me
dollars.
let
So
me finish. Let me
please,
finish.
give me the structure of your economy, Zongo. I don't
Can you
want to
stop?
hear. I don't want to hear African fairy tales. We own the land, we own our resources, but you flee to live in the white country. Let's leave that old that sort of conversation. It's been too used. It's been used up. We have exhausted that topic. Give me the structure of your economy. Break down the structure of your economy.
See, when your president implement, I think was it a law or an act trying to redistribute the income?
Your president is begging. Your president begs in the White House. We know that. We have seen him on tape. Now, tells me the structure of your economy. Don't tell me fairy tales, brother. I'm asking you a simple question. I can break down the economy of South Africa in terms of the shareholding, even by race. If you give me enough chance, I can keep going. But tell me about the structure of your economy, Zongo. It seems like you don't even know how your economy works. What are the biggest companies in Ghana? Who owns them? The mining sectors that are keeping your economy up? Who's owning your resources? Your banking sector. These are very relevant sectors of your economy. The financial architect of Ghana. Who's deploying those? Who owns that? Because I know you are a former British colony, brother. You probably have got the Barclays of Britain there owning your banking systems. Now, break it down to me. Stop running around and using the Kumbaya land theory that is not benefiting you and you live in the white man's land. You own land, but you live in America. Let's leave that conversation. Now, I want you to tell me the structure of Ghana's economy. It's a really simple question.
Because you miss the basics. I don't have time to explain that shit to you, man. You don't even
because you don't even know your economy barely exists, man. You barely have a middle class, Zongo. That's why you said the largest part of your economy comes from an informal sector. What are we in? Are we in 1652? Where are we now? Your economy is still in informal sector. Formalize that shit, man. Diversify your economy. Industrialize Ghana. People in Ghana need jobs. Not you running on estimation saying, you know what, I saw someone grilling chicken by the side of the road. I think they make this much every month. That goes to be an informal sector. Our GDP, no. Formalize the economy of Ghana. Get the people of Ghana to benefit from an industrialized Ghana, Zongo. There's no way out of this. This is the reason why Africa is still behind. You've got a GDP that 60% of your GDP is from an informal sector. What kind of nonsense is that, Zongo?
Lozy. Man, you guys are colonized people by a minority group in your country. You want to hold a conversation with a big dog that has control of the land.
Hey, look, folks, I'm gonna end the live. I gotta,
man, come on, man.
Look, we can go tomorrow night. If you come back tomorrow night.
Carl, I'm copying your email, brother. Yeah. Maybe I'm
Africans, man, just bunch of losers.
Okay, copy
losers.
Zongo, you have no teeth, Zongo. Zongo, you don't have teeth.
We have too much confidence, man. You guys, man. I don't have time.
You don't have confidence, man. You live in USA, man. You fled away from Ghana. What confidence is that?
South Africa.
You gotta go fight the white man, not me. Go fight the white man.
We'll finish discussion tomorrow night. I gotta go to bed. You guys can stay on and talk. You guys do by yourself, but I'm going to bed.
Zongo is beneath me, Carl. I'm not gonna entertain Zongo.
Go fight a white man.
Zongo is beneath me, man. That's why he's living in the white man's land, and I'm living in my forefathers' land. That's a huge difference.
I like to see Zongo get involved with tourism or something like that.
He's not gonna get involved in that, brother. He doesn't care about Ghana. He only defends Ghana on internet, Carla. That's why he's not living in Ghana. He could give two fucks about Ghana. I'm living in my country. I defend South Africa from South Africa. I'm within South Africa because I can see on daily basis what my people go through. Zongo, you don't even know what Ghanaians are going through in Ghana because you don't live there. I'm here in South Africa, brother. Yeah, huge difference between me and you.